Love remains our chip leader with 2.6 million. John Grace is still in second with just under 2 million. George Dietz is now our short stack with
Okay, so the hey guys, we're just doing a quick audio test to try to get this going. It looks like we've been having some issues with Twitch. Hopefully we'll be getting this going here in a second. Hey, what's up, Trestle? Dude, the emoticon looks awesome. I'm looking forward to using it. So, like, when I was looking on it, it said, like, it needed, like, 28 by 28, 56 by 56, and 112 by 112. Is that just, like, I mean, they don't really need it, just 28 by 28. It looks like that's what the dimensions are, but it looks awesome, man. Nice job. I think I'm going to have to actually get permission from Bill Reaney over there at a WSOP to make sure that we can use it, because it looks like it was, a pretty close copy of the actual bony fish, which is awesome. But I love it, man. Thank you for putting it together. What's up, Al Chavez? Look, what's up, guys? So we're just what's up, Soldad? We're just doing some a little sound test, trying to get this so that the levels are right, and then we'll get started with the viewing party here in about hopefully 5 minutes.
just under 20 big blinds.
Blinds remaining at 15 and 30,000 with a 4,000 chip ante. One hand deep into this final table. Nick woke up with aces, scooped a nice size pot. This hand he has to fold.
We're going to try to get the levels right. So I want to be able to still kind of hear the commentary from Fred and Maria, and kind of just be able to talk over it. So we're going to try to get the levels just perfect. I think that if I just adjust the audio here on my YouTube player, then we'll try to get it down. So Michelle, in about 20 seconds, you're going to have to let me know how the audio levels are.
20 seconds?
What's that?
20 seconds?
Yeah, about 20 seconds.
He's going to make the call.
I like this call by Edward here. I don't really think a 3-bet is needed because Nemi and Edward are both fairly deep, and his hand plays really well post-flop, so there's really no need here to 3-bet and put himself into a tough spot.
Pocket threes for George in the small blind. Why not set mine? He's going to make the call. And the big blind of John Grace is also going to make the call with 4 deuce of spades. Now this is a situation where I don't really feel like it's necessary.
Does it sound good? You can hear the YouTube and you can hear me talk.
There's 3 other people in the pot, and obviously with 4 deuce, you just don't want to get committed.
You don't hear the talking at all?
But I think he's just trying to flop a joint.
By flopping the joint, Maria meant a straight.
You're not hearing chat, you're just hearing the heartland.
He's going to continuation bet here. It's a pretty safe flop.
My
vocals
over what?
It feels like you would have heard from somebody.
And how does it compare? You can hear both? Okay.
Not that loud, but if it weren't louder, can you adjust it?
I can make the mic just a little bit louder.
Float him here on the flop from the
Okay, so we're testing out the audio again, guys. Stoney, Seldad, Alchavez, Trestle, thanks for joining us in chat. And this is going to be a little different today. We're going to be doing this Heartland Poker Tour viewing party.
John does elect to lay down his hand, so on the turn we go.
We're going, go ahead and pause that. Start it from the beginning. We are going to be watching the Majestic Star.
This is the HPT.
We'll see a few, maybe 1 or 2 faces we recognize. We've got Aaron Massey at the table. He's just been on an incredible tear.
Turn off the other people.
What's that?
Only have subscriber chat on right now.
I know we just have all chat, and if you're not a subscriber, E1CNR, thank you guys. Thank you for joining us. You're more than welcome to come and watch and chill out. And but I am going to go ahead and be for this Twitch stream for the HPT viewing party. We're going to be turning it out and just having subscriber chat. And so if you have any questions or anything that you that you would like to anything you would like to say and you're not a subscriber, just go ahead and feel free to shoot me an email. Dutch at Dutch Boyd. Let's go ahead and okay, I think that we've got just subscriber chat on now, guys. I'm going to go ahead and change it from just being a test, and we're going to go ahead and get this viewing party started. I believe our levels are pretty good. How you doing, LaSwags? Just in time, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to start from the beginning, and we're going to go through and I'm going to show you how I best improve my game through the use of live streams. It's going to be a little bit different than what we're used to on this Twitch channel. It's also going to be a little different than maybe what you're used to as far as watching these episodes. So 2 episodes a day, 46 minutes each. It's going to take us a little longer than that because we're going to be using, we're going to be taking very liberal. We're going to be using that rewind button and using the pause button and slow-moing it. So we're going to try to get as much out of these live streams as we can. And we'll just go ahead and give it a start.
Is the HPT.
Sit right down, put on your poker face, you with the big dogs down. Better bring your best game, dog. Trash all you want to me.
So Heartland Poker Tour. I gotta say I don't really recognize any of these guys except for Aaron Massey. We're gonna go ahead and just start kind of writing down all their names here, though. What I'm gonna do is I have a little notebook. I would suggest that when you guys are watching, a live stream, if you just want to watch it to kind of chill out and enjoy yourself, but by all means crack open a beer, whatever. But if you're trying to actually improve your game, I would definitely you have to be an active watcher. So get your notebook out, get your pencil out, and be prepared to do a lot of pauses. And what I do is I go and get a notebook and I write a whole page on every person at the table. So I think that if we start again, just kind of rewind here. So we've got this guy, Ryan Olson. We'll just give him a full page. Okay, Ryan, we are going to be studying you. Stony553. Yeah, the game itself, the commentary, if you guys can't hear it, I'll turn it up just a little bit, but it's not going to be as important as, as us watching it. So, Ryan Olson gets his own page. Oh, sorry, guys, for... We've got Aaron Massey gets his own page, so we flip the next page. Aaron Massey, all right. What a beast. We've got Amari Love. That sounds like a porn star name. Kind of interesting. You see, Edward O'Connor gets his own page. We've got this guy George Deist, also sporting the BCP patch. That's something that the Massey brothers and a couple of those their Chicago buddies came up with. Stands for Big Cock Poker. Let's see. Develop, thanks for joining us. Stony553, thanks for joining us, guys. You're just right in time. Right in time. We're just getting started. And, John Grace gets his own page. Nick Schwarman, you get your own page. So each one of these guys is going to just get a notebook page to just kind of review what they've done. Nemesio Allegado gets his own page. And finally, we've got Joseph Hebda. Is that it? Is that the full table? So the only guys I've heard of develop, the only guy I heard of before before now is Aaron Massey. I got a feeling that George Dietz has to be kind of a name, and Nick Schwarman, I think maybe I've heard of him too. And if we're studying these guys, if like we were going to be making a final table with one of them the next day, or like making a day 2 with one of these guys, I mean, a lot of times what I'm going to be doing, on the end of a day 1 of a 3-day event, for example, if you're coming out for the Colossus, the World Series of Poker, they're going to be popping out, the seat redraws for day 2. So sometime about maybe 3 in the morning, you'll be able to see all your seat redraws and look each one of them up on Hind and Mob, right? Take a look at what their what their stats are, see if what kind of experience they have, how many caches they have, and if they are some sort of player that's had some moderate success on the tournament trail. A lot of times, what you're going to be able to do is find some sort of broadcast like this, and then you're going to basically just attack that player the night before and just put their game under a microscope and see if there's anything you can pick up. So Alchavez says he's heard of Nick and Edward. Again, if we really cared about any of these individual players, we would be focusing more on their Heartland Poker. We would be focusing more on their Hind and Mob stats. But we're just going to go ahead and move on because this is just more for demonstration, just a kind of a chill out viewing party with you guys. So this is all fluff, right? We've got Maria Ho and Fred Neville, and that's one of the problems with I'm going to just mute it here. One of the problems with these streams is most of the time, the majority of it is fluff. The majority of it is just going to be these stupid interviews, highlighting the casino, highlighting the venue, telling about a player, how he grew up or whatever. It's not going to help your game at all. Knowing the back stories doesn't really help as much as being able to actually see how they play, and knowing about like how beautiful the casino is just kind of ridiculous. So, but yet that's what most of it's going to be. In a 45-minute episode, we'll count the number of hands that we're actually able to analyze. Anybody care to guess how many we'll actually see in a 45-minute episode? We've got 2 45-minute episodes today, and I'm gonna. Any guesses? I'm going to put the over/under. I think maybe we see 9. Like the win, baby. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for the sub.
Are we going to see the alerts?
I'm not saying that, I'm like the wind, baby. I'm not saying that what Maria Ho, what she says all through the episode is fluff. I'm saying that all of these, all of the television poker, all of these episodes, they're made to basically sandwich commercial breaks. Okay, so. Between a live stream that's over like 11 hours and a 45-minute show, it's not going to be the live stream is going to be, you're going to be able to get more out of it from a study point of view. Okay, so oh, he called Maria. Oh, Maria Ho. That kind of reminds me of one of my.
We should have the alerts up because we can't see the alerts.
Yeah, I don't have the alerts up.
You don't think you're gonna have the alerts up?
No, not for this. We'll go ahead and we'll thank the subscribers in chat. We don't really need to have the alerts up right now. We're going to try to make this kind of a study, kind of a study session with you guys, and we're doing the viewing party. We're going to really kind of be just studying this up. So I don't want to get too distracted. Of course, we appreciate the subscriptions, and I'm like the wind. We're going to go ahead and shoot you a copy of the Poker Tilt book, and welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for your subscription.
Clarify, you're not dissing the casinos themselves.
What's that?
You're not dissing the casinos when you're saying you don't want to see casinos. You need to clarify that.
I'm not dissing casinos. I'm just saying this is. Yes, you get a copy of the book. Thank you, man. Thank you for the subscription. Okay, look. I'm not dissing anybody. I'm not dissing Maria or Fred. I'm saying that when you're trying to learn about your poker and improve your game, this isn't helping. Okay? What does help is watching actual hands. And it's going to be very few. I'm going to go ahead and say that this kind of helps knowing what the prize jumps are. This helps. I mean, if you look, and it kind of gives you an idea of what is going through their head. If you look at the prize money here, pretty big difference between 9th place, 14,000, first place, 152,000, right? Might buy you a new Civic somewhere around here, buys you a house here. So pretty big jumps, but not until you start getting up to really right around 4th to 3rd, 3rd to 2nd, and anytime you have an actual decimal jump. So if this were a bigger prize pool, if like this was 142,000 and this was like 91,000, that would be a big psychological jump between going through between, even if it's like 95,000 and 100,000. Psychologically, winning 6 figures as opposed to 5 figures is a pretty substantial jump. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on.
Going to take home 152,000 and change.
The prize pool here in the Chicagoland area always like changing money. Maria,
we've got the chip stacks. I mean, this is pretty important to realize. We got Amari Love as the chip leader. Looks like the big blind's going to be 30,000. So 1530 is what we're coming at. Okay, no one's really short stacked. Came out 4th, I think, or 5th. She said she 18. I had aces cracked. It sucked. Okay, so Nick Schwarman, all these guys are between 30 and 90 big blinds. Amari Love has a pretty nice chip lead over all of them.
Amari Love comes into this final table as our chip leader. As you can see, he has just under 2 points.
But none of them are feeling like super desperate.
Grace with 2 million is,
and this is how we watch it. I'm going to say that we're going to get 9 hands in this 45 minutes. So, and the way that they edit them, I mean, keep in mind that they're saying that this is the first hand, but they might have been playing for a while before this hand comes up. They're fitting a whole day of poker into two 45-minute episodes, basically 18 hands. So a lot of magic happens in the editing room. Now, when you're watching these to try to improve your game and pick up tells, you have to keep that in mind, that if you're not watching an actual live stream, if you're watching an edited down version of it, then you really have to be suspect of any sort of timing tells you think that you see, because you might see a hand where you're like, oh wow, he checked awfully quick there, when in actuality, the producers in some room, cut it out, and he spent 2.5 minutes deliberating a check. Okay, so you really need to keep that in mind. But there's still a lot that we can pick up. Yeah, those. I picked one with Aaron Massey on purpose, but it's kind of hard not to pick one with Aaron Massey. She said she 18 because he's just been crushing everything on the HPT. I think that he's taken down 2 or 3 titles. And then like right here we see George Dietz with the big cock poker patch. This is something like the Massey brothers and Kevin Saul put together. Very, very much in your face, big cock poker, right? And now they have George also wearing the patch. So if you're one of these guys, like this guy right here, is that Joe or Ed? I mean, if you're this guy and you all of a sudden you see two people at the table wearing the same patch and kind of goofing off on breaks and stuff, it's pretty intimidating. You're feeling like they're ganging up on you. And we kind of talk about, we'll talk about how players might react to that in the future. But here we go. So one thing that you should notice right off the bat is we got here Nick Schwarman. This is probably not something you want to do. He's looking at his hole cards before it's his turn to act.
We are definitely not short by any.
We look at George here, who's waiting, and that's what that's really what we want you guys to be doing as well. Now, you need to be waiting until it's your turn to act to look. I mean, here we've got this guy. Also, he's already looked at his hole cards, and we can kind of see that he doesn't look too interested. Let's go ahead and rewind. Oh, wow. Okay, so Nick actually has aces here, so this is great. We're going to see exactly how Nick looks at aces. He's looking at it, kind of squeezes at it. We hear a slight snap of the cards. 3, 4, 5. Trying to be very robotic here. 7, 8.
He's going to fold over to Nick Schwarman.
Makes it 65K, so the blinds are 30K. So right off the bat, I kind of like the way that Nick is raising this, right? He's raising the right amount we'd like to see, slightly above, 2 times a big blind. I would even probably be raising 60K here instead. So he makes it 65K, and we just start writing the hand down. Hand 1 under Nick Schwarman's page. We just start with raised 65K at 15K, 30K with ace. And let's see what he looks like here.
Nick's gonna raise with pocket
very
ace.
controlled breath.
Raising hand, Maria. And Nick's raise is gonna have everybody.
Aaron Massey, he's super pro, right? Do you think he peaked early because he doesn't respect player to his right? She said she 18. No, I think that he just peaks early. I think that he can't control himself. He has cards in front of him and he has to look. That's what I think. Here we've got Aaron Massey, who is, a pro's pro, looking at his hole cards.
Aaron Massey now.
Considering and folding. So, I mean, that's what you want to see. You don't want to be looking at your hole cards until it's your turn to act. And you really need to, standardize the way you're looking at them. We got a fold. Looks like this guy in the Clover hat here looked before it was his turn. Then we got George looking 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For 8 seconds he looks. We don't really know how long he's looking, but we're gonna give it credit and say he's looking for 8 seconds. Looks like he's gonna play.
He's going to call the raise.
Tosses it out, kind of go nonchalantly a couple of different trips to his stack, right? Probably yes, it is. Twisting an Oreo is always a tell. Okay, so a couple of different, and now look, he's got the lines here, right? I think that you guys can see the mouse here, right? He's got the kind of the lines here, which are kind of say, okay, let's see what happens. It has potential. Touching the side of his face and eye contact, right?
Final table, we're heads up with Nick Schwarman holding the aces.
And slight aloof. If you were going to try to describe Nick's mood here when he kind of looks and then kind of looks down, it's almost like he's,
Here comes the flop.
a little bit sleepy and condescending is kind of the word I would use. I mean, he almost looks like, you know, like I would say it's almost like a condescending air, which is.
Table, we're heads up with Nick Schwarman holding the aces. Here comes the flop.
You know, he even though he has pocket aces, so much can change, and I kind of feel like
the flop is 8-9.
You know, he's not. Okay, so we got. We're gonna just assume that the timing is right here. Okay, so we've got George. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks over, makes eye contact. 2 quick taps on the felt. Looks back. Looks dejected. This is what a player looks like if he's going to give it up. If you bet into him.
Flop for Nick, though. It's very coordinated. He does have the ace of hearts.
And I gotta think that this is just, you know, clever editing, because I don't think that Nick checks that quickly here, but looks like he did check behind.
In his hand, but I think he's checking back just to pot control, because if he got check raised on the.
So when Nick doesn't give the C bet, I mean, in my opinion, I would be taking a shot here. Let's see if he does.
It would put him in a pretty bad spot.
If someone's going to give up the pre-flop aggression, you take a stab at it. I mean, and he does. Look, George sits here.
That's a cue for George, I think, to lead into Nick now. But actually, that 8 on the turn is a good card for Nick.
Okay, now do you see this? He's holding chips like this. This is what I call an obligation move. Okay, guys? You'll see this a lot. You'll see guys take chips, kind of go like that. I mean, yeah, they are counting them and making sure that they're putting the right amount out, okay? But that also is an obligation move. That means kind of like a, you know, in your head, well, I have to bet this. Have to bet this. You know, so, you know, keep that in mind.
He feels like if
he makes the bet, it looks like he's betting. So he bets 90K, half the pot, right? And making the eye contact. We don't see any forehead lines here. We see you know, a little bit of pacifying neck touching right there, right?
The 9's the now Nick's head, so he's definitely planning on calling this turn bet.
Makes the call.
Nick does make the call.
And I kind of feel like Nick is playing this a little bit passively. I feel like he's worried he's going to get his aces cracked, right? I mean, 9th to 1st, 14,000 to 150,000.
As the pot swells to just over 360,000.
There might be a few scare cards on the river that George might be able to bet Nick off his hand, but not.
So 3 of diamonds is like nothing. It's not going to change anything.
3 of diamonds.
And George is sitting here knowing he can't win. This is what it looks like, deciding whether he's going to actually take a stab at it. He knows he can't win. What's up, Nirenyi? Thank you for joining us in the viewing party.
Very safe river.
George is staging some chips here.
Staging some chips. He's got the that same type of obligation move.
He's gonna fire a bluff out of position and into.
Okay, let's look at that again, because we've got something here. We rewind. It's about 4:30. Staging
some chips here.
And
just king high. He's gonna fire a bluff out of it.
Now, there's a little, very subtle move here when he's putting the chips out. Okay, let's go ahead and rewind this just a little bit. I wish that there was like a way that we could like A to B it. You know, we're still just using the YouTube player. I think that, but I want you to watch for it. And this is something that you're going to see a lot in bluffs, okay? Is when George is putting his chips out, as he's pulling back, there's a slight pause where it's almost like his hand is saying, I wish I could take that back. Okay, watch for that, because a lot of times, I mean, it's one of those things that, you know, it's you see it a lot when people are bluffing. It's like a almost like a you decide your brain decides one thing, but your hand, as soon as you release it, almost like a very, very slight subtle pause. It's kind of like a micro expression in the hand. So let's go ahead and rewind it and see if we can see that again.
With just king high, he's going to fire a bluff out
right there. I don't know if you guys saw that, but these are the kind of things that you need to look for.
With just king high, he's going to
right
fire a bluff out of position.
there. His hand drops it, and as he's pulling back, it like stops and slows down for just a quick second, like, oh, I almost want to take it back. Okay. And a little more pacifying behavior, almost kind of like a little challenging. Lots of eye contact. Lots of eye contact here.
230,000.
Not like a super high blink frequency. And look how much you bet. 230 into how much was it? 230 into, was it 230 into 360? Is that what we just saw? Yeah, 230 into 360. So about 2/3 pot.
230,000.
I think that's a bet size by George if only Nick didn't have such a big hand. But here Nick's just going to call. He doesn't love it though. You can kind of see the grimace on his face. He says he's extremely under-repped, which he is, so he does call.
Extremely under-rep means he hit his hand very well?
No, Fred. Extremely under-repped means he underrepresented his hand. So George could be value betting a lot of hands here where Nick is actually crushing. You know, George could be value betting tens or jacks or any queen, ace king, ace queen, king queen, queen jack, queen 10. He could even be value betting kings here, thinking he's ahead. So that's what underrepresenting means is, so Nick doesn't really know where he's at. He's not calling thinking that the guy's bluffing. If Nick, if Nick played this hand perfectly, we'd see a raise here, right? So he makes the call.
Give your opponent an indication of the strength of your hand because Nick did check back on the flop. It's hard for George to believe that Nick has an overpair in his range.
And Nick is going to scoop this first pot of the day, a big one too, just over 820.
Takes it down. George is a little sheepish, a little embarrassed. Bluff didn't work out. But
Welcome back to the HPT, coming to you.
Who played it better? George or Nick? What do you guys think? I like the way George played it. I feel like he's getting Nick to fold a lot of hands there.
John Grace is still in second.
We got George Dietz.
George Dietz is now our short stack with just under
Dietz.
20 big
blinds remaining at 15 and 30,000 with a 4,000 chip ante. One hand deep into this final table. Nick woke up with aces, scooped a nice size pot. This hand he has to fold. Now we are over to Nemi.
And look, he's wearing the BCP. He's wearing the big cock poker patch too. I mean,
he's gonna make it
okay.
70,000 to go with sixes.
Let's go ahead and rewind this a little bit.
A new kid on the block.
He's
gonna... How irritating would that be if you're with one of these old guys and you look around the table and now there's 3 people who are all like wearing big cock poker patches and joking about how they're gonna take your chips. Yeah, Tressel, I like how he played it. I don't hate the way that George played it. I mean, I probably would be giving up on the river. Just because I feel like in these situations, it's you never have as much fold equity as you think you have in the in those spots, and I feel like putting a player in a position to make a good call is just asking for trouble a lot of the time. But I love his bet on the turn. I love his turn bet, and on the river. I mean, he's looking down. It's kind of a desperation play, but I'm probably just checking down on the river. I'm checking down the river just because I feel like there are so many hands where you're just not going to be able to get him to fold. So I understand how he's feeling though, right? I mean, he's feeling like basically hopeless. We just saw a hopeless bluff because that's the only chance he's got at taking it down. I don't hate it. And I'm like the wind, baby. At what point is it considered collusion? It's a good question. I actually just wrote an article that I'm trying to get into All In Magazine about the difference between explicit and implicit collusion. And, there's a pretty serious rule. Rule 61, I think, in the TDA, which basically spells out, collusion is going to get you disqualified from tournaments. The difference between implicit collusion, where you're trying to just stay away from tough stacks, and explicit collusion often is as simple as a conversation. And really, it comes down to this: whatever strategy you use, as long as you're using that strategy solely for your own benefit, without regard really to the other players, then you're morally in the clear. But as soon as you start, deciding that you are going to act in ways that actually hurt your own equity for the sake of helping someone else's equity in exchange for like a quid pro quo down the line, that's going to be explicit collusion. So, what's up, I Heart Wheelies? Thanks for joining us.
To this final table, Nick woke up with aces.
Okay, so he looks,
Nice
throws
size.
it away, and we've got.
This hand he has to fold.
So check that out. So he's, I think we're under the gun +1, full table, and he actually makes a move there with his hand before he raises. We know he raises because we rewinded the hand. But if you notice what he did here, he made a move forward as if he was going to fold the hand,
He has to fold.
like as if he was going to He's not even sure he wants to play it, and I don't blame him. Pocket 6 is under the gun +1 isn't exactly a great hand, but he actually, players when they have a strong hand are more likely to protect it and draw it in. So when you see these kind of movements, unconscious movements where they're pushing their hand away from them, a lot of times that indicates weakness.
Over to Nemi.
But good for him. He decides, screw it. I'm going to raise. I didn't come here to hope to inch up to 4th. Let's see how we put that out. Let's just rewind it again.
This hand he has to fold. Now we are over to Nemi.
Nemi. Yep. We had that same kind of, I wish I could have that back move that we saw before. We got Nemi, Nemesio.
Once a new kid on the block.
Well, we got him thinking, I like Aaron because he's the kind of player who's going to look down at any 2 cards here and think maybe this is a decent spot to play back at him, but it doesn't look like he's going to.
Never was.
Amari Love making very quick actions if we can trust the timing of the stream.
Next to go. He was once part of.
And it looks like this guy is. If I'm going to guess, going to be playing the hand, and he already looked at it at his cards.
No, I'm kidding about that too.
Maybe not. No, playing the hand.
And now over to.
We can actually see. This is kind of fun. We can actually see his fight or flight instincts here, right? Kicking in, looking at the way he's breathing. Yeah. So he decided he's playing the hand already. If one of these guys had bothered to look over, they'd be able to see right there. You can see he's looked at, he's kind of perked up, his eyes went straight to Nemi, and we see a little bit of eye watering here, and this is adrenaline, this is a fight or flight instinct going on. A lot of times it's going to mean a strong hand, but not like a nutty nut hand. We'll see. We'll see what he has. I don't know what he's got, but now he's probably going to have aces now that I said that. But let's just see. It's the kind of hand that someone is getting ready for a fight. Think about the way somebody looks like when you're at a bar and they've had a little too much to drink and now they're going to fight you. This is what it is. So, Far Gone Elite, thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us, Deckopoly. Let's see what he's got. What do you guys think he's got? Ace Queen, pocket 9s, maybe pocket 10s.
To go. He was once part of Boys to Men. No, I'm kidding about that too.
He
And now
decides
over to Edward O'Shea.
that it looks like just a call. He didn't have the the hesitation drop. He didn't have any sort of obligation move. He looks like he's just hoping that. I mean, all these guys look pretty nervous. What has he got? Ace Queen. Can we call it or what, boys? Ace Queen. Shit.
Is the
Of Joseph Head.
Shit, guys. I'm sorry. I just messed up there.
10 off and Joseph behind him.
Oh shit. You know what? We accidentally. There we go.
Action folds around to the 2 seat.
Sorry, guys.
Aaron Massey. Once a
Still, we're gonna get something better to use for future viewing parties besides this YouTube player. So we actually did have Ace Queen suited,
Love. Next to go.
and so Nemesio, he makes it 70K at the 30K big blind level. So he's looking at 2 1/3 big blinds, UTG +1 with 6s. I can't blame him for that. I mean, that's pretty good bet sizing. Yeah, sorry for the spoilers. I meant to hit play instead I hit next. So
He was once part of Boys to Men. No, I'm kidding about that too. And now over
George Dietz just doing great. I mean, look at what he's looking at. We got Amari Love. He's paying attention in the hand too. Both of them are looking at exactly the right spot. I like exactly where these guys are looking. They're both looking at the active player, looking at how he's putting the chips in. I mean, look at these two players. Both of them paying attention to how he's putting them in. So, good job, Amari. Good job, George. This is why these players are making final tables. Okay, so we did see some sort of little flare there, a hand flare. If you notice, this wasn't a I wish I could have those back. This was kind of like a subtle second drop. So after we see this guy, Edward, let's go ahead and see if we can't just rewind that one more time. You see he kind of taps the table after he puts his chips out, and then resets, quick reset.
next to go.
Oh, man, he's nervous. Oh my God, this could be bad. This could be bad. He's
And
thinking.
now over to Edward O'Shea.
Yep. Do you see that little tap there?
Who wakes up with suited ace queen.
He is. He looks like his head's gonna explode. You know, he looks like he. Hey, you got a little. We actually have a hard swallow. So now we have George Dietz with the pocket threes. If you're George Dietz here, I mean, we just saw George Dietz actually lose a pretty big hand. So I think George is looking at 500,000 now. So he's actually looking at less than. He's kind of in that tween stack. I hope that we don't see an early exit by George because I really like the way he's playing. I'm liking how he's playing. But when he looks down at pocket threes, this is kind of trouble because it's pretty tempting to just shove here, and if he shoves, he's out the door. Welcome to the stream, Joe. Welcome to the stream. She said she 18. I hope he's not shoving. I'm like the wind. Yeah, so Stack Hobby was actually 3 big cock poker patches at the table. We got George wearing one. Who else did we have one? Who else was wearing one? I can't remember. The guy in the 9 seat was wearing one. Not sure what his name is. Ryan Olson, I think is his name. We'll see. Okay, so George, tell me that you just call here, and you've got the tween stack. So there's really no difference between having 14 big blinds and having 13 big blinds. Tell me that you just make the call and have basically a free set mining opportunity.
I like this call by Edward here. I don't really think a 3-bet is needed because Nemi and Edward are both fairly deep, and his hand plays really.
He's thinking about shoving. Please don't shove. And Maria Ho's right. I like just calling with the ace queen suited too. He's got position. I would be more inclined to raise with ace queen offsuit, but just go ahead and see a flop. Play some poker. They're both fairly deep.
Really well post flop, so there's really
George,
no
don't
need
do
to
it. Don't shove,
get
George.
yourself into a tough spot.
Set mine, buddy. Set mine. There you go. Nicely played. Nicely played.
Why not set mine? He's going to make the call. And the big blind of John Grace is also going to make the call.
And I mean, I hope that we see a hand like you know, ace queen 3, just that we can kind of yeah, I'm like the wind, baby. It's not a bad play. I don't like it. I don't like the play because I feel like especially when you have a player to your right who's exhibiting those kind of fight or flight tells and you are the super short stack, there's no way he's getting through without seeing, you know, without having to actually win the hand, without actually having to win the showdown. But I agree. I mean, it's so tempting that if he makes the shove here with pocket 3s, no one's going to fault him.
With 4 deuce of spades. Now this is a situation where
Okay, so we've got John basically just, you know, putting in with 4 deuce of spades in the big blind, which I don't hate. You know, he's getting it's basically a min raise, and he's getting you know, 7 to 1 with implied odds. Might as well, you know, see if you can't hit some magic flop. Why not? Take a look at that. We've got the little we've got the hard press of the lips, which, you know, he doesn't like it. You know, he's actually kind of thinking that maybe he should have. I think right now he's actually thinking, oh, I should have shoved.
where I don't really feel like it's necessary to defend the big blind.
But it also could just be that he's upset, you know, and frustrated with his, you know, the chip position he's found himself in after that desperation bluff on the river against Nick. So.
I think he's getting the right pot odds, though. There's 3 other people in the pot, and obviously with 4.
She said she 18. That fight or flight instinct isn't nervousness. Don't mistake that, you know, the fight or flight instinct that we saw from Edward as nervousness. That's getting ready for a confrontation. When you see that kind of fight or flight, those mannerisms exhibited, you know, the heavier breathing, the eyes watering, the you know, getting ready for it. I mean, if you see that on the street, if you see that in the bar, you can't assume that, you know, if you go up and push him and say, "Hey, get out of here," that he's gonna be like, "Oh, sorry." You know, he's getting ready for a fight. So you shouldn't be, you know, mistaking that as a sign of nervousness and weakness. Fight or flight does not mean weak. Okay, so.
You just don't want to get committed if you.
Okay, so we've got the Queen 7-4. George is done with the hand. John probably done with the hand. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that. Well, who knows who wins this, because I don't. It wouldn't surprise me if this just gets checked around.
By flopping the joint, Maria meant a stroke.
Check. You know, so he checked twice, pretty quick. Made some, you know, making eye contact. This is the look of a guy who's giving it up. He's done with the hand. This is also probably a guy who's giving it up and done with the hand, but he also is kind of thinking, you know, he's got some potential here. I'd be really surprised if we see either one of these guys check raise if Nemi decides to go for a C bet, which I don't really think Nemi should. If I'm Nemi here, I'm probably just checking behind as well, because against 3 opponents, the chances of that C bet getting through just fall through the floor.
4-7 rainbow, and they check it over to Nemi, and
he does anyway. Okay. I don't like it, but at the same time, it's a dry board. It's going to be hard for any of them to continue if they don't have a jack. I just don't think that you get away with it enough to make it a solid move here. It's not horrible. Stackopoly. Yeah, the 4-2 of spades squeeze play also looks pretty tempting.
6s in his mind, though, because he feels like he would.
Okay, so he bets 95K into a 306K pot. So betting less than 1/3 pot. I mean, this could be trouble. What we're seeing here is Nemi is definitely adjusting his bet amounts. No question in my mind that if Nemi had, you know, pocket queens or ace jack, pocket 7s, his bet sizing is going to be much different and much heavier. And I think that what we're seeing with Nemi is that he's adjusting his post flop bet, you know, his bet sizing amount based on hand strength, and that's almost always something you can take advantage of.
I think he's getting the right pot odds, though. There's 3 other. people in the pot. And obviously with 4 deuce, you just don't want to get committed if you flop a pair, but I think he's just trying to flop a joint.
By flopping the joint,
Okay,
Maria-
two taps. We're seeing George give that 2 taps and looking, 2 taps and eye contact, 2 taps, eye contact. Pretty serene. That is a very calm expression because, he's not really going to be losing much here.
A straight.
The flop is...
And, not even bothering to get off of the rail.
Jack 4-7 rainbow, and they check it over to Nemi.
Let's see if we see it like an obligation move we talked about.
Bet here.
Nope, no obligation move. No, no takebacks move.
Flop for 6 and hit my no.
And I don't hate it. The way that he bet that actually was pretty good. Hard to read there. So nice bet, Nemi. I don't like the bet sizing amount. It's just like you're not even conscious of what you're doing there. It's not even a third pot. Like if you were going to express that in a fraction, he's not going to be able to do it. 95K into 306. I don't love it, but the way he bet was pretty decent.
Because he feels like he would have.
And we've got Edward completely missing the flop, but he's also very suspicious here. He feels like he could probably take it away with a bet. He's thinking to himself, I bet I could move him off the hand. But he's also, he looks disappointed. He looks like a kid who was expecting a bike for Christmas and instead got a chess set. So.
A big pair
But look at that. So he makes the grimace micro expression, like okay. And this is actually the way that he's making this move is it's an expression of confidence if you take a look.
And he's thinking people with overcards probably missed.
So does he? It looks like. It looks like he's just getting call chips, which if you're going to continue to play the hand, I don't like calling here. If he thinks that if he thinks he's ahead, I like the raise. If he thinks that he's behind but can get Nemi off of it, I like the raise. I don't really like the float, but it looks like that's what he's going to do.
He's going to float him here on the flop from the button. George is going to fold his pocket 3s, and I suspect John's going to fold his 4 deuce.
Hey, what's up, 9 Iron? Good to see you in the chat. I also want to thank the Heartland Poker Tour for letting us use the episode for our very first viewing party.
Who's here?
Well, it looks like he's getting ready to fold.
I think Edward thinks that his ace high might be.
But he's also kind of thinking that John's also kind of thinking that the hand does have potential. He's got backdoor flush draws. He's got 2 pair and trip outs. And he's getting 5-1. It wouldn't really surprise me if he makes the call. I don't think he does, though. I think he just gives it up.
Good here. He also has backdoor possibilities.
And he does.
John does elect to lay down his hand.
It would have been interesting to see what John does if Edward doesn't make the call. I think John might continue with the hand if Edward doesn't make the call there.
On the turn we go right now.
But it's pretty hard to make that overcall. Okay, so let's look at the blink frequency. Pretty high, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's
sixes.
He's making a lot of stare down, eye contact against Nemi. And now the flop is coming out, and you can see Edward immediately looks to the flop as it's coming out. Or not the flop, the turn, as it's coming out, which is a mistake. Guys, when the flop comes out and when the turn comes out and the river comes out, keep on looking at your opponents. Keep on looking at them. The cards that come out on the board aren't going to change. Okay, so I don't like the way that he averts his gaze to look at the turn, hoping to catch up, I guess. He's hoping for an ace or a queen or a diamond or something.
The turn is the queen of spades.
Wow, and he gets it. Okay, so we got Nemi, who looks pretty uncomfortable here. I mean, if you saw, I mean, he's making some pretty hard swallows. And he checks. He's just done with the hand. He decided that Edward probably has him beat, and I'm going to be surprised if Edward doesn't take a stab at this pot. I would guess somewhere around half pot, maybe maybe like 200,000 or 250,000. If I'm Edward, I'm making it half pot. If he makes it more, I think it's a bad bet because he's basically scaring. It's basically a scared bet. So
it's going to be very hard for Nemi.
He makes quite a number of checks.
Continue with this hand. There's a lot of overcards to his sixes, and when Edward did just call him on the flop, I think Nemi was thinking he might have had a jack already.
So he's looking pretty confident now with his bet. And how much is he doing?
As you would expect, is going to bet. He fires up
125,000. So he actually makes makes less than a quarter size bet. Okay.
125,000.
It's a little bit on the smaller side, but he's very certain that he has the best hand here, and Nemi is going to check fold.
Maria, I think personally Edward probably would have fired on the button whether he hit that queen or not.
I do too.
And that's definitely the intention when you do float someone, is if you don't hit to improve, then you are...
Okay, good hand, boys. Good hand.
When they check to you.
Blinds are going up. They're now 20 and 40,000 with a 5,000 chip ante, as this final table is still in its youthful stages.
Again, you got to love Aaron Massey. Such a pro. He's sitting there. If you look at, like... Look at this is why the guy keeps on making and winning these HPTs. Look at what he's doing here. So he's got the cards are out, and Aaron is looking at the players to his left. He's not looking at his cards. He's looking at the players to his left. He's looking at the way that other players are looking at their hole cards. He's not too worried about this guy because this guy's under the gun, and his range is probably pretty low if he's going to play the hand.
Youthful stages, 9-handed.
And let's see how Aaron looks at it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No stranger to the HPT, mate.
I'm going to tell you guys one thing that I don't like about what Aaron is doing here is he's looking at his cards in a vertical, like in a horizontal alignment. Let me see if I can't find a deck here. And this is. When you are, when you're looking at, when you're doing a peek, and when you're doing your whole card peek, you got your cards on the table, right? We'll just pretend that this is the table. It's better to have them in a vertical alignment like this, so that when you're making the peek, you can make a better, you're basically trying to make a cave with your hands, and you can make a better cave with your hands with a vertical alignment, as opposed to a horizontal alignment. When you're looking at them horizontally as opposed to vertically, right? You're giving yourself more surface area for someone to be able to whole card peek you. So if I had so far my only criticism about Aaron Massey's game is that he is that he doesn't have his whole cards in the way that I think is probably the proper way to have your whole cards aligned. Other than that, I'm liking it. We did hear two of those little card snaps, right? We heard the, but again, it's hard to make put a lot of weight into that with you got to worry about the editing and
HPT final table, right,
gives it a fold. Amari, playing very quickly.
A couple years back, Amari Love also.
And if you look at George, his face was, he's pretty frustrated of how this is going. He basically lost half his stack on the first hand. Not feeling too good about it.
And yet, now over to Edward again, and Maria, lightning strikes twice. Ace queen back to back.
And in an unopened pot, Edward is going to raise here. He makes it 85,000 to go.
Now over to John Grace. He's going to lay it down. Nick also folds. Nemi's turn to decide what to do.
Looking for a little payback maybe from the last hand. He's going to complete from the small blind with King 3 of hearts. And the big blind of Joseph Hebda is going to fold.
So Edward making it 85,000. I think we're still at the 30K, so it's almost a full 3x, here, which I'm not loving.
Flop a flush draw.
And when you say 3-bet, you're thinking if you're gonna play a hand like King 3 through, you might as well raise with it as opposed to just flatting with it.
Well, I just think that Edward raised from middle position, so you never know how strong his hand is.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to take a little bathroom break. I'll leave it going, and you guys can talk about the hands in chat.
After the flop, Nemi checks, and Edward fires the continuation bet to 120,000, and with a second nut flush draw, Nemi is not going anywhere. In fact, he's gonna go all in.
And now it's 395,000 for Edward to call, but he's going to quickly fold. I don't know. If I were Edward, I would have thought about it a little bit. You know that Nemi's probably not going to play a 9 like that, so that board is fairly draw heavy. It's very possible he has a draw, and it just depends on if Edward wants to get it in with ace high there and hope that it holds.
Action in this hand will start with Aaron Massey. Aaron has 25 career final tables with 8 wins and about 1.5 million in earnings. Very impressive. He folds. Amari Love here is a stock analyst in the Chicago area.
Hot.
Maria's a big fan. Edward's going to fold. George is going to fold. Now over to John Grace.
I feel like people hypersexualize women in poker all the time. I'm going to start doing that with guys. I'm just going to be like, if a male bartender walks by, I'm like, he's good looking.
There you go.
Look at that. Look at those calves.
Maria says things like that to me all the time.
Nick raises to 80K with ace 7 offsuit, and Ryan's going to defend the big blind here with ace 4.
I always tell people I have a 6-pack. I just have a lot of insulation around it so it doesn't get cold. Flop is 3-7-5 rainbow.
And Ryan has flopped a gut shot to the wheel here. Nick has flopped top pair with the ace kicker. And Ryan's going to check it over. Nick's going to comfortably bet 85,000.
Nick had a very deep run at the 2013 World Series main event last summer. Also is a past HPT champion, has made a few HPT final tables.
I like this raise by Ryan, actually. I think a lot of the times he's just going to get Nick to fold on flop textures like this. Ryan can easily represent this flop defending from the big blind.
Call.
And Nick is going to move his entire stack in and risk his tournament life going all in. And Ryan quickly calls, and I don't love that call by Ryan because I think it's very difficult for him to feel like Nick is bluffing in this spot after Ryan check raised him. But maybe there's been some past history between these players.
Turn is the 9 of hearts. When Ryan quickly called, you saw a grimace come over Nick's face. I think he thought he was beat. Usually when you get snapped like that, you are, but Nick just needs to fade the deuce on the river.
The river is the king of diamonds, and Nick is going to double up. And Ryan and Nick have very similar chip stacks at the start of this hand, so Ryan's going to be pretty much crippled now.
Almost 2.5 million in chips in that pot. Floor reconciles everything. We will take a quick break and come right back here to the East Chicagoland area for more great poker action. You're watching the HPT. Thanks for coming back to the HPT. One of these players remaining is going for the top prize of over $150,000. Let's get back to the final table and watch this action.
Amari Love still comfortably sitting as our chip leader, and with that big hand right before break, Nick Schwarman has moved up into the second spot. We've got George Dietz with 9 big blinds, and Ryan Olson, our shortest stack, knocked down after that hand to 4 big blinds.
Ryan looking for a small miracle here in a rush of cards to build up that chip stack. Blinds continuing on at 20 and 40,000 with a 5,000 chip ante, and it looks like it will be Ed Oshana under the gun here. Ed has just under 900,000 in career earnings. And now over to George Dietz. He lays it down. And this is John Grace. Started out this table second in chips. He's a 60-year-old retiree.
Nick raises to 80,000 with 9s, and Nemi calls with ace-10 suited right behind him. Action folds back around.
And that other end of the table with Aaron Massey and Amari Love, they are itching to get involved in these pots. As the flop on this hand comes deuce, 4, queen with a couple of hearts. Second in chips, he's a 60-year-old retired. And now over to George Dietz. He lays it.
Sorry, guys. So, are we still at 30K blind levels? Because we're seeing something right here with Nick Schwarman's pre-flop raise, right? We're seeing, yeah. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Bastar. Thanks for joining us in the viewing party. So we're seeing something with Nick Schwarman's raise. He's making it 80K here. I will put hand 4. Who knows what the real hand is? We'll, but...
You should ask if they had any questions.
So he's putting 80K here, like under the gun +2.
We've got George Dietz with 9 big blinds, and Ryan Olson, our shortest stack, knocked down after that hand to 4 big blinds.
Ryan looking for a small miracle here in a rush of cards to build up that chip stack. Blinds continuing on at 20 and 40,000 with a 5,000 chip ante, and it looks like it will be Ed
Middle
O'Connor
position, under the gun +3.
Ed has just under 900,000 in career earnings. And now over to George Dietz. He lays it down. And this is John.
Okay, so we got another pre-flop raise by Nick. Seems like it's quicker. And seems like it's more exhibiting optimistic instead of an aloof condescension. We saw him making it 65K with aces, and he did it in a very almost like a Sleepy Hollow kind of way.
Second in chips, he's a 60-year-old.
And you'll also notice that there was a little more of a fling there than we saw with his 65K. We're going to go ahead and now what we do here, so we've got Nick Schwarman raised to 80K with 9s. And, what I do is I actually go ahead and put the timestamp on it. So 1409. Later on, if I really want to analyze Nick, if he's the one that I'm really trying to put under the microscope, we're going to try to take all of his hands and put them together and see the differences in how he raises with 9s and how he raises with aces. Right now, make sure you're checking. Yep, I will. Right now, guys, we're just we're just taking a look at his bet sizing, and so he makes it 80K. Which means there's 105 in there already. I think that what that basically means is that now he's making. I think that the blinds have probably raised to 2040. I don't think that we're playing 1530 anymore. So his pre-flop raise amount now is exactly 2x. He made it a little more than 2x with aces in about the same position. Now he's making it 2x exactly with pocket 9s. A little bit of a variance there, but it could be that he's just doing the kind of tapering off that I suggest that we do, and that he wasn't quite at that 2x level when he made the raises with made the raise with his pocket rockets. So. Let me just check out the make sure I didn't miss any twits or anything. Okay, if you got any questions, go ahead and pop it in. We got Nemi making a call. That actually was we actually did see one of those I wish I could take this back move right here. Usually you see those kind of we'll call those take back motions. Okay, usually you see those kind of take back motions when you're the aggressor and you're bluffing. Sometimes you're going to see those kind of take back motions when you're making a call, and it's almost like his hand is like, oh, I probably shouldn't make this call here, but it's too late.
1,000 in career earnings, and now over to George Dietz. He lays it down. And this is John Grace. Started out this table second in chips. He's a 60-year-old retiree.
Nick raises 80,000 when...
It's amazing how much friendlier people look when they have hands like pocket nines than when they have pocket aces. It really is.
Nines, and Nemi calls with ace-10 suited right behind him. Action folds back around.
And that other end of the table with Aaron Massey and Amari Love, they are itching to get involved in these pots. As the flop on this hand comes deuce, 4, queen with a couple of hearts.
So we got Nick with the pre-flop aggression, deciding not to c-bet. And I don't like it. I mean, you know, if I have pocket nines here and it comes queen 4-2, I'm definitely going to c-bet into Nemi. I don't understand what his game plan is here. Playing pretty timid. I mean, maybe he's going for a check raise, or maybe he spotted something. But I don't think he spotted anything. I think that he, you know, if you look, he's staring right at the flop. He's not really looking at the other guy. I think that he's just giving up way too much value here by going for a c-bet. Now, it just so happens that, you know, I could be wrong. It could be that he's making that check because he's just making a stone cold perfect read on Nemi, and he knows that Nemi just crushed the flop. You know, I don't think so.
It's a pretty good flop for both players.
And he can't help himself. He's basically just, he has to be watching what he's doing, and you know, it's good. He's watching how he's putting the bets out, which is good. Very subtly, you see the eye contact. He's paying attention to it. And then we got this guy. Who's just, thinking about thinking about mowing his lawn. This is not what you want to be doing in a hand here. I mean, he's at a final table. He needs to be looking here too. He needs to be looking here. Instead, he's just kind of looking at the flop, waiting for the next hand.
Only one overcard to Nick's nines, and Nemi's flopped the nut flush draw. And Nick decides to check it over to him, not wanting to play a big pot here.
I mean, I hate that he didn't c-bet.
A little bit of a small.
And she said she 18. I think that's a pretty good. I think that's a pretty good suggestion. You know.
Style here that I'm seeing.
Nick makes the call and then checks in the dark.
Checking in the dark. Ugh. Yeah, I hate it. I hate to check in the dark.
The turn is the 6 of hearts, and
now we get to see how Nemi looks when he is crushing. This is the nutty nut. So if we're going to be trying to put Nemi under the microscope, we're going to go ahead and put a little, a time mark in our notebook here. 14:58 is what would put the time mark on our notebook, and would, put a star on it, nuts, right? And then we would compare how he makes this bet to how he makes that pocket sixes bet, right? That we saw earlier, where he was just basically c-betting, give it up. So this is the look of Nemi. This is the look of Nemesio Allegato when he has the absolute nuts. Now, how much does he bet here? The last time we saw him make the bet. Let's rewind just a little bit to get, to kind of understand what they're doing with the bet sizing.
They are itching to get involved in these pots as the flop on this hand comes.
So on a 265, we had Nick giving up the c-bet. We have Nemesio. I can't remember how much he bets. Anybody remember how much he bet here? But
pretty good flop for both players. There's only one overcard to Nick's nines, and
so he bet 110 into 265. So we would write that down too, right? So on the fourth hand we see, it's not necessarily hand 4 in the tournament. I mean, they could have been playing with each other for 2 hours. This is the magic of the editing room, and this is like why you really can't trust the 45-minute edited down segments like you can actually watching the full live stream. So he bets 110K into 265 which somewhere between a third. It's more than a third, less than a fourth. So if you're going to express it in a fraction, it's 2.65 to 11, which basically 2.6 to 1. So 1 and 3.6, something around there. So we're seeing him. We're definitely seeing from Nemi, right? We're seeing a change in his post-flop bet amount based on hand strength. When he bet less than a third of the pot, is this right? No. When he bet less than a third of the pot with his sixes, he was willing to give it up. Now he's betting, he's betting more than a third of the pot with a pretty strong hand.
He's flopped the nut flush draw, and Nick decides to check it over to him, not wanting to play a big pot here. A little bit of a small.
And yeah, develop. It is something you just kind of have to ease your way into. All of the understanding the pot sizing and being able to count the chips. I mean, it just comes with practice. Nobody sat down at the table and was born knowing how to play poker. So it's just something that comes with practice. I wouldn't be that that stressed out about it, because the fact is, the majority of people have trouble with it. It's pretty rare for someone to be able to just look at a stack and tell you how many chips are in the stack. And don't worry about being slow. It's that's just part of it.
Ball Daniel Negreanu style here.
Okay, so I hate that. So not only do we get a dark check, but he's actually verbalizing his check. Check. I mean, I hate it. Nick, what are you doing? Don't verbalize your actions. Don't check in the dark. Don't check or bet in the dark. It's a sucker move. It's something that you're going to do. Maybe you do in cash games just to kind of level your opponents or make it feel like it's loose, friendly, whatever. But you're at a final table of a tournament playing for a house. Just so far, I'm not liking it.
That I'm seeing.
Hey, Jacob Diaz, thanks for saying so, man.
Nick makes the call and then checks in the dark.
The turn is the 6 of hearts, and
The problem with the way that Nick checked, he verbally announces check in the dark, is that he has to expect that Nemi is going to, bet. When you make that kind of, is anyone ever doing that with a set of queens or a set of fours or a set of twos? Is anyone ever doing that with a pair of aces? We saw how he played a pair of aces. He didn't, he didn't verbalize anything. Instead he, kind of, very Sleepy Hollow type, played it with kind of this air of condescension that. That's what you see when you got really nutty hands. It's kind of interesting. So Nemi here, this is what we would be comparing to his sixes hand. And we're also going to be comparing his bet amount here to when he was betting the flush draw. So I'm gonna take a stab at this and say that he actually bets more than a third. It wouldn't surprise me if I can't quite see. I don't know what the colors are for his chip counts, but it wouldn't surprise me if he makes it, like 240, 250. Even more. We could even see him making even more than a half pot size bet here with the nuts, because I think that he's varying his bet amounts based on hand strength, which is always problematic. So let's see.
Has hit his nut flush. Nick checks it over to him again.
And this is why I like semi-bluff.
220.
Like
yeah.
Because Nick made...
So pretty close to a half pot size bet there. And let's go ahead and rewind it just a little bit and see how he put the chips in. Again, we can't we can't assume that he's doing it as quickly as they're showing it because so much magic happens in that editing room, but we can at least see, I mean, this isn't edited. They're not editing this footage here, so we can at least see how long it takes them to put it in. If we see that kind of take back move, keep in mind that any sort of tell that you spot on a player, you really want to be able to get correlation multiple times. Otherwise, you're going to be running into you're going to be spotting tells that aren't actually even there. So let's see, if he has that kind of take back move with the nutty nut hand, then maybe we say, okay, what we think we saw we didn't actually see.
And now Nemi has hit his nut flush. Nick
lots of staging.
Again.
And this is why I like semi.
And that wasn't a take back move. That was like a flare. That was like a woo. That wasn't like I wish I could take that back. That was like a ta-da. Okay, so we got a little difference here in the way people bet, the nut flush and the way they bet the small pocket pair that they're going to be giving up. So let's see if Nick is able to hear the sirens.
Yeah, but if Nick does put him on the queen, he can't really call either.
That's right.
The problem here that Nemi might not get paid off.
But Nick talks about underrepresenting his aces earlier. I mean, he underrepresented this hand too because that verbal check declaration in the dark is just basically asking the guy to bet again. So now he has to decide. He's got this is not the kind of stare down that we saw when he felt like he was ahead. This is the kind of stare down where he is very insecure about the hand. Now, if he makes this call, here, and Nemi has less than a nut flush, Nemi really should be value betting on the river. Because this is the look of someone who is weak. This is the look of someone who doesn't, who can't beat top pair and is not sure where they're at in the hand. He's looking for any excuse to call. I think he folds though. He's the kind of person who's going to be giving up a seat bet opportunity on a queen 4-2 flop. I think it's the kind of person who's going to, be seeing flushes everywhere. So.
If Nick does call here on the turn and Nemi fires again,
actually speaks to the guy. I mean, at this point, I think that the hand's all but over. But
I don't see Nick calling the river bet, so I think his decision is really.
As soon as you start seeing a guy like Nick talk to the opponent, it's done.
River bet from Nemi with that board, so he is gonna fold.
Nick, a very
not a good turn card. So I mean, you can't really fault the way that Nick played it. I mean, he played it perfect, right? He checked to the nut flush draw. If the turn wasn't, I mean, except the dark check, if the turn wasn't a heart, maybe he maybe he even check raises there with his pocket nines. I mean, we don't really know, but okay, let's move on. Look how happy Nemi is. Look how happy he is. Look how happy he is. The hand turned out well. He gets to stack chips. Aww. Look at that. That is just such genuine happiness. One thing that I like doing at the poker table, I know this sounds kind of weird, is I go back to something that Melissa Hayden said to me in 2003 when I was making a deep run, and she said, remember, don't be scared of any of them Dutch. They're all just little boys inside. And I thought about that. And every once in a while when I'm like walking around the halls of the Rio, I rewind in my head to like when I was like a 7 or 8 year old little kid in Cub Scouts, right? And I imagine everyone else like walking around in their like hoodies and their sunglasses and their headphones, or walking around and they were all like 7 and 8 year old kids, and here you could see it again. You can imagine Nemi as like a 7 or 8 year old kid who just won a great big pot of Tootsie Rolls. He's just yay, Nemi. Good luck, buddy. Thinking about players in those kind of terms definitely makes it easier not to feel intimidated. Because just a little mind trick that you can use. It's kind of like imagining the audience in their underwear. Imagine your opponents at the table as grade schoolers, and it kind of makes it easier to take it for what it is.
Needed is he's one of the shorter on the
so Bastar, no, I wouldn't be checking there. The problem with making that check is you're really missing out on a lot of value against some bigger hands. Let's see, did you answer the pot size bet question from Jacob? What size would you use here? Yeah, I did. So Jacob, I would have been using a half pot size bet, a little bit higher than Nemi. And I wouldn't be slow playing at best start. The problem with slow playing the hand is that a lot of times you're going to be able to get calls on the turn and the river, but there's you could miss that turn and river bet if, let's say, the river has another heart, and now you're really not going to be getting a lot of value. There's a lot of scare cards that can hit on the river where you're just not going to get value. Let's say that Nick had Queen Jack, of spades, right? He's going to probably call that turn bet, and if there's no heart, he's probably going to call the river bet too. But there's a lot of scare cards that can also hit the river. An ace or a king might shut him down and make him decide that he's no good. Any heart is definitely going to basically suck any value out of your hand. So and in those weird situations where Nick has a huge hand, you're just giving up so much value. So no, I don't think that slow playing there is the right move, Bastar. But that being said, if I felt like he wasn't going to call on the turn, and I was pretty sure he wasn't going to call on the turn, and the way that Nick checked in the dark kind of suggested he's not going to call on the turn, maybe you slow play. It's just kind of a judgment call, but most of the time I'm not slow playing that hand. Yeah, 9, 9, and 12 is the same concept, right? I mean, these aren't poker geniuses. These are just people. They're just people like you and me,
So action in this hand, it looks like it's going to be on George.
Now look at that. So George actually, if you look at it, he's looking at it, and he's just like, he's feeling very frustrated. He actually gives Aaron a little.
So action in this hand,
It looks here like he kind of looks at Aaron and is like, waiting for the hand.
And action just starts folding around.
And Nemi still very happy. Who knows how many hands we've played since the Ace 10 of Hearts hand, and now it's one hand on the broadcast.
He plans on using whatever money he wins here to take a vacation, boy. If he takes the top spot.
Okay, now let's take a look again how he throws those out. We don't see the ta-da flare that we saw before. Do we see a take back move?
Using whatever
kind of a little bit. I don't know that I would really be able to pick it up in real time if there was anything there. And we got this guy who's just like, basically, he hasn't played a hand yet. We got a Mario who hasn't played a hand yet.
Pretty much anywhere he wants to go.
And Amari has been before he was playing really, really fast. I don't know if he's already looked at his whole cards or not, but I kind of feel like he's already made the decision that he's raising here. I think that he's in the small blind, right? So this looks to me like he's already made the decision to raise, whether with whatever he's got. We'll see if he actually looks at him.
80,000 to go with fours here. He's been fairly active so far at this final table, but it's all.
And yeah, that's good enough.
Been pretty standard spots.
Okay, so we hear that. I don't know if you heard that, guys, but that was a pretty hard snap. And I don't think that was coming. I don't think that was like editing. That was. This was real.
Nemi plans on using whatever money he wins here to take a vacation, boy. If he takes the top spot, you take a private jet pretty much.
I would have liked to see if Amari would have raised much, much lighter. And actually, he might slow play now that he actually has such a nutty hand. We'll.
To go.
Yeah, but let's see. Hey, what's up, Chinch Dog? Thanks for joining the viewing party.
To go with fours here. He's been fairly active so far at this final table, but it's all been pretty standard spots.
I wonder if because I got the impression that Amari was actually going to be raising here with a pretty wide range. Like he had made the decision to raise before he looked at his hand, but now he actually has aces. So I really wish that we could change what he's got and see what he does with like a hand like 6-7 suited, because I think that he might have tried to blow Nemesio off, and now it's going to be kind of interesting because I thought that he was going to raise pre-flop. Now he's got aces. He might slow play it. I wouldn't slow play it. I would raise Nemesio.
So now we are over to Amari Love.
It looks like our Clover friend here. I think is it Ed. It doesn't look like he's really going to be playing anything. It kind of looks like he probably would play if he just gets a call here. Let's see.
And pocket aces.
Amari's definitely.
Wow, look at that. Look at that. So the way that he's putting that out, he's like, that is kind of like the opposite of a take back move, right? And that's the kind of like, that's a lot of the time that's indicating, indicative of strength. It's kind of like an unconscious act of hesitation when you're not really hesitating about anything.
He found a hand that he wants to get involved with.
And look, he just calls. He makes the call. This is going to kind of induce Ed to make the call as well. And at least good on Ed for not looking at his whole cards before it's his turn to act here. If I'm Ed, I'm calling. So I think that he's probably going to call. Oh, well. Wow, look at this. I'm completely messed up here. So it looks like Amari is not the small blind. He's actually the button. Right, and we are playing 20-40, so Ed's probably going to fold. And I would be surprised if George doesn't call. I mean, I think the last time we saw George had that tween stack, so getting 5, plus 5 to 1 plus your antes to make the call 6 to 1, and your chip position doesn't really change. It's kind of hard to give up on those type of free rolls. So
call this raise, being a little bit sneaky here, slow playing these aces pre-flop. Edward comes in behind him with
makes a call with pocket fives.
Flop coming. It is 4.
George just gets rid of it. Oh, look how happy! Look how happy Nemi's gonna be.
Flopped him, flopping the boat here with 4s full of 9s, and they both check it over to him. Nemi decides that he's just gonna bet. He's not gonna slow play this because it's very hard for people to just.
I have no idea what's going on here, guys. It said 60K to call.
Subscribers, dude.
I feel like we're seeing some weird editing here because now we're seeing Amari check. So I guess Amari was the small blind and Edward was the big blind. I mean, I don't know what's going on. I think we got a couple of new subscribers. Captain Tomahawk, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the crew. We're going to go ahead and hook you up with the Poker Tilt book, digital version, DRM free, and thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we were wrong. Amari is the small blind. Edward is the big blind. Somehow we, I'm going to go ahead and complain here just a little bit about HPT. I would really like to see somewhere on the corner here or on the corner here letting us know what the blinds are, and somewhere around the overlays here, it would be really nice to be able to see who has the button, who's a small blind, like an actual tiny little position indicator right here. Tomahawk, I'm gonna hook you up with the DRM free copy of Poker Tilt just for subscribing, and I really appreciate it, man. We don't have the Twitch alert going on. We're just kind of trying to be a little more serious about it. But I'll get the Twitch alerts, I guess, coming up. We should? Yeah, we should. Because, guys, it really means a lot, man. It really means a lot. Thanks, Pete, for saying so.
I'm sad that it doesn't come. You should stream it 4 times because it's how many subscribers that you got.
Guys, thanks so much for subscribing. Especially you new guys. Okay, so we're gonna see Nemesio We're going to see Nemesio put a pretty big hurt on Amari, and he might even put a pretty big hurt on Edward here. Here he is, again, with the nutty nut hand. We saw the last time he had the nutty nut hand, he made it, you know, closer to half pot. So I'd be surprised if he makes it less than a third here, like he did with the sixes. I'm thinking, how much do we think that he bets here? I'm thinking that he probably bets somewhere like 220. Let's see what he does. I mean, he crushed it, so I could also see him maybe betting very, very small just to try to keep him in. We'll find out. And Pete, I'm glad you like the read, man. Sub, I took him off, man. I didn't put him on when I was putting this thing up. But I'll get the Twitch alerts going here in a second. I'm really sorry for the new subscribers that we don't have those up, man.
You should.
Put him on a flop boat here.
After this hand, I'm going to put the Twitch alerts up and keep this thing going.
The original razor pre-flop, you know someone's going to fire on the turn.
So we got Frank explaining why he would have checked there. He would have slow played his hand. I don't like the slow play. I think that Nemesio is doing well. It's kind of interesting. So he bets 235. Bet 235 into a 245,000 pot. No, into a 285. So he's betting even more than half the pot here. So, you know, if you're playing Nemesio Allegato in the future, and you know, assuming that he hasn't changed since then, and hell yeah, V-Rob, if you subscribe. We'll do a viewing party of your episode. I would absolutely give you the commentary. So if you're playing Nemesio in the future, and assuming he hasn't changed his leaks here, but this is a leak. He's changing his his bet sizing based on strength, and what we're seeing is what we usually see when this happens. The bigger bet sizing is reserved for the bigger hands. You know, the stronger the hand, the closer to the pot he's betting. I mean, here he bets way more than half the pot. You know, way more than half the pot. So it's 285, and he's betting like half pot. If I'm in Nemesio's spot here, I'm betting half pot. I'm making it 140. You know, half pot rounded down to the nearest chip. But look what he does here. Look at what he does. So they both check, and now he's going to fire out. I bet 140. I think that if he has a super weak hand, if Nemesio is c-betting here with ace jack or like king 10 suited without the heart draw, he's going to be making it less than a third. He's going to be making it like 90,000. You know. Now that he actually has the nutty nut hand, he's going to bet how much. He doesn't have a plan before he actually is counting out the chips. He's formulating his bet amount right now, and he's thinking in his head, "Oh, I'm going to try to make this kind of random." But there is no randomness when it comes to humanity. There's no randomness here. If you don't have a plan for all the different trees that you might, for all the different branches that you might find yourself on, really, Nemesio should have known how much he was going to be betting before the flop ever came out. He should be thinking that a few steps ahead, thinking, okay, well, if it comes out where I just completely crush it and I hit my set and they both check to me, how much am I betting?
He's just gonna bet. He's not gonna slow play this because
this is gonna really hurt for Amari.
Put him on a flop boat here.
And let's take a look if we've got that ta-da motion that we saw before.
And they both check it over to him. Nemi decides that he's just going to bet. He's not going to slow play this because it's very hard for people to just put him on a flop.
Yeah, look at that. Ta-da! I love these guys. This is why we love poker. This is why we love live poker.
Both here.
I don't know. I think I would have checked there. It's a multi-way pot.
And we actually have. I mean, if you look at Nemesio, he's actually kind of giving them the little confrontational stare down too, with a little bit of a little bit of that condescension that we talk about. Now take a look at the way that Edward. So we got Amari checking like, I have nothing here. Amari is slow playing aces. Edward is like checking, kind of like proceed with caution because he actually has a hand that he thinks might be best. And then we got Nemesio
flopping the boat here with.
Look at that blink frequency. Lots and lots of eye contact. You know,
Check it over to him.
Amari's just going to take a little nap because he's so weak, right?
It's very hard for people to just
Ta-da! And then watch as he's almost a little confrontational here, you know. He's almost like, what you gonna do about it? That's kind of what he's saying. You can tell Nemesio in real life is such a nice guy, such a nice guy. So this is probably his his agitated, angry face. This is actually him like being confrontational.
It's a multi-way pot.
And Amari, he's basically acting like, I'm so tired, I'll just put these chips in. Because Amari thinks that he's ahead. I mean, he's been slow playing his hand. He thinks that all he's doing is thinking about all the chips he's going to take from Nemesio. Edward, do we get Edward to make the fold here? I don't know. Poker Pete, grabbing chips without knowing the amount is a big sign of strength. No. Do you think that's fairly reliable? I haven't really thought too much about it. I think that happens a lot where people are kind of just playing with their chips and kind of counting them out, not really knowing how many they're going to bet. But certainly, if you just like take a bunch of chips and you don't worry about it and you put it in, you don't really see that a lot in tournaments. You do see some of that on in cash games, and yeah, I would say that's a pretty reliable sign of strength. How much is it? Oh, whatever that is. Yeah, that's the bet. But I mean, here I think Nemesio he is calculating. He knows how much he's putting out there. What I mean by saying like he doesn't know what he's going to be betting is that he's making the decision right there on the fly. Right there on the fly. I'm not even sure if like he's even at the point where he knows how much is in the pot.
Argument could be made.
So I hope Edward folds here. He looks like a guy who's really trying to inch up the page. So I really hope that he folds. And he does. Good job.
Amari is going to make the call. And Edward's going to get out of the way.
And Amari, there's no reason Amari should not think he has the best hand here.
Agreed, Maria.
He also has the ace of hearts in his hand for backup. The turn is the queen of clubs, and Amari's going to check it over to Nemi.
He gives a little...
And now Nemi goes all in for about 75% of the pot.
Vomit. Oh, my God. Nemi, what are you doing here, man? I mean, he played it perfect, right, guys? He goes all in with the nutty nut hand. He just all in. He played it perfect, but here Amari is going to get very disappointed. Amari set the trap, and it doesn't matter what you have, guys. Okay, it doesn't matter what you have when you are facing a $750,000 bet. Take your time and think about it. I don't like, and this could be the magic of the editing room, but I really don't like how quickly Amari called here. And wow, and Nemi sure made a quick all-in too.
Just put him on a flop boat here.
No, I think I would have checked there. It's a multi-way pot. You weren't the original raiser pre-flop. You know someone's going to fire on the turn.
I think an argument could be made for Nemi
So
to
we've
do
got a little...
both things.
Make the call.
Thing there by Amari.
Out of the way.
And Amari, there's no reason Amari should not think he has the best hand here whatsoever. He also has the ace of hearts in his hand for backup. The turn is the queen of clubs.
He
check
checks.
It over to Nemi again.
So Nemi announces the all-in. You get the little voice inflection. All in. All in. I'm going to give you guys a little quick 30-second lesson on voice inflection. I want you guys to, if you ever have a chance to study another language, I would recommend that you study one of the Chinese languages, Cantonese or Mandarin. In those languages, they have different tones. And what you're going to see, let's just take Mandarin, and there's generally 4 tones in Mandarin. Cantonese, I think, has like way more, 300 tones, whatever. So, and the same word, we'll take ma, can mean 4 different things. It can mean mother, it can mean marijuana, it can mean horse, based on the tone, right? So there's basically 4 different tones that you have to listen for, and they are basically looking like this. And I would go ahead and put a 5th tone as well. Okay, so this is what they look like. Just real graphical representation. Here we've got a high tone, right? High and flat. So it's going to be like this. It's going to be like all in, right? Where it's like high and flat. Here we've got an upwards tone, raise, right? Here we've got a downwards tone, raise. And here we've got an upward and then a downward, like a raise it, right? And here we've got a low one, raise. Okay, all of these, if you can start hearing those voice inflection differences, raise, 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 raise it, those kind of, all 5 of these things, a lot of times they're going to correlate to different hand strengths. Okay, so listen to what Nemi says. He has the raise. He has the downward slope. If I'm listening to it right, it's we're gonna actually turn the volume way up. I hope that we don't bust some eardrums here, guys.
In his hand for backup.
Okay, we're gonna turn this way up just so that we can hear the voice inflection and listen for it. Actually, I'm going to just close my eyes and listen for it.
The turn is the Queen of Clubs, and Amari's going to check it over to Nemi again.
All in. All in. So this is actually all in. All in. So this is actually a hill voice inflection. All in. All in. All in. This is this type of voice inflection. The hill, right? And look at that face too. You got the eyebrows going up. You know, this is the look of a guy who is very happy, very comfortable, and interested to know if he's going to get paid off. That's what that is. Now, generally, when someone announces their bet and they announce it to the dealer, generally, in my experience, that's weakness. Here, we actually see Nemi making the announcement to the dealer, and he's making that hill inflection sound. He's got the eyebrows going up, and this is a time when Amari really should slow down and try to absorb as much information as he can.
Amari, there's no reason Amari should not think he has the best hand here whatsoever. He also has the Ace of Hearts in his hand to back up. The turn is
go ahead and bet it. Here he's checking.
Nemi again. And now Nemi goes all in for about 75%.
Yeah, and a quick call. Quick call. Not really liking the quick Amari call there. I mean, I like the call. Don't get me wrong. Amari should call this. There's no reason for him to think that aces aren't good, but you know, he's risking a pretty big chunk of his stack, so just slow it down, Amari. You know, slow it down. Try to come up with a reason why, try to come up with a reason why you're ahead. What do you put him on? I don't know that Amari really puts him on anything at this point. I think that he's just putting himself on aces. So I think that he needs to just slow it down, kind of look at the guy, maybe even get the guy talking, and there's no way he's folding aces here, but there's a lot of hands that maybe he would be able to get away from. He just needs to take it. He just needs to take some time here. I've definitely seen people fold hands as big as this. We've seen people fold, boats in tournaments and final tables. I mean, being able to make a god fold as Ronnie Barta would say, this is a guy who has made 5 main event cashes. He says that the most important thing, this is Ronnie Barta say, is making god folds. So, I mean, can Amari ever get away from this? Yeah, of course he can. He can make the god fold. So let's let's take some time and give yourself an opportunity to make those kind of god folds. Yeah, so Tomahawk, this is the first viewing party. It's a sub-only viewing party. Everyone else can watch, and yeah, knowing the whole cards has to influence the commentary here. Absolutely, I am like the wind. No doubt about it. It's definitely easier for me to say take your time and think when I know that we've got Nemesio having the fours, but it's definitely harder to make make reads when you don't know what they have.
I'm a little surprised at that. I think that's a little bit of a big bet, especially considering there's no way he would know that Amari has such a big hand to call with. I think I would have liked to see Nemi just bet maybe a third pot or a little less than half pot here, but Amari does quickly call.
I agree with everything Maria is saying here. I don't think Nemi has to make such a big all-in shove there on the turn.
To find an ace on the river, which does not happen. It's the 5 of hearts.
And there was nothing that Amari could do there. I think he played his hand really well, and Nemi just got lucky.
So
I think Amari played fine too. And this is kind of interesting. It's a little less of a happy look. He's still very happy, but it's also like he got away with cracking aces basically. So
on Facebook, and you can see the address right over my shoulder.
Got James Larson.
/HPT fans. All the latest news.
Yeah, a 9 would have been good. I am like the wind.
Our website, hptpoker.com. We'll be back after these messages. You're watching the HPT.
Thanks for coming back to the HPT. Maria Ho, Fred Bevel. We're at the Majestic Star Casino. Let's get right back to the table.
We have a new chip leader, Edward Oshana, now with 2.27 million. Nick Schwarman is behind him with just over 2.2 million. And Nemi's moved up quite a bit after getting a full double up off of Amari. And our short stacks are
so I'm like the win baby. Fred Bevel, he comes from a stand-up comedy background. Really good guy, very funny guy. And I feel like he brought a lot of personality and a lot of character to the HPT. I think, unfortunately, he is no longer with the HPT. So it's a little too bad. No, and 9 iron 12, Amari did not fold. He went ahead and called very quickly.
With 9 and 4 big blinds respectively.
Yeah, you can see in the stack. And
yeah, keep in mind that we're really only seeing such a small sliver of the story here. There's no way that this final table happened in 45, in 42 episodes of 45 minutes. So.
Traffic to the extreme right of your screen. Nemi has gained almost.
Yeah, and once again, I want to thank the HPT Heartland Poker Tour for letting us use their footage for this. Big shout out to to Derek and all those guys over there. Good group of people.
As John folds, action moves over to Nick. He's going to min raise with Jack 9 suited. So action now moves over to Nemi, who is running white hot at this final table.
And Nemi's gonna re-raise with Ace King offsuit to 140,000, and I like this re-raise by Nemi. He's making the sizing a little bit small, which I don't know if I like against Nick, because Nick will peel with a lot of hands against that 3-bet sizing, and Jack 9 of diamonds is definitely one of those.
That's kind of funny. So we actually have Maria saying, "I like this sizing, but I don't know if I like the sizing." It's kind of interesting. So we got Nemi looking down at the Ace King, feeling like he's got a raise. Let's go ahead and re-raise. Let's go ahead and rewind just a little bit, and let's watch how Nick makes the Jack 9 pre-flop raise here. Is that under the gun +1? We've seen him raise with 9s. We've seen him raise with aces. Aces, he makes it 65K at a 1530, which is a little over 2x. 9s, he made it exactly 2x. Both times about the same situation, about the same position. The only difference we really saw was more of like an aloof Sleepy Hollow type look with the aces. So
graphic to the extreme right of your screen. Nemi has gained almost 1.4 million.
Got kind of a little bit of a gaping mouth here. If we were really trying to analyze Nick, of course, we'd be writing down the timestamp 1859. We could be comparing it with our other timestamps of 1409 and the very first hand, which I think was 4 something. And we would try to look if there is any sort of correlation between mouth posture and hand strength with these pre-flop raises.
Since we last checked.
And this is kind of interesting. It's almost like a seesaw, back and forth fling. Definitely not the same type of thing we saw when he had aces and nines. So
Then Amari, the opposite of that, he's lost just under $1 million.
we've got Nemi taking an interest.
Continuing at 20 and 40,000 with a 5,000 chip ante.
Got this guy just basically waiting. I mean, I don't hate the way that you know, a couple of these guys are playing, where they're just basically folding and waiting for it to get a little shorter. I think that's probably the right move when you're sitting at a full 9-handed table at the final table.
As John folds, action moves over to Nick. He's going to min-raise with Jack 9 suited.
Wow. And we almost have that this isn't the take back move. This is the delayed drop move that we saw, like dropping the bomb, like we saw with Amari with putting his call in there with the aces. That hesitation before dropping, that's an active hesitation that generally means a strong hand. If I saw that right, I mean, again, like you say, I'm like the wind. I'm like the wind, baby. It's a lot easier to make these moves in slow motion when you can actually see their whole cards. It's a lot easier to make these pickups. And anytime you're in a live situation, you really need to correlate the things that you see more than once, many times over, before you can really rely on them. One of the big takeaways, if you look at all the Poker Tells books, right, you basically have 3 camps that really contributed to the art of reading Poker Tells at the table. The first one was, of course, the Mike Caro book. Big takeaway there was that people are either acting or not. And the idea of, if they're acting strong, they're weak, and if they're acting weak, they're strong. I mean, that's pretty solid stuff. You got Joe Navarro, which really changed it quite a bit, and it kind of gave us these ideas of elevation tells and fight or flight tells, and the types of things that people do to pacify themselves. I feel like applying that kind of body language type analysis to poker was pretty useful and brought the game forward quite a bit. And then more recently, you've got the Zachary Elwood books, and this is a guy who just pretty much came out of nowhere, basically just some grinder in the cash games in Arizona. Doesn't really bring a lot of credibility to anything, but somehow he was able to completely change the literature, and I mean, his books are amazing. Reading Poker Tells and Verbal Poker Tells, definitely go pick them up and read them. They are must reads at this point in the tournament. As much as the Navarro and the Caro books are must reads, in my opinion, the Zachary Elwood books are also must reads. And one of the big contributions that I feel like he made to the scene was this idea of correlation, and correlating behavior to hand strength, and actually getting and actually confirming that correlation multiple times before you rely on the tell. The same tell exhibited between 2 different players can mean weakness in one and strength in the other. And it's not until you're actually able to correlate that behavior with hand strength for that individual player that you can really rely on it. So definitely go pick up those Elwood books. Zachary Elwood, very good. And what was the Tells book that the FBI guy said, that the FBI guy wrote, 9 Iron 12? It was called Phil Hellmuth Prevents Read 'em and Weep. And his name is Joe Navarro. He keeps a pretty active Twitter account. I would definitely recommend it. Okay, so back to the current hand, where we've got the Jack 9 offsuit raising by Nick with the seesaw fling, and we've got right-handed seesaw fling, and we've got Nemi waking up with Ace King offsuit, giving that forced hesitation before he does the bomb drop. Let's go ahead and watch.
Extreme right of your screen, Nemi has gained almost 1.4 million since we last checked in.
Seesaw.
The opposite of that, he's lost just under $1 million since.
And here, I said before, a lot of times when you see people push their cards in, it's a sign of weakness. And here we actually see Nemi do it. He pushes his cards forward a little bit, readjusts his posture, covers it with his hand. So now, he has a strong hand. So I guess we can't put too much correlation behind that type of forward motion pre-flop by him. I think that's one of the Navarro tells that we can kind of credit to that Readman Weep book, the idea of pushing your cards forward or pulling them back, indicative of the strength of the hand.
Since we last checked in, blinds continuing at 20 and 40,000 with a 5,000.
Okay, so he puts the chip on.
Some chip ante. As John folds, action moves over to Nick. He's
Right-handed.
With Jack
Counts out some chips. And there it was. I don't know if you guys saw that. We're not seeing the ta-da. We're seeing a hesitation drop, and we're also seeing an obligation move here.
The opposite of that, he's lost just under $1 million.
The obligation move, generally, indicating that someone feels like, gotta raise this, or gotta bet this. So, I mean, does Nemi feel strong here? I don't think he really does. I feel like he knows that Ace King offsuit is a strong enough hand, but he also knows that it's got to actually hit. So I don't think he doesn't feel super strong with this hand. It's kind of interesting.
At 20 and 40,000 with a 5,000 chip ante. As John folds, action moves over to Nick. He's going to min raise with Jack 9 suited. So action now.
Yeah, we got that little. Let's see it one more time. This is going to be the hesitation bomb drop.
With a 5,000 chip ante. As John folds, action moves over to Nick. He's going to min raise with Jack 9 suited.
Hesitation bomb drop.
Nemi, who is running white.
We got the obligation hesitation bomb drop.
He's going to re-raise with Ace King offsuit.
Aaron Massey, so comfortable at the table, such a stud.
Re-raise by Nemi. He's making the sizing a little bit small, which I don't know if I like against Nick.
I like
will peel with
I
a lot of
like
hands against that.
And I do like Maria Ho's analysis here. I like that bet sizing by Nemi, but I don't know if I like this bet sizing.
With the Jack 9 suited.
Oh, Jack 9 suited, not Jack 9 offsuit.
Sizing should be a little bit bigger. Nick is a good post-flop player, and you don't really want to let him.
Did he just check again? Did he just check again in the dark? Is that what we just saw again, or did she lay down the flop and he didn't love it? Let's see.
A lot of hands against that 3-bet sizing, and Jack 9 of diamonds is definitely one of those hands for Nick. Everybody else folds back to Nick, and he is going to call with the Jack 9 suited. And this is why I kind of think Nemi sizing should be a little bit bigger. Nick is a good post-flop player, and you don't...
Yeah, look at that. What is he doing? This is so indicative of a cash game player. I mean, this is basically Nick letting everyone know that he doesn't have tournament experience, that he has cash game experience. This is what that is. You don't check in the dark in tournaments. You're at the final table. You know, you're playing for $150,000 in an HPT championship. Standardize, man. Standardize, son.
Don't really want to let him see a flop for cheap, because Nick is going to know how to get away from his hand if he doesn't flop really well. But if he does, then he might be able to get Nemi's entire stack.
Okay, look at that. Look at that. We've got the condescension look here that we had with the pocket aces. So does Nick feel strong? Hell yeah, he feels strong.
Flop is 9-5-4 rainbow.
Oh, wow. And Nemi, what are you doing? I hate this move. Nemi actually gives up the C-bet here, which I just... He's not doing it because he has a read. You know, he's doing it. He's not even looking. He's not even looking at Nick. You know, he's looking at the flop. He's looking at the dealer. He's looking at the flop and hoping for an ace. And, you know, he's looking at the flop, looking at the dealer, looking at the flop, not even looking at Nick. And just checks. He just gives up the C-bet, you know. And we got these guys, you know, engaging in some friendly BCP love. This is the kind of implicit collusion I'm talking about. It's going to be very surprising to me if at 9-handed we see either one of these any of these 3 BCP patches really tangle with each other. I really feel like they're going to be staying outside of, staying away from each other, and basically attacking the small, like the weaker stacks. These guys basically feel comfortable, and they feel like they're in control of the table. They probably are. You know, they probably are. You know, when you get Ace King off suit, not c-betting here, of course you got to think, these guys are outclassed. You know, so.
Rainbow, so Nick does hit top pair here.
Nick does.
And Poker Pete, what's the benefit of checking in the dark if it's a cash game? One of my poker buddies does it all the time. I hate the idea. I hate the idea too. I hate the idea too, Pete. The only benefit that I can really come up with is that it kind of makes the table feel like the game's not that important. It's kind of like, it's kind of like, anyway, it's kind of like a straddle. I don't think it's ever right to straddle, but you can make an argument that straddling loosens up the game, just like you can make the argument that checking in the dark kind of loosens the game, kind of levels your opponents, whatever. It definitely induces bets. I don't understand how Nemi doesn't make a C bet here.
Us outflop Nemi, and the action goes check, check, and now I feel.
Gotta love Nick.
Nemi's hand is very
Look at those eyebrows here. Look at that. He's just like he's trying to look sleepy, nonchalant, and uninterested.
Back that flop, I think Nick could very safely assume that Nemi does have ace king or ace.
And we're not seeing any sort of the seesaw bet that we saw before, and this is kind of interesting too. Look at this. So Nick is actually, if you're noticing here, does anyone notice? Does anyone seeing what I'm seeing here with Nick's bets? Right. If you notice, Nick is betting. Nick is betting with both of his hands, right? So before he had his Jack 9 suited pre-flop and he made the seesaw bet, he did it with his right hand. And I gotta think that Nick probably is right-handed. Here, he's making his bet with his left hand. Don't do this, guys. I'm not saying that we're always going to see a correlation between right-handed bets and left-handed bets from Nick. What I am saying is for you guys, standardize the way that you're putting in your chips. Standardize them. If you are right-handed, count out with your right hand. Put them out with your right hand. And standardize how you're putting them out. Try to get away from those, hesitation, bomb drops. Try to get away from the Todd off flares and the take back flares, and standardize everything. Now, try to actually standardize everything when you're doing it with two hands. Near impossible.
Nemesio drawing dead now.
And Nick is gonna bet, and I think Nemi might actually call here. The board is paired, and Nemi.
And why wouldn't Nemi think he has the best hand? The 9 of spades actually helps Nemi's hand because it makes it less likely that Nick has a 9. So he makes the call. Nick bets 160,000 into 380. So Nick's betting a little less than half the pot. We'd probably put that down, a little less than half pot with a huge hand. And again, we would, if we're putting Nick under the microscope, we are, noting the timestamp. We're getting, having our notebook where we have Nick, Nick Schwarman and every hand he's been playing that we've been watching. We're putting the timestamp down, 2017. We're putting a little star next to it, and putting nuts hand, and we're going to see how he plays nutty hands, as opposed to bluffs and semi bluffs. And there's a difference. K Bennett 423, fist pump, buddy. Thank you for the subscription. I don't have the alerts up just yet. After this hand, we're going to go ahead and just let it go. I'm going to get the alerts going while we kind of take more of a passive watch here. But Bennett, K Bennett, we're going to go ahead and hook you up with a DR free copy of Poker Tilt. And welcome to the crew, buddy. Thank you so much for subscribing. I can't tell you how much it means. We're going to go ahead and get this hand over, because I feel like we've probably spent 10 minutes with just this hand.
So, Nemesio drawing dead now.
And Nick is going to bet, and I think Nemi might actually call here. The board is paired, and Nemi feels like unless Nick does have...
wow, look at that. We saw the take-back flare right there with Nemi. There wasn't that hesitation bomb drop. There wasn't the flare out. There was a slight want-to-take-it-back hand movement there when Nemi made the call. And does he look happy there? No. He doesn't look happy. He looks like he looks like a dog just ate a slice of pizza.
Nemi makes the call of 160.
Looking down at his chips, trying to figure out how many chips he stands to lose here. This is actually a pretty good card for Nemi. It really is, because if an ace or king comes, he's probably losing a lot more chips. Look at that little sly, a little bit of a micro expression that we can kind of see when we make a pause. eye up. How much will
And if he
he
does, I'm not really sure if Nemi
call?
should call. I think it depends a lot on the bet size that Nick makes, but I think if
It's
Nick
interesting.
bets anything
You know, we haven't seen Nick make a lot of those confrontational eye stares before.
other
Yeah.
than half pot, it's going to be a little bit hard for Nemi to call. I think Nemi could put Nick on middle pairs, which would definitely have him beat.
Left-handed.
So could really go either way.
So Nick's going to try to get some value here.
Little
on the
Sleepy
river.
Hollow
What's the good
here.
bet? It is 700.
What's the good bet, guys? Fred asks Maria, what's the good bet? It's 705,000 in there. What do you guys think? I probably am going to be making it with Jack 9 on such a, on a board that it's pretty hard to really put me on anything, and a situation where Nemi re-raised me pre-flop. Nemi put in the 3-bet. I don't think Nemi's really doing that with a lot of subpar hands. So Nick has to put Nemi on like an ace king, ace queen, maybe ace queen. I actually think Nemi actually calls a lot of his ace queens there, or a bigger pocket pair. A pocket pair over nines, tens, jacks, queens, kings, aces. So what is the right amount to bet? I'm betting at least half the pot here. I think that I'm probably going to bet like maybe even more, like 2/3 the pot, and hope that Nemi has, hope that Nemi has a hand like pocket queens or pocket tens that he's just not going to, fold. Definitely not shoving all in. So let's see what people think. Let's see what the people think. We've got I'm Like the Wind likes the 250. 9 Iron likes the 411. Jacob Diaz likes the 295. 310, 360, 325, 375. I'm liking kind of where you are, Tressel, with the 360. Maybe even a little more. Maybe like I might even make it a little more, just hoping that Nemi does have an overpair. I might even make it something like as 480, something like that.
100,000 chip high, like.
But I don't really think that you're going to get called with ace king. Maybe if Nick makes it 200, he can get called here. It looks like he's counting out
250.
I think if Nick puts Nemi on ace king, which he should, then I think he should bet on the smaller side. I think 460 is probably a little bit too much. He wants Nemi to call, and it's just about if Nemi feels like Nick is bluffing here. And not that Nick can't be, but...
See, I think it's decent bet sizing by Nick, but if we're going to rewind the hands and look at how much he's betting against the pot, I mean, here this is more than half pot, and we are seeing a correlation between how much he's betting. So we'll see if he keeps that kind of correlation, the same as when he bluffs. I mean, Nick is definitely a higher level player in my opinion, just from watching this than Nemi. I don't think that I think that Nick is probably a sophisticated enough player to sometimes make the 460K with his bluff hands too. But I don't know. Does Nick ever bluff here? And when Nick is bluffing with his with Jack 10 suited, is he betting? Is he taking the same line? We don't really have enough information to say.
It's just if Nemi wants to risk that many chips to look him up.
Look at this, Nick. What are you doing? I mean, again, I mean, it's good to talk to your opponents when you're the one who is making the decision. When you're the one who's making the decision, but when they're making the decision, this isn't what you want to be doing, guys. Don't do this. I'm going to turn it up a little bit. Sorry if this is going to blow your eardrums out. And yeah, I'm Like the Wind, baby. I agree. He didn't play like he had the overpair post-flop at all, but he did play like he had the overpair pre-flop. I agree with your analysis here. He did play like he missed the hand, but if he had ace king, why is he calling on the turn? He's calling because he figures he has the best hand. I agree with your analysis. He's much more likely, the way the hand played out, to have ace king versus jack versus like pocket tens. But don't do this, guys. We're gonna listen here and listen to what Nick says. I think that Nick is looking at him, giving him a little smile, and say, "Don't tell me you're gonna call with ace high." I think that's what he just
Smaller
said.
side. I think 460 is probably a little bit too much. He wants Nemi to call, and it's just about if Nemi feels like Nick is bluffing here. And not that Nick can't be, but it's just if Nemi wants to risk that many chips to look him up.
Yeah, I don't like the table chatter right there between Nick and Nemi. I feel like Nemi actually, I think, was thinking about making the call, but as soon as Nick said that, don't tell me you're thinking about calling me with all those chips with ace high. When someone talks to you like that, it's almost like in the way that Nick said it, it was kind of confrontational. He didn't stumble over words at all. That's comfort right there.
And Nemi decides
So,
not to. So Nick Schwarman,
good fold.
He's played 3 hands. He's won all 3 hands. And that is helping his chip stack as he's going to scoop another just under 1.2 million from that pot.
Okay, guys, we're gonna put those Twitch alerts up really quick. We'll keep the stream going, but I'm gonna kind of take a little more of a passive stance here.
Champion from Daytona Beach. The kid knows what he's doing at a poker table.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Nick's play so far. He's playing kind of a different game than I've seen him play in the past. I've played with him a few times, and I think his game just is very dependent, like you said, on his opponents.
Nemi here is under the gun, wakes up with pocket jacks, and he's going to raise it to 85,000. And action folds quickly from the 9 and the 1 seat. So we move over to Aaron Massey here in the 2 seats.
Aaron just looks like he's dying to get involved, but can't really find an opportunity to do that so far.
This looks like an interesting hand, actually. Nemi's been pretty active at the table and making it 85K at 20K, 40K.
So now over to John Grace. He also lays it down. So back to Nick.
And Nick is going to defend his big blind with ace deuce offsuit. And I think Nick can defend fairly wide in his blinds because he does know how to maneuver post flop. I don't really mind this at all. And he ends up out flopping Nemi. Flop is 7 ace 6 rainbow.
So Nemi is going to fire a little pro bet here to see if his jack survived the flop, and I think he's going to find out from Nick they did not.
Nick is just going to check call. I believe there's no real value for him to check raise in this spot. And I think with Nemi's hand and with that turn being the 7 of clubs, I think it's just going to go check here on the turn.
You are correct, my friend. Nemi is going to check back. So onto the river we go.
The river is the 9 of hearts, and now I think Nick feels fairly certain that he could bet this river. There's a chance that sometimes Nemi because he's afraid of the 7. But, Nick still wants to get some value from his hand. He makes it 230,000 on the river, and once again, Nemi's kind of in a tough spot, just like that ace-king situation. It's not the greatest run out for his jacks here, but, how many times can you really not look Nick up?
Well said, Maria, and you're right. He is going to look Nick up, and Nick is going to show the winning hand.
And I think that's just indicative of game flow. I think one hand you decide to fold to someone on the river, and the next time you decide, well, I folded last time, so I'm going to call. But that doesn't necessarily make it the right call. But, it's definitely player psychology.
So Nick played 4 hands, has won 4 pots. He's batting 1,000 at this final table as blinds continue at 20 and 40,000 with a 5,000.
Let me take a look at the
and
chat here.
In this hand will start with the 9 seat of Joseph Hebda. He's been quiet so far.
And ace-4 diamonds is a
Ryan's
good
been
hand for his
super
stack,
quiet.
but he's not going to move it all in. He's going to leave himself 5,000 behind, obviously calling it off.
Maybe he just forgot he was capping his cards with a 5K chip or something. No real need to leave yourself just 5K behind. Action is on John Grace. He decides to fold. So we have Nick and Nemi in the blinds. I suspect Maria and one of them are going to call.
Definitely the big blind should call with 1 blind in against the 3 big blind stack. And Nick wants to come in too from the small blind, calling with 7-5 of hearts. And Nemi folds the big blind. I don't know what he had, but must have been really bad.
Yeah, so I don't love Nick making the call. But even more than that,
so
I
the flop is
I hate Nemi's fold. I hate Nemi's fold.
Nick bets 5,000 in chips, which is
We've
gonna
got a
put
guy
Ryan
who shoved
in.
all in
And
for
Ryan's
3
gonna
times
go
the
into
big
the
blind,
tournament
basically.
ahead, as Nick is
I don't love
flop
Nick's
here.
call with 7
That's
high
all you
because
could ask for in
you know,
this situation.
it's
Turns
not
to
bad.
5 though, and it quickly takes
But
the wind out of Ryan's sails.
I hate
That's
Nemi's
nice,
fold.
but an
I
ace
hate
or
Nemi's
deuce
fold.
could
And Nick,
win
by
you the
calling,
pot
is
and
basically
save
signaling to
time.
Nemi, come on, give it a call. Let's just go ahead and check it down. We're going to we're going to eliminate this guy right now.
Just really couldn't get anything going and didn't play a whole lot, but when he did play, it didn't work out for him. So 8-handed poker when we come back to the HPT. Welcome back to the HPT. This lovely lady is Maria Ho. My name is Fred Bevel. We are at the Majestic Star Casinos here in Gary, Indiana. Let's get right back.
Let me just pause it really quick again. Guys, I want to point out a couple things. First off, we're not trying to make any of these players that we're analyzing feel bad. The fact that we're just trying to dissect tells in the way that they play. They're at a final table and we're watching them. So, definitely not trying to criticize any of these guys' game. They all played well enough to get where they are, and everybody has tells. When we're talking about trying to pick apart tells from these players, it doesn't take anything away from them. The fact that they might they exhibit what we think are tells. Everybody exhibits tells. It's just impossible to keep yourself from exhibiting them. The best that you can do is just try to standardize, but you're not going to be able to control things like your heartbeat frequency. Bleeding frequency is tough enough. So take it for the spirit it's given. If you're friends with one of these guys, or if you happen to be watching and you were at the final table, just realize that hats off to you for making it as deep as you did. We're not trying to take anything away from your game. We're just trying to use this as a learning experience. And once again, thank you so much to the the Heartland Poker Tour for letting us use their feed to have this viewing party. This is how when people ask what the best way to learn poker is, this is how I do it. This is how I learn. I don't feel like reading books has really helped that much since my hundredth or so book that I've read. But I feel like training sites help sometimes, but for the most part, what I try to do is actually watch the final table streams, watch exactly what's going on, watch how they're putting in the bets, and when they decide to get active, what their VPIP is at what stage, and try to learn from these guys. One thing that you're looking at, if there's people to emulate here, it would have to be Aaron Massey. And this guy in the 9 seat, George Dietz, I think I really like the way he's playing. And if you're going to emulate these guys, keep in mind that what's going on here is that their VPIP is so super low when they're 9-handed. It's going to have to explode. It's going to have to explode. Yeah, you can tell him that if you want. She said she 18. Aaron Massey knows that I have a mad respect for his game. So let's go ahead and turn on the volume. We've got Amari coming in for a raise, I think, right? We had Amari coming in with a raise, and then George looking down and deciding this is the hand to go with. That's kind of interesting. So we kind of had that hesitation bomb drop with the aces. Here we actually have kind of hesitation, but then like a kind of a slap down. So it's not so much like dropping a bomb at all. It's more like slapping down a hoe. I think it's like the hoe slap. Bomb drop, slap down.
And Amari raised
Yeah, so we got ace-5 of spades.
George on the button with 4 big blinds, and he's gonna move all in with
all in. He looks at Massey. He's like, probably has the best of it. He's thinking he's he's never getting a fold, but he figures that I don't really like the all in shove here actually, because I feel like George probably has enough chips here where he has fold equity if he's the first to open shove. So I think that he's probably better off. I think he's probably better off open shoving against against some of the other players at the table rather than trying to re-raise all in against Amari with absolutely zero fold equity in a hand that sometimes is just completely dominated. So
Quickly call
we'll see.
the remainder of that re-raise, 65,000 more. Gonna be somewhat of a flip here.
And of course, Amari calls. He has to call.
George in the lead.
So both players table their hand, and George is going to see could be worse. He's gone to the flop ahead, but Amari's got 2 live cards.
George all in for his tournament life.
And look, you gotta love Amari.
And the flop is King Deuce Deuce.
Nice hand.
And Amari has outflopped him.
I feel like Amari's playing well. You know, he's
for an ace on the turn or the river.
he's making very quick moves, which I don't love, but
that doesn't happen as the king of
that'll
spades
do.
giving
Good
Amari
game,
the phone,
George.
and George will be drawing dead
We hardly knew you. I would have liked to see more hands
Also
by
be our
George.
8th placed finisher here at this final table.
George taking home over 17,000 for his efforts here today. Not a bad payday at all. A little disappointing, but I'm sure he'll feel fine in the morning.
He shakes the hands of all the players at the table, wishes them luck as we continue on at 25 and 50 with a 5,000 chip ante. Amari Love in the big blind, putting Edward O'Shaughnessy under the gun.
Edward decides to open under the gun with 5-4 of clubs to
Interesting.
110,000. I think sometimes it's fine to open with those hands. You know, people like to
Let me
say,
go ahead and rewind it
the
just a
gun
little
is the new
bit to take a look at
button,
that.
so obviously
5,000 chip ante.
I like that Maria actually said that. Under the gun is the new button. It's funny, you know, like I talked about that in the stream before. Under the gun raises get a lot more respect, you know, than button raises, and I don't hate the fact that Ed is willing to go ahead and take a shot here at picking up the blinds and antes with a sub premium hand 5-4 suited. So making it 110K, I think that means that we're probably at 25.50. I think those blues are probably 10s. The yellows are 25s. I can't really tell. I wish that they would. I wish that if I have one complaint about the HPT, it's that I would really like to see some sort of indication of what the blinds are, what the antes are, and reminders every once in a while of the chip denominations. So, but it looks like maybe those yellows are 25Ks, the blues are 10Ks, maybe.
Amari Love in the big blind.
And that's kind of interesting too. So Amari here making the mistake of looking at his whole cards before it's his turn to act. It looks like he's going to play the hand too. I mean, a lot of times when people have, when people aren't going to play a hand, they look like, they at least make it look like they're going to play the hand because, getting a walk is nice. Here he's kind of looking at his stack, not paying any attention to the table, looking like he's disinterested. And this is the same kind of disinterested look that we saw him exhibit when he had aces. So, I mean, we don't know what he has, but I think that we're going to see Amari playing a hand here. I like the pre-flop raise with a 5-4 suited.
O'Shaughnessy.
Let's go ahead and just rewind one more time.
He shakes the hands of all
Get a
the
look at
players
that.
table,
Get a
wishes
look at the
them
way that
luck
he's putting it out.
as we continue on at
2,
25 and
3,
50 with a
4,
5,000
5,
chip
6,
ante.
7, 8, 9,
Amari Love in the
10,
big blind,
11, 12,
putting Edward
13,
O'Shaughnessy
14.
under the gun.
Edward decides to
I like the way he
open
did
under
it.
the
I like
gun
the way
with
he made the
5-4
move.
to 110,000.
This
I
has
think
got to be a
sometimes
call,
it's fine
right?
To open with those hands, people like to say under the gun.
I'd
is
be
the new
pretty
button,
surprised if he
so
raises. I don't
obviously
think he's raising. I
people
think
are
he's just
starting
making the
to
call.
widen their ranges, and if you have somewhat of a tight image, I think it's good because it's hard for players to put you on a hand like that. It really just depends on
Interesting
how
little
people play. If you have a lot of
hesitation
players
before
behind
putting
you,
it
you
out.
probably wanna fold
And
a
that's not the
hand like
take
5-4
back
suited
move.
under
That
the gun.
indicates
Under the gun is the new
generally
button.
stronger
I have not
side
heard that.
hands.
More stealing happening from the poker
Fred,
these days?
Yes,
I love Fred.
absolutely.
This is why I like the dynamic between Fred and Maria, because Maria is a pro's pro. That she's not on the she's not like these other like female personalities in poker where they're she's there because she can play the game. I mean the fact that she's bright and not bad to look at helps, but her analysis is so dead on. I mean, she is making these analysis. She's making the commentary. These are the kind of things that you would expect to hear from like other great players like Antonio Esfandiari or Daniel Negreanu, and then for her back and forth between Fred, and Fred is I don't think anyone would claim, including Fred, that he's like a super strong poker player. It's really interesting because she says things that are kind of like tradecraft in pro circles, like everyone's saying the under the gun raise is the new button raise. It's kind of an inside joke among the pros, and then you got Fred. He's like, I've never heard that before. We got Nick set money with his threes,
You'll see a lot of people three betting.
which is just fine.
The gun raids are very, very light these days. John calls with ace
BCP is big cock poker 9 and 12.
Nemi with king 10 suited also calls. Everybody wants to get involved, it seems.
Yeah, Aaron wants to get involved, but his VPI is so low. He's already looked. Why is he looking again?
But it doesn't look like that's going to happen as he peels back queen 7. But given all the action in this pot, I can't see him folding queen 7.
He decides that he wants to try to get lucky on this flop.
So 5 players.
Edward looking again, making sure they didn't change. No, still 5-4 suited there.
And the only person that really helps is John. He has jacks and 6s. It's not really a good flop for anybody
Interesting.
else.
Ed under the gun decides that he's going to go ahead and try to take it.
Boy, I don't know. With this kind of traffic in the hand, I don't think the C-bet strategy is really good here to try to push everybody off the hand. But he is going to fire 100.
Okay, so I'm going to say I agree with Fred against 3 other guys. It's probably okay to just take it as a loss. He completely whiffed. And you're not heads up. You've got the pre-flop aggression, but you have to get through 3 more people. So I'm thinking, I agree with Fred. I don't think this is a good spot for a C-bet. At the same time, it's really hard for anybody to continue unless they have exactly a jack. So is a jack in their range? Hell yeah, but when they don't have a jack, you're going to be able to pick up the pot with 5 high. So, he's betting 185,000 to 600,000. He's betting less than a third of the pot. Does it get through enough of the time? Maybe. You can't really fault a guy for trying to steal a pot. Jack 6-6 is pretty dry. In this situation, I mean, obviously John isn't going anywhere. Nick is probably folding. Nemi's folding. Amari's folding.
And if I were John, I would just call here. There are people behind you to act. There's real no point to raise. You know that you probably have the best hand here, but there's not really any reason to bloat the pot at this stage.
I agree with Maria here. The call's just plenty reasonable.
I think it's not good to raise here for 2 reasons. Like you said, it opens you up to the possibility of...
And yeah, Kate Bennett, I completely agree. I completely agree. This is one reason why I really like HPT, is because anytime the WPT parades the Royal Flush Girls out, it's just so fucking annoying. If I wanted to, watch, a swimsuit calendar, I wouldn't be watching, the WPT. I don't think it adds anything to the game. I actually think it detracts from the game, reinforcing kind of the sexist image that we've got. So this is one thing I love about HPT, is that they have a strong female player who's able to be the expert. I think it's one of the best things that they've done for their brand. So, bravo HPT, keep up the good work.
On boards like this from a lot of players too.
Amari Love getting tricky now. He is going to
make
it 500,000.
Wow. Oh, Amari.
And you know what? I actually don't mind this play because a lot of the times John might have a
Look, I don't mind the play either, but I mean, it's pretty unexpected. I mean, and when you get a call from John, what does Amari put him on? I mean, I don't think that John's calling with a pocket pair here. I think that John's calling with, a jack. And so basically Amari is trying to push him off of a jack. And he's not going to be able to get him off of ace jack, I don't think. I think that we're going to see a little bit of a blow up here. I would expect that John is probably going to be calling, and Amari is probably going to follow up with a second bullet because, I mean, that's the plan, right?
Weaker jack than ace jack, and if he has a hand like 9s or 8s or 10s, it's an easy fold.
Amari's nickname is Doc, so around the poker world, he's known as Doc Love.
Doc Love.
And John
Whoa!
Fold here. I might have
Head exploding. Oh, don't do it. No, Amari. No, 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 no. This is so bad. This is agreed, Maria. Agreed, Maria. This is such a bad fold by John. But it's like it's even worse to see Amari turn over the. That was never okay. Okay, you know what, Amari? You want the world to focus on how you're making this move. Let's do it. I think that if we look at what's going on here, Amari decided that he's going to be making this move even before even before this under the gun raise. We already see Amari deciding he's going to get involved and do something tricky. It's so interesting because the mind is weird. You think that you make decisions in your head, but you actually have decided what you're going to do way before you think that you've decided what you're going to do. And I'm going to submit to you guys that Amari has decided he's going to get tricky with his hand right here. And I don't even think he realizes it in his head that he's decided it until a little further on. You see the little micro expression like, okay, here we go. We're going to make something happen. I can't believe John makes the fold with the ace-jack of spades.
Like to say, under the gun is the new button, so obviously people are starting to widen their ranges. And if you have somewhat of a tight image, I think it's good because it's hard for players to put you on a hand like that. It really just depends on how the table's playing. If you have a lot of loose, aggressive players behind you, you'd probably want to fold a hand like 5-4 suited under the gun.
Under the gun is the new button. I have not heard that. The more stealing happening from the left in poker these days?
Yes, absolutely. And that's why there's a lot more re-stealing. You'll see a lot of people 3-betting the under the gun raids are very, very light these days. John calls with ace-jack suited. Nick follows suit with 3.
Just a quick pause here. Anytime you see a player do this after he throws chips in, it's very, very rare that he has aces or kings or queens. Yeah, you see that he's engaging in conversation, like they're not playing for $100,000, $150,000. No big deal here. Nothing to see. King 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, those kind of hands.
Nick follows suit with 3s. Nemi with King 10 suited also calls. Everybody wants to get involved, it seems.
Aaron has to fold, and Amari, I'm sure he's hoping to wake up with a hand to re-raise here.
No, that's the thing, Fred. He's not hoping to wake up with a hand. He already knows what he has. We saw him look at his hole cards while Edward was looking at his hole cards, so he's just looking again. Because he's putting on an act.
But it doesn't look like that's going to happen as he peels back Queen 7. But given all the action in this pot, I can't see him folding Queen 7.
He decides that he wants to try to get lucky on this flop.
So 5 players in the hand.
And the flop is 6-6 Jack, Rainbow. And the only person that really helps is John. He has jacks and 6s. It's not really a good flop for anybody else. Let's see if Edward feels like c-betting this.
Boy, I don't know. With this kind of traffic in the hand, I don't think the c-bet strategy is really good here to try to push everybody off the hand. But he is going to fire $185,000.
And if I were John, I would just call here. There are people behind you to act. There's real no point to raise. You know that you probably have the best hand here, but there's not really any reason to bloat the pot at this stage.
Plus, raising here, I think, could really be scary if you got 3-bet.
I think it's not good to raise here for 2 reasons. Like you said, it opens you up to the possibility of being 3-bet, and also, you're going to lose.
Okay, so he checks his hole cards again.
On boards like
this is rechecking your hole cards can mean a lot of different things, guys. A lot of times, rechecking your hole cards is a sign of strength. Here, he's acting again, and he's acting like he's making sure that he's got the 6 before he slides it in.
From a lot of players too.
Let's go ahead and just rewind that.
Really be scary if you got 3-bet.
I think it's not good to raise here for 2 reasons. Like you said, it opens you up to the possibility of being 3-bet.
You guys
also,
notice anything?
You're gonna lose
I don't.
action on
I don't know.
moves
Let's
like
see how
this
he's
from a
putting
lot of
this.
players, too.
Amari Love getting tricky now. He is going to make it 500,000.
Amari decides that he wants to rep the 6 in his hand, being that he had called.
Got the
from
little
big
prayer
blind.
hands
And you
going
know what?
on.
I actually don't mind.
I mean, that's something that Navarro would say is a sign of strength. It's an elevation tell. You know, that's so is Amari just, you know, trying to throw some sort of weird reversal here? I don't know. I don't like trying to throw, you know, reversals. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm like not remembering my Navarro right. But I thought that any sort of elevation under the Navarro school was strength. So, am I remembering it wrong, Pete? I don't remember.
This play because
I just don't understand. I don't understand how John makes the fold here. There's so many check raises that Amari is going to be making this move with that John's crushing. I mean, you know, Amari is trying to represent the 6, but he could just as easily have a jack. And if he does have a jack, you know, John's jack is way better. He's got him drawn, you know, pretty stone cold.
a lot of the times John
What's up,
might have a
Baprod?
jack, but it might be a weaker jack than ace jack. And if he has a hand like 9s or 8s or 10s, you know, it's a
I hate it.
fold.
I hate the fold.
Amari's nickname is Doc, so around the poker world, he's known as Doc Love.
John, there goes your mortgage.
And John's gonna make a really disciplined fold here.
And this is horrible. Come on, Doc Love. Don't show it. You look at Aaron, who's like, really? You're gonna check raise against an under the gun raiser who c-bets against 5 guys, and it gets called by, you know, the tight guy who's going to work tomorrow. You know, how did that even get through? Look at the, but Amari, I mean, when you actually expose your cards like that, it's really asking for trouble. In my opinion, you guys, you should never do this. You should never show a hand and show a bluff after you make it. I think this is a really bad move, and it's just no good can come from it. You know, Aaron is a champion. You know, there's a couple of these guys who are, you know, high level poker players. They're watching every little thing that this guy's doing. And so now they actually get to correlate some sort of behavior with what he just did. You know, I mean, Amari, obviously, he's no slouch. He knows what he's doing, too. And I'm sure in his head, he's going to think, okay, well, next time I have it, I'm going to go ahead and do the prayer hands against Aaron. And then Aaron's going to think that I'm bluffing. But, you know, top pros aren't going to fall for that reverse tell type shit. They are going to be looking at other things that you don't know you're giving off. This is why you shouldn't be trying to throw reverse tells. You should be trying to conceal every tell you've got. And this is why you never, ever, 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 ever show a hand unless you have to show the hand. Ever. Don't do it, boys. Don't do it. God. It's not so much, I don't think that he's trying to be a dick so much, Develop. I almost feel like this is him. It's almost like Amari is like seeking approval from the rest of the table. You know, he's seeking their approval. He wants them to think that he is a strong player. You know, fine, you're a strong player, Amari. You know, it's best just to go ahead and keep your head down and not draw attention to the fact that you just bluffed out a guy with top pair, top kicker in a hopeless spot that I don't understand how anyone could have bluffed. And you got kind of lucky for Eduardo not to have actually woken up with an overpair there. Or, I mean, he could have just as easily had 6-5 of clubs, and then you would be where would you be then? He calls you, you follow it up with a second bullet on the turn, maybe even a second bullet on the river, and you're out, 8th place.
I might have called one and decided on a later street if I were John, but I don't.
Pete, I don't think Amari is an inexperienced player at all. I think that he's an experienced player. I think that he probably is trying to set something up for later. I just think it's a mistake for all the reasons I just said.
I don't really like Amari showing right here. I don't think there's a point to show people that you're capable of making these bluffs at this stage. I think you'd rather keep that under the radar, actually. I think you would gain a lot more chips that way.
Let's take a break from the fun action at this final table and tune into A Poker Life featuring legendary pro Doyle Texas Dolly Brunson.
Yeah.
By our friends at Ace Play Poker. You know, back in the day, all of Doyle's peer groups had won the main event championship. Doyle now tells us what it was like to one-up his buddies and win 2 back-to-back main event championships.
Yeah, I got over half the chips the first day, and the second day
I'm gonna go get a water. I'll keep this streaming.
entire chips in the tournament, and it just got down to going for land myself, and I didn't think about the 10 deuce. Didn't raise with it. I just happened to be in the blind. He had the button, and he didn't raise it. The turn came a 10-5 deuce, and I checked it, and he checked it, and he had an 8 and a 5, and the next card was a 5. And I let off, made some kind of a bet, and he moved the rest of the chips in. And I had the 10 deuce again, and I called him with 10s and deuces. And the last card again was a 10, made me 10s full with deuces again. And I didn't place any significant don't bet at the time. I didn't, and then they started calling the 10 deuce the bluffs, which I didn't like that either. But again, there's nothing you can do about it. And I tell people, folks, that's a bad hand. Don't be playing that hand. But they continually on Twitter and so forth, they tell me about pots they play with the 10 deuce.
Yet another elimination here in Gary, Indiana. At the
Gotta love old Doyle. One of my favorite things I've got. I've shown this before. First edition, first printing of the Super System. It came out as a brown cover book. We've got it autographed by the legend himself. Best of luck from Doyle Brunson. Easily one of my favorite things.
Is on the line for the last player standing.
So,
Back to this final table.
and I'm gonna check something out here really quick, guys. You know what? I might be able to.
And our short stack is Joseph Hebda with 850,000, which is about 17 big blinds.
Amari loves game just over
Just so you guys,
checked in. John Grace is the one on the big downside with losing just under 600,000. His blinds continue at 25 and 50,000 with a
just because I love you guys, I'm gonna go ahead and point something out there, Kay Bennett. This is something that I saw on eBay. This is 2 days left. This also is a first edition, first printing of Doyle Brunson's Super System. It's in a little bit of bad shape, Kay Bennett. But it could probably be restored, and I'm going to tell you that it's the price that this is going for right now, $75, is just amazing. When I saw it, and I was like, oh, wow, this guy only wants $75 for this book. I mean, it's torn up a little bit, yeah, but I mean, this is one of the very first books, that came off the print. This is one of the first. I think he printed off 1,000. I mean, or maybe 10,000, but not a lot of books. And this is one of them. So check it out. It's $75. I mean, it's so cheap. I'm tempted to buy another one. And if you get it, if you see Doyle, over at Bobby's room or around the World Series, he's a living legend, and he is such a good ambassador that if you ask him to give it a sign, I'm sure that he'll be willing to do it. I would encourage all of you to take a look at that eBay auction. Don't let that book not get sold.
Nemi is under the gun this hand.
No, no, I'm like the wind, baby. That's not my own auction. My book is not for sale.
It's a nice way to spend your poker earnings, I think. Nemi raises to 100,000 with Jack 10 offsuit, and Amari's going to call here with 8-7 of clubs.
So it's kind of interesting. So we saw Nemesio making it a little more than 2x big blind with his jacks. Now he's got Jack 10 off, making it 2x.
Some loose calls being made as we go to the flop.
And the flop is 6-8-3 rainbow, and Amari has paired his 8, and Nemi decides that he probably made a little bit of a loose open with Jack 10, and he doesn't really want a continuation bet this board against 2 players in position.
Amari's going to fire, makes it 150,000 with top pair.
And
I
Edward,
agree with
the
you,
bottom
Pete.
pair here, is
I think that you're
thinking
absolutely
about
right.
calling. I'm sure he's wondering if Amari is just trying to represent this flop, but really has overcards.
So Edward is going to make the call. And I'm suspecting Edward's hoping Amari's going to check the turn here and open the door for him.
Oh.
The king of spades falls.
And actually now Edward has improved to kings and threes.
Look how happy Edward is.
And I think Amari is going to check this card.
Nice blink frequency there.
And now Edward, I'm sure, is going to go for a value bet with his two pairs.
Why not? Why wouldn't you, Ed? How much does he value bet here, guys? How much does he value bet? 710,000. How much has he bet in this spot before? We haven't really been paying that much attention to him. Before with the 5-4 suited, when he was making his bluff bet, when he was making his bluff C bet, he made it like a fifth of the pot. How much does he make it here? I'm going to go ahead and say somewhere between 250 and 300,000 is, I think, how much he's going to make it, and I think that bet sizing is about right. I think that that's probably a good amount.
And it looks like you're up again, my friend.
I think betting half pot is good. He bets a little less than that. He bets 185,000.
Even less.
He's going to quickly call. I think there's no reason for him to fold
185.
here on the turn.
I feel like Edward's losing value here because I think that he's going to get Amari to call a lot more than 185. I think that he could probably be, like Maria said, even a half pot size bet is probably going to get called.
A little over $1 million chips in the pot right now.
The river is the queen of hearts, and now there's a chance that Amari is going to fold.
Yeah, see, this is another problem with not betting a lot on the turn. You know, if he would have bet more on the turn, Amari calls and is more invested in the pot, it's less likely that he's going to fold, and there's just going to be so many scare cards on the river. I mean, of course, Edward thinks that he's still ahead, but if Amari has what Edward kind of thinks that he has, maybe a pocket pair, like 9s or 10s or 7s or 5s or 4s, or maybe like an 8-7, 8-9, 8-10, ace-8, ace-6, 6-7, 6-5, somewhere in that range. He actually, when he made the call on the flop, he was putting him on. He was putting him on worse than a 3. When he caught up on the turn, now he's putting him on a better hand than a 3. So it's kind of interesting the way that we change our perceived ranges of our opponents when we end up hitting an out. But I feel like the small bet on the turn is basically inducing him to come in with a hand like 8-6, or not 8-6, 8-7, 8-8, or like 8-9, 8-10. He's not making that small bet on the turn anymore, putting Amari on absolutely nothing, and he's not making that small bet on the turn, putting Amari on a draw. If he was putting on Amari on a draw or absolutely nothing, I just feel like the bet sizing would be different. So I feel like what we saw there is Edward changing the way, changing his read on Amari based on the turn card itself. So don't do that. If you think that your opponent has something, don't change your mind when you hit your 3 outer.
To Edward's bet, I'm not really sure what hand Amari can put Edward on.
Yeah, it is. I mean, what can Amari put Edward on? A spade draw. Amari can put Edward on a busted flush draw. So if Edward, if I'm trying to represent to the other guy that I have a busted flush draw that I'm trying to move him off of, I think that somewhere between a third half pot or 2/3 pot bet is where you really need to be making this bet. Probably leaning towards heavier. If you make like a half pot size bet here, I think that maybe Amari can convince himself to make the call with make a hero call with a pair of 8s against what must be 4-5 of spades, or ace-4 spades or something like that. So let's see. I do think that it's a mistake to bet too small here, and just like I think that Edward made a mistake betting too small on the turn. The fact that Amari is not that invested in the pot now makes it even less likely that you're going to get the call on the river. So.
But at the same time, it's just not a good run out for his pair baits. And Edward is going to bet half.
So he announces it 560, and actually announces it to the dealer, and doesn't make any sort of move. Does he put anything out there?
I'm a bit curious to Amari
No.
what kind of hand Edward calls.
It's a weird bet. It's a weird bet because the way that he made the bet, verbalizing the bet, 560, verbalizing it to the dealer. Usually when someone's talking to the dealer, it's weak. When someone has to clarify those kind of clarification, but that's more likely to be the case when someone counts out the exact amount and says it to the dealer as they're putting it out. The kind of unnecessary clarification tells are generally a sign of generally a sign of weakness. Here, I mean, he's not feeling weak at all. He announces it. We've got that 560, which is a downward slope voice inflection. This is why I don't like announcing. I don't like announcing your bets. I feel like when you're in a hand, you really should try to make it a silent game for yourself. You shouldn't try to make any sort of unnecessary vocalizations.
The flop with that can bet the turn of the
But
river.
I don't hate it. He's betting half the pot basically, and it's so easy to convince yourself that it feels like a flush draw. So.
Edward's range is pretty polarized
Can I see?
here. He either has.
But guys, we got
two pair, or he doesn't have anything really. He could have some kind of flex
Show and tell
draws,
later.
or maybe ace high, but he can't really call the river, and he is gonna fold.
So Eddie's going to scoop a nice sized pot worth over 1.6 million in chips, and Amari Doc Love is going to have to lick his wounds, and it will. It did, Amari. Don't you worry about us, buddy. Blinds continuing at 25 and 50,000, and I think everybody at the table wanted to see what Ed was playing.
Okay,
at last
25K,
night.
50K now.
Nick has ace queen suited and raises to 100,000.
Looks like we probably fast forwarded a good chunk of time. Magic of the editing room, guys.
And Nemi is going to make the call.
And then he calls with ace-3 suited, which, we saw him call earlier, raise with ace-10 of hearts, which is a much better hand than ace-3 suited, and I just think Nemi's starting to fall into the trap, maybe calling with too many suited, connected type cards, which is definitely a leak sometimes.
Action now back to Ed Oshana. It looks like he's going to play this hand. Looked like he had king 5 offsuits. Not a hand I would choose to play out of position in a raise pot, but
Great.
he is going to re-raise it and a big one here.
So here we have another vocalization by Edward. This time it's quite different than the downward slope raise. That's actually a short, jerky upward slope on a stone cold bluff, making it 320 after an under the gun min raise by Nick and a fairly loose call by Nemi. We got John sitting here just still thinking about that ace-jack hand.
Yeah, you know what? I think he thinks this is a good squeeze spot, and it very well could be. I mean, Nick is fairly active at this final table. So far he has had the hands to do it with. But, this puts Nick in a very tough spot. I think Nick is going to call because his hand is suited here, but he doesn't love it. It's definitely not easy to think that you're ahead here with ace-queen against, a small blind.
Yeah, I struggle with that too, Pete.
I don't like the fact that Nemi's reaching for chips. I think all he could really hope for is to flop a flush, and you're not really getting the odds for that extra 3%.
Nemi is going to lay it down.
I think it's a good fold. I don't think that he should have even called Nick's open with ace-3 suited.
The flop is 10-8 rainbow, and I think if Edward can follow through here with his squeeze play, he's going to be able to get Nick off his hand Nick was obviously hoping to hit the flop, and he doesn't. He doesn't even have a flush draw. So let's see if Edward can get Nick to fold this flop.
He is going to put Nick to a test worth 260,000 in chips.
Interesting. We're going to go ahead and rewind that just a little bit. Look at the way that we've got Edward putting it back. We talk about that, take backs flair, and I kind of feel like I feel like we might have just saw a little slight, post-release hesitation, kind of take back flair here. Let's see if we see it. It's kind of hard to see because the name placards are kind of in the way, but let's see if we actually saw what we think we saw.
Nick to a test worth 260,000 in chips, which swells the pot to almost 1.1 million, and I don't see Nick folding for that.
Yeah, I think this sizing is making Nick call for his backdoor possibilities, and also in the hopes that maybe he could get.
Yeah, and how much did he make it? It looked like he made it pretty small, which I don't love.
He's going to be able to get Nick off.
825, and he's making it, I mean, way less than a third. Wow.
He doesn't even have a flush draw. So let's see if Edward can get Nick to fold this flop.
He is going to put Nick to a test worth
260,000
in chips, which swells the pot to almost 1.1 million, and I don't see Nick folding for that.
Trying to engage in conversation.
Yeah, this sizing is making Nick call for his backdoor possibilities, and also in the hopes that maybe he could get Edward to shut down on the turn.
Yeah, I think Nick thinks he's got the best hand.
The turn is the 7 of hearts, so no help for either player. Nick's still ahead with just ace high, and you're right, Maria, that is going to slow Ed down, and I suspect Nick will pounce on this.
Yeah, I think Nick feels like maybe he might need to turn his hand into a bluff here. It's not really that reasonable for him to believe that he had the best hand, and just in case Edward has ace-king, Nick doesn't want to let this hand go to showdown.
Nick fires a big one, 420,000 in chips. And that should be enough to get Ed off his hand. And he is going to lay it down. You know, Maria, I mentioned earlier, Nick has been active at this final table, but
he shows too. I don't know why.
This one worth a little over 1.7 million.
With a few players eliminated, now those pay jumps are starting to get more and more significant. Come back for all of that action.
Welcome back to the HPT. This lovely lady is Maria.
Yeah, so Pete, I feel like a lot of the time, when you're going back and forth between trying to make a small value bet that can get called, you're basically appealing to their curiosity, and if you're trying to make a bigger bet, you're basically trying to trick them into thinking that you're making a big bluff. It's tough. It's definitely tough. Yeah, so Bastar, there is a lot of eye blink and eye frequency, but I feel like it's more of I feel like it's like more of a nervous tick. I'm not really seeing. I don't know if we really have enough information yet to see a huge difference between bleak frequency when he's strong and weak. Have we actually seen like a nutty nut hand by Ed yet? I don't think we have. Go ahead and turn up the volume here. Okay, there's that 25K, 50K that we like to see.
As blinds continue on at 25 and 50,000 with a 5,000 chip ante.
We haven't seen Aaron Massey play very many hands here. He
has pocket kings.
You know, he can't mess around too much, and I think he's just trying to find
pretty quick and jerky there. I would like to see him kind of slow down. Makes it the 2x, which is good. Go ahead and get to Aaron's page, which is completely blank. He hasn't done a single thing at this table yet.
Suited, and that's definitely a pretty good hand. John only has 24 big blinds, though, and he announces a re-raise.
Oh, no.
He has just around the stack size where he has
So,
just about the stack size
quick and jerky 100K, which is 2x. Now we got John feeling like he's getting pushed around. Feeling like he's getting ganged up on by the big cock poker team, and all these young cocky pros. Decides to make a stand, and Aaron looks at John, re-raising, to 280. And I feel like Aaron must think that John's much stronger than he is and isn't going to fold. And so I think that Aaron is doing probably what I would do, which is try to get as much money in as possible pre-flop. Not, you don't want scare cards to come and scare John off of his jacks or his tens, or you want to go ahead and when a player like John three bets you pre-flop, you got to think that they're going to give it a call. I think that Aaron probably is not going to get the call he wants here.
Move all in here.
And that should.
Wow, and that's kind of a sloppy, like who cares about it, jerky bet. This is kind of like what you were saying, Pete, when people are like, whatever that is.
It's put John in a really tough spot. I mean, you can't like it when the person who raised is now going to 4-bet shove, and it's your tournament life on the line. And that's also kind of the problem with 3-betting king queen of spades here, is you don't get to see a flop when it's a hand that flops tremendously well. And now if you call it, you're really not going to like it. Let it go. I love how
no, Aaron, don't say that. Don't say that. Let it go. Don't say that. Keep your mouth shut, guys. When you're in a hand, you're going to end up. You're going to end up giving off information that you shouldn't be giving off.
Kind of a reverse tell here. He obviously doesn't want him to fold.
Well, Aaron, the original raiser, and then he just re-raises you. King Queen has got to fold here. As much as I love the hand, it's crushed.
I mean, even Fred would fold. So John, you got to. And this is the point where I think a lot of players like to, in their head, think about the hands that they can be to justify a bad call here. And I just think John has put himself in a really bad predicament 3-betting with king queen suited.
He sure has. We can't quite tell what the. I think that those are 25Ks. So, he's looking at like 500. Like, he's looking at like less than 1 million chips, I think. So. It's easy for him to be looking down, thinking, "Okay, I've got 2 to 1. Maybe Aaron has pocket tens or pocket jacks or pocket sevens where it's a coin flip." Well, I mean, I wouldn't be making the call here. I'm surprised when I see players make this type of call, but maybe John's going to make the call. Maybe Aaron, somehow Jedi mind tricked him into making the call by the let it go. Consider the short stack pointing at the other guy. Move up the money, John. Wow.
If John's going to open speculate pocket 9s or 10s, that makes Aaron really happy.
Wow.
Make the call, Maria, and he's going to find out he is just absolutely crushed. Absolutely crushed.
That's how I feel too, John.
Into it, and I think John kind of talked himself into it. He is going to need to find a flush or trip queens here, or possibly a straight in order to double up. Otherwise, he'll be our 7th.
Well, John.
Over $2.5 million in this.
Good game.
Go to the flop with John Grace's life on the line.
There's a king in that window. That's not a good sign for John. 9-3, 2 diamonds to follow. Looks like Aaron's flop top set, and John's going to need some running straight cards.
This is when you root for another king of diamonds for a foul deck and a chop. Yep, 10 jack would be good, John.
10 jack, it'd have to be perfect. The ace of hearts on the turn is going to have John drawing dead, and he will be our 7th place finisher at this final table. Insignificant 8 of hearts falls on the river.
John Grace just couldn't get himself to lay down king queen there, and he is going to go home with $21,347.
Yeah, John explains. So I put you on a smaller pair. Yeah. Nothing you could do. You got nice sportsmanlike conduct by John, actually coming up, shaking Aaron's hand, and
Not surprised a bit. We started with 9. We will continue next time with 6. But Maria, those first 3 eliminations were quite exciting. What is your take on the play so far today?
Well, I think a lot of these players have a lot of final table experience, so they use that to feel all of the other players out, which I think is a good starting point. Now it's time to really use that information against your opponents.
Boy, you know, I've said it before. If you're not using Maria as a teacher while watching the HPT, you're really not getting as much as you can out of this show. Now, do you
Agreed,
think you have what it
Fred.
takes to sit at an HPT final table and compete for unreal money on a worldwide stage? Well, log on
We
to
do.
HPTpoker.com and find an event near you. For Maria Ho and James Larson, I'm Fred Bevel. We'll see you next time right here on the HPT.
For Maria Ho and James Larson, I'm Fred Bevel. Okay. We're going to go ahead and give this a pause here. I think that we'll probably go ahead and let's go ahead and finish it off. 45 more minutes. You know, we've done a lot of detailed analysis here. I think we'll go ahead and you know, kind of take a little more passive. Let's finish this episode and see who wins. I don't know who wins. I know that Aaron has had a lot of success. I haven't really been following the results though, so I think that he also has some close misses. So let's keep the viewing party going. We'll rewind it to the beginning. And what do you guys think? You guys got any questions or anything? Any comments? Who do you like at this point? Whose game are you most impressed with? I guess I would have to ask. I can tell you the game I'm least impressed with. I wasn't liking John's. Nick, you know, he's been so chatty. He's just like, he's a little too comfortable. I like Joe Hebda's game here. I think that so far, you know, Joe hasn't played a hand, so I like his game so far.
HPT. This week we crown a champion from the Majestic Star Casinos.
That's frustrating, Trussell. Sorry to hear it. I guess, you know, clock management is part of any other sport, right? You know, when you're playing football and you're down to the wire, using your timeouts, and you know, playing basketball, same thing. So I feel like clock management should be part of poker.
Now the final few remaining at this final table can almost taste that championship, and over 150.
I do agree though, Tressel, that the way that they should handle, you know, the time bank is more of like a chess clock type thing. You shouldn't be able to allow a player to stall that much.
You really can't be focused on the stakes. You have to make the best decision possible on every street.
Yeah, but Star, I like the way Amario's been playing. You know, like he got pretty unlucky with those aces.
Too busy thinking about what I could win. Let's not keep these guys waiting any longer. Let's check the updated chip counts and the money on the line and get right to this fight.
I like the way Nick's been playing. I feel like he's gotten away from hands. He's picked his spots well. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Nick wins this one. At all. The only one that I'd be really surprised if they won at this point would be Nemi. Just because I feel like, well, looks like Nemi somehow went from a pretty nice stack down to, you know, 828,000. It's like one of those situations we're not seeing the whole story. I would be, but as nice of a guy as he is, I don't think that he's making the kind of solid moves that is going to lead to an actual title here. So yeah, at this point, I would put Nick as the favorite. Aaron is, you know, just as the chips. Probably we're probably looking at it wouldn't surprise me if Joe somehow is able to sneak up to like in that top 3. I feel like he's been, you know, picking his spots. You know, he's been very, very patient. He's got 17 big blinds, so I would guess that we're probably going to see. I think that we see a surprise here. I think that we see Joe in the top 3, and I think that we probably see. That's just my guess. We'll find out.
And here's the updated chip count.
Nick Schwarman has a good chance of ending up with.
Hey, she said she 18. Thank you so much for the comment. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying it. You know, for people who are watching, this is a sub, you know, chat only. Most of our Twitch streams aren't like this. Most of it is just, you know, standard play a tournament. This is more of a you know, a learning experience. Our HPT viewing party. Once again, we want to say thank you to the guys over there at the Heartland Poker Tour for giving us the permission to go ahead and Twitch stream this. These episodes and use it as a learning experience. Definitely a great tournament, a great group of people. Anytime you have a chance to go ahead, and this is what we like to see. Look at this. This is what we like to see. This is why we think that you know, this guy has a shot. He's playing that tween stack really well. This is exactly what you want to do with 17 big blinds here with ace queen, is look for those spots where you can 3-bet a guy who's light. I think that we're going to see some real nice moves from him. I think that we're going to see a top 3 finish from this guy. But look, anytime you guys have a chance to play the HPT, please go do it. And if you're ever at an HPT stop, also let them know that you enjoyed watching the HPT viewing party, and thank them for me for allowing us to use their footage. It's pretty nice and refreshing to see a couple of guys who aren't going to try to get their IP on lockdown and are willing to let us use their stuff as a learning experience to improve our game. So thanks God. And for the guys who are watching, make sure to hit that follow button. If you want to join in on the conversation, go ahead and hit that sub. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot more Twitch streaming between now and the World Series of Poker. So yeah, good times. We'll be doing some more of these view parties, guys. So we'll finish up this episode, call it a night. We're going to take tomorrow off, and then be back on Wednesday for more of our standard normal play a tournament. Watch the win stream. So oh yeah, and we're going to start tomorrow a little later. We're going to be starting tomorrow at about 6 p.m.
Behind him is going to move.
Tomorrow you can take off.
Oh, that's right, guys. I'm taking tomorrow off. I'm sorry. We're going to be back on Wednesday at about 6 p.m. Tomorrow is Tuesday. We're taking a day off.
Move in 17
and yeah, 9 iron 12 all day. I had to change my password. I think everyone had to change their password. I think that there was a breach. Oh, Nemi.
I really don't like that at all.
I hate that call.
Not a good spot for Nemi whatsoever.
Horrible. Oh my gosh, this is a disaster for Joe. Actually, this is a disaster for him. I mean, here, he's expecting Nemi to fold. Nemi has about the same stack as he does, but Nemi doesn't play ball. Instead, he's like, screw it. If I'm meant to win, I'm meant to win. It's like, wow. I don't understand how this just happened. We're at 25K 2550K. Nemi makes that 2 times the big blind bet with the king 10 offsuit. Joe makes a great move here, realizing that his opponent is weak, realizing that he has way the best of it, and decides that he's going to go ahead and increase his stack by 20% without even having to see a flop, and then he has now he has to actually fade a showdown with a 2-to-1 advantage. But this is not really what he wants. I'm very, very scared now for my prediction, because it's going to be really sad to see Joe get knocked out here if his ace queen doesn't hold.
He raises to 100,000 with king 10 off, and Joseph behind him is going to move in 17 big blinds with ace queen. This is the very standard play in this situation.
Yep. Standard, good play.
He's going to call it off, which I really don't like that at all. I think that is not
horrible.
a good spot for Nemi whatsoever. They have similar chip stacks basically for both of their tournament lives, and I just think it's extremely loose.
Over 1.75 million in this pot. King 10 is alive, but ace queen is ahead. Here comes the flop.
Oh yeah.
The flop is deuce 7 queen rainbow, so Joseph pulls ahead even more, pairing his queen.
Hold.
So one live card and the king.
And I don't know why we have this. I mean, come on, HPT, you gotta get with the program here. This is not a 15%.
Or running straight cards.
There you go. 2377. No, 15, 15.
Is the jack of hearts, and that actually gives Nemi an open-ended straight draw. But Joseph does have an ace blocker.
Yep, those are your outs there, Nemi. Oh no! Oh, this is the guy getting ready for a shot. He's like a little kid going into the office, getting ready for like immunity shots, and he's just ready to go home. I guess that he's what a nice guy, Nemi. What a nice guy, Nemi. Let's.
Big sweat going into the river. Nemi.
Aaron supporting his buddy. Yes, he smells good, doesn't he, Aaron?
ace to straighten out. Otherwise, he will be our 6th place finisher. The river is the 4 of diamonds.
Okay, that's what we like to see. We don't like to see pros get a bad beat at final tables situations. So, well played, Nemi. Nicely played. Nice job getting there. We hope to see lots more of you at the HPT. And very nice guy. Hats off to you, Nemi.
At the Majestic Star Casino. 5 players remain here at our nationally televised final table. Let's send it back into the poker room to Freddie and Maria.
Nick Shorman has firmly planted himself in the chip leader position. Everybody else, though, has chips to play with. Our shortest stack, Joseph Hebda, has 36 big blinds. Everybody else
wow, so they're all fine. 36, 40, 46. I mean, there's not really much of a difference there. They all have plenty of big blinds at this point. And I think that I like Joe's game here. I think that we're going to see him in the top 3. I really do. Let's see if we see this kind of implicit collusion where Aaron looks down and folds. Nope. Nope. Here we're going to see a big confrontation. Yeah, this is kind of nice. This is going to be kind of refreshing here because here is how we know that these guys are not cheating. This is the difference between implicit collusion and hard collusion. This is going to result in a huge confrontation with Joseph giving all of his chips to Aaron. What a cooler situation.
Aaron was sweating him, so I mean, they're friends. It's kind of tough to play against your friends, especially when it's a cooler. This is just a cooler.
And as expected, well, Aaron is going to 3-bet here.
Because, Pete, Nemi's such a nice guy.
I think Aaron could have flatted his hand and also
he's such a nice guy.
The way that he would put Joseph on a hand this big, and I think both of them are just going to end up fast playing it here. I mean, I don't know if this is why, but you don't really want to trap your friends. It's a difficult situation, but Joseph just goes all in and Aaron snap calls, and it's hard to root against your friend here, but this is just an unfortunate setup of the deck.
It is an unfortunate setup. It is an unfortunate setup, and Aaron feels like it's too bad, buddy. But
as we go to the flop.
The flop is 3, Jack 4, 2 spades. Joseph does have the king of spades in his hand, and he's going to need to go runner or hit a king.
Looking pretty thin for Joe right now, unless we get a good sweat here on the turn with a spade card.
The turn is the 4 of clubs. That's a safe card. Now the runner out are
sometimes the king does come. I'm like the wind. Sometimes the king comes.
He'll be knocked out by his friend Aaron Massey in 5th place.
Nice little needle there.
Poised to just get huge with his chip stack as the river is the queen of hearts. And that will do it for Joseph Headbutt. Nothing he can really do there, Maria. Kings versus aces.
No, not at all. And never feels good to knock out a friend at a final table, but Joseph's going to go home with over 31,000. Can't be too sad about that.
Maria's right. It doesn't feel good to knock out a friend at the final table, but it definitely feels better to knock out a friend at the final table than to be knocked out by a friend at the final table. So, Aaron, I'm sure, feels a little bad for his buddy, but not really shedding any tears.
Lead as blinds move up to 30 and 60,000 with a 10,000 chip.
No friends at the poker table, guys. No friends at the poker table.
4-handed at this final table. Pocket 7s for Ed and Maria. As we get shorter and shorter, we all know the ranges open up wider. But how should the aggression change as we get shorter?
I feel like when you do play short-handed and you know that your opponents are widening their opening ranges, I would like to see a few more 3-bets, squeezes, that kind of thing. Because I think it's a little bit easier to start showing more aggression when you feel like your opponents have weaker holdings.
Nick is going to make the call with ace-10, and Amari Love is going to follow suit with pocket 3s. So 3 out of the 4 players left are going to see a flop here.
And the flop is deuce 10-6, a couple of spades. So Nick has outflopped them both, pulling into the lead with a pair of 10s, ace kicker.
Amari is going to check, and Ed's going to test out those pocket 7s by.
You can't blame Ed for making a bet here. He can't really rely on Nick
this
C
is a
betting.
fine continuation
We've seen
bet
Nick
by Edward.
shut
I think
down,
there's not
you know,
a whole lot
a
to be
lot.
afraid of on
His
this
C bet
flop.
range, you know, his C bet percentage is way lower than I would have
And
expected
Nick
it to
looks
be.
like he is staging raising
So
chips there,
you don't
and
really
he is
want
gonna make it
you don't really want to give
375,000 now.
I think there's a chance that he might
Nick
get looked
or
up by
Amari
Edward on the flop
a free
because
card,
there's
and
a
your
flush
chances
draw
that Ed is
possible, and Edward might think
ahead.
that Nick is
So
just raising on the come here.
Amari quickly folded after Nick raised, and
nice fold,
now
Ed.
Ed is going to smartly fold. He's going to save some chips, as once again Nick Schwarman scoops another pot. This one worth 990,000. Nick is one of those guys that'll probably be carded
30-60.
He just has that kind of baby face to him. Action in this hand is going to start with
Antes
Aaron
are
folds
10.
over to Doc Love. Amari Doc Love.
So a pretty
That is
big
the
ratio
coolest
between the
name ever.
the small blind and the
For
ante
sure.
guys.
He could be a musician of some sort.
Doc is going to raise it up here with a suited ace-8, makes it 130,000.
Okay, a little bomb drop, but very
Ed
quick
looks
pull
down
away.
at King Queen in the small blind.
Even so, I mean they're
And I think this is the kind of hand where sometimes
they're short-handed,
players think, should I
so
bet? Should I call?
ace
In
8
this case, I
suited,
think it's fine
you know,
to just call here.
qualifies
It's
as a
definitely
big
good
enough hand.
Four-handed. You have to play it out of position though, which sometimes can be tricky.
Yeah.
The flop is Queen Ace 7 Rainbow.
This could get a little
Players
this could get a
catch
little
piece of
damaging
this.
for
Amari
Ed.
hits top pair. Ed hits second pair.
And this is
Amari
just
goes
a
ahead and
situation
C
where
bets.
Edward's definitely
Right
gonna
move.
check call one at least here. It's hard to give someone an ace automatically because they raise from the button, so you really have to look them up.
Amari fires 160,000. And you can see, if you're watching, Ed immediately looks at Amari's stack as Amari is putting out that.
Yeah, so this is where we're not going to go ahead and we're not putting Amari on the level where he was trying to set up a bluff move and a reverse tail in the future. At this point, I feel like if Amari was with his queen whatever, if he was trying to set them all up for making big calls in the end, right at this point, we should be seeing the prayer hands, right, Pete? So.
And he is going to make the call.
And I think there's a lot of turns that's just going to trap Eddie into this hand here. I think there's definitely not a lot of scary turns for King Queen.
4 of spades falls on the turn here.
We might see Amari go ahead and check.
I'm kind of surprised at Amari checking back. I guess he is pot controlling, but there's no real reason he shouldn't think he has the best hand. I think if Edward had a bigger ace, he would have heard about it
I
pre-flop.
completely agree with what Maria said there. I feel like Amari should probably go ahead and try to get three streets of value out of this hand.
He's not going to challenge him. He's going to check over to him.
And now I think Amari could very safely value bet top pair here.
And
Edward
I would be
probably have to
making
call.
something like a 320,000 bet. 340,000, somewhere around half pot, hoping that I get some sort of lighter call with about what Edward has.
Him since Amari did.
If you get check raised, a lot of the times you have to just give him credit for a bigger hand.
Check the turn. And sometimes
200K, pretty small.
Try to get value on.
Pretty small, so I guess here he's just trying to play up to Ed's curiosity. Ed could very well you could easily think that it's a value bet by weaker. And Poker Pete, you're concerned about it, but at the same time, I don't think that you should be so concerned about it that you don't take that turn bet.
The river, so you never really know exactly what a player's thinking.
200,000 is the bet from Amari.
A lot of poker is two-street poker, whether it's flop and turn river, turn and river. So sometimes when you don't know if you could get 3 streets of value, it's okay to check back the turn, but feeling like you still have the best hand.
Wow, another teaching moment from my friend and pro poker player, Maria Ho.
That is a good
If you
teaching
don't
moment.
have a pen and paper out while you're watching the HPT these days, you are missing
We
big
do, Fred.
opportunities to get free poker lessons.
We've got
He
our
is
pen
gonna
and
make the call.
paper here.
Amari announces the ace, and probably not a huge shock to Ed, but he is going to have to lay down second pair here is over $1 million in chips is going to go Doc's way.
With a few players eliminated, now those pay jumps are starting to get more and more significant. Come back for all of that action.
Thanks for coming back to the HPT, where over $150,000 is on the line for the last player standing. Let's get right back to this final table.
Nick Schwarman is still the chip leader, nearing almost $5 million. Aaron has closed that gap a lot after he eliminated Joe with his aces versus Joe's kings.
So interesting because we're not seeing how
and Edward is
these guys are pushing their stacks up. You know, we're missing so much here to the guys in the editing room, and we're not seeing all the the hands that don't have big confrontations. So, if you look how Nick and Aaron are increasing their stack, it's probably having to do with a lot of pre-flop raises that don't get looked up. C bets post flop. A lot of very small ball poker that's not really all that interesting to watch on when you only have 45 minutes to display 9 hands.
Will be on Ed. 125,000 is the bet.
Wow, look at this big confrontation again. This is one of these spots where the editing room loves this, and this is watching poker tournaments. You'd think this is kind of like how they go, is like just big confrontation after another big confrontation. But this is not how poker tournaments go. This is probably like a 6-7 hour final table, broken down to like 20 hands. So we're only seeing the stuff that appeals to television and appeals to the editing room, basically. We're not seeing how Nick got his stack really, and one of these days we're going to probably do I'm going to see if I can't work with the HPT to be able to get one of the live streams with whole cards so that we can actually see the whole thing, and I think that there's going to be a lot of stuff we can learn here.
Four-handed, you can't really put Edward on ace-king here just because he opened the pot.
Yeah, Pete, it's not bad just to take 2 streets out of the 3 of value.
And he does do indeed that.
And Nick gives the call.
Nick committed to the hand after that 3-bet, so over 200 in chips in this pot.
And Ed has to,
for the first time today,
win a race, 3-to-1 race. It is a good spot, but so often this goes the wrong way.
The flop is 7-6-3 rainbow, so brick for both of these players. Ed a huge lead right now.
And the turn pairs a 7, and that gives Nick a few outs to chop now. A 6 or a 3.
I don't think HPT was streaming. I think it was WPT that was streaming. If you're talking about here on Twitch, Tressel, I'm not sure that HPT does anything with Twitch yet, but I think that they're going to try to start doing some Twitch streaming.
The river is the jack of diamonds, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Ed's going to get a full double up here with
nice double up there, Ed.
That's going to put Ed back in a pretty good spot, and Nick will still be comfortable with his stack after this hand, but obviously when it's four-handed.
So, Papist, I don't know that reading my book is really going to matter that much for your game. It's not really a strategy book. I would definitely say that you should pick up as many books as you can. The Lee Jones book is good. All the Harrington books are good for tournaments. The Jonathan Little books, I'm going to probably try to put together a little book list for you to read. I'll slap it on the fact panel down below, and I'll put it on pokerbooks.com. But read everything that you can, and it can't hurt to join some of the poker forums out there. Pocket Fives is my pick. Reddit is pretty good too, and ask people for advice. Keep on doing stuff like watching these Twitch streams. Not just mine, other guys' Twitch streams as well, and. And focus on a specific variant of poker. Focus on no limit hold'em tournaments, and master those, or focus on Omaha high-low cash games and master those before you start trying to just master everything. In poker, it's very easy to become a jack of all trades, master of none, and really your edge is going to be coming from being much better at the people that you're playing with. So yeah, and Southside Squash, that's good advice too. There's a lot of really good training sites out there. You can't go wrong with stuff like Card Runners, Ivy League, Run It Once. those types of training sites. And just don't definitely when you're starting out, make sure that you have pretty aggressive stop losses. Don't let yourself lose too much. Don't let yourself get comfortable losing.
And Amari also has turned a backdoor flush draw here, but he checks and Nick also checks behind. I might have liked to see Aaron lead there on the turn. You don't really want to give people a free card when the board's starting to get very draw heavy, and you have to think you have the best hand. With Queen Jack, you're only really afraid of 10-9.
Ace of clubs comes on the
How much
river,
does he go
and
for?
Aaron is now
250?
value, makes it 250,000.
Pretty small value bet by Aaron. I would have liked to see a little bit of a bigger
somebody really wanted to. They could
value,
put
but I
Aaron
kind of
in a tough
missed the.
spot. The river being
I
an
kind
ace
of.
clubs isn't actually very good for Aaron's
I
hand,
kind of
and
missed
think
the
might
action. I'm
even
gonna
fold
rewind
to
it, guys. I'm
calls in
sorry,
both spots there.
but it looks like. I mean, the pot seems pretty small for the hands that we see. We've got.
8, and everybody's got a piece except for Nick. Aaron flopped top pair. Mari has second pair. They both decide to check it over to Nick, though.
It's the beauty of raising pre-flop. Nick is now going to continue.
Makes that left-handed bet instead of the right-handed bet. Kind of some seesaw action.
I don't see Aaron going anywhere with top pair.
I think after Aaron calls, it's a little tough for Amari.
It is pretty tough for Amari to overcall, but he does. Look at that.
On the turn, he can't possibly think that he has the best hand.
I don't really like the call here.
Try to get lucky on the turn of the river as he calls the bet. So the pot growing here, Maria. 820,000 in the middle up for grabs right now.
And I'm sure unless Nick hits his king, he's most likely planning on checking the turn. He doesn't like getting called in both spots there.
Queen
so Aaron with the tickle fingers check.
Once again, he's going to check.
Really studying hard the other guys. I mean, here I don't know why Aaron is. I mean, I guess Aaron is kind of counting on Nick to continue with taking the lead, and maybe Aaron's a little bit of afraid of Amari at this point. The overcall seems pretty. It feels either like a super strong hand that he's slow playing, or a draw hand like 9-10. And in those situations where he has 9-10, that queen just fit him perfect. But I don't know. I don't love the way that Aaron played this hand, to tell you the truth, guys. I think that a check raise probably would be better on the flop. And now on the turn, I don't think that you can just expect that Nick is going to follow through with his post-flop aggression. If it wasn't a queen that came, if it was like another 4, or if it was like a 2, I think that Aaron's check is probably fine. But with the queen comes, that's kind of a scare card. In those situations where Nick was betting a hand like King Jack, Ace Jack, Jack 10, Ace 8, 8 9, those kind of hands, the queen is kind of a scare card. It puts Aaron ahead. I just feel like he's giving away free cards here, and I don't love it.
A straw here, but he checks, and Nick also checks behind. I might have liked to see Aaron lead there on the turn. You don't really want to give people a free card when the board's starting to get very...
Yeah, I completely agree with what Maria just said there, too. Just what I just said. I might have liked to see Aaron lead there on the turn.
Draw heavy, and you have to think you have the best hand. With Queen Jack, you're only really afraid of 10-9.
So here, hate this. I feel like this is a very... low value bet. I mean, it's less than a third of the pot, and I mean, maybe Aaron's just trying to play it safe because he's worried that one of these guys has 9-10 or is slow playing a set. He's letting himself. It almost feels like he's value betting low enough so that if someone re-raise, if someone comes over the top of him here, I don't know that Aaron's making the call. Then again, it's a pretty bad idea to put a good player in a position to make a good call. Good to see you, Big Popalicious. Thanks for joining the stream.
Aaron is now going to bet for value, makes it 250,000. Amari has missed his flush.
But this is where, if somebody really wanted to, they could put Aaron in a tough spot. The river being an ace of clubs isn't actually very good for Aaron's hand, and I think he might even fold to a raise.
Look, he's getting the raise. Look at this, Amari. Look at Amari.
Nick Schwarman folds.
And this is a good move, Amari. I mean, this is a good move. He's not, he didn't play this the same way that he played it before when he showed the bluff. I think that there's some leveling going on here for sure. Let's see if Aaron can sniff it out. It's kind of scary, but I also kind of feel like Aaron has to know that his 250K bet there is going to induce a lot of bluffs by these guys. I also kind of feel like Aaron should be. It's a pretty small amount that he's raising. He's going from 250K to 700. So I feel like if Amari actually had like the monster hand, if he had the 9-10 or a set here, I just feel like he makes it more than 450K more. I don't really see this bluff working. So yeah, I like the raise, but I don't like the amount of the raise. And I think that if Amari were to have made it 1.1, I think that he gets it through. But 450K, it smells so. It smells like like he wants the call, but it also smells fishy. It doesn't really tell the story that maybe that Aaron thinks is appropriate. So I think Amari is getting called here. I think Aaron's probably going to say, you know what, it doesn't make sense. I'm gonna call if you just milked a little bit of chips out of me. Good on you, Amari, but no, Aaron makes the call here.
Get Aaron off 2-pair here, 4-handed.
And I think because Amari has showed that he's capable of bluffing before, Aaron might call him here, and also because he didn't make it that much more to go. But this is a really good play by Amari, and if his sizing was different, or maybe if his table image was a little different, he might get Aaron to fold. I'm not really sure what Aaron's going to do. I think he's trying to get a read off him right now.
Aaron he turned the nuts, so he's putting them on 9.
Oh, look at this! Look at this! This is actually this is what you want to do when you're in a situation where you're trying to decide whether you're going to make the call or not, and you don't know. I mean, this is what separates it. You don't open your mouth when you're the one in Amari's position. You open your mouth when you're the one in Aaron's position. This is when you try to get them to call. This is when you try to get them to, give you something about what they have. And I think that Amari might just have done that. I think that we might have saw some kind of goofy little, I don't know, smile
Really
underneath that. I mean, he's kind of hunched down. I can't really see, but we're rewinding it, so let's see. And let's also see how he puts that out.
Amari is doing just that. He makes it 700,000 and quit.
We're going to have to say that this has been heavily edited. Okay, I think that there's a pretty decent chance that there's a good chunk of time winding up on the editor floor right now.
Nick Schwarman folds. So let's see if Doc can get Aaron off 2-pair here, 4-handed.
And I think because Amari has showed that he's capable of bluffing before, Aaron might call him here, and also because he didn't make it that much more to go. But this is a really good play by Amari, and if his sizing was different,
I mean, Aaron just did you turn the nuts?
Maybe if his table image was a little different, he might get Aaron to fold. I'm not really sure what Aaron's going to do. I think he's trying to get a read off him right now.
He can't hide underneath the hat, like Aaron's actually kind of getting in there. Good move.
Aaron asking if he...
Oh, look at that little break right there.
Turn the nuts, so he's putting them on 9-10 here, as that would have given him the queen high straight. Of course, now the nuts.
I'm pretty sure that
for the Broadway straight.
No.
And Aaron is gonna lay down.
Oh no, Aaron, no. This is how I feel too, buddy. No. Oh God. And then you got Amari showing it again.
And Doc is gonna show the bluff. Look at the face that Massey is making.
It's a great play by Amari.
Yeah, Poker Pete, you can barely hear what they're saying, but I could hear what Aaron was saying there when he said, did you turn the nuts? Did you turn the nuts, when he gets down underneath there trying to look underneath the hat? And then you got Amari with kind of like a little goofy little smile there. Aaron falls for it. Aaron falls for the act.
I don't know how many more times he could bluff successfully after he's shown.
I hate the show. You don't show. Never show a hand, guys. Don't ever do it.
Poker Life with Doyle Brunson. Ace Play Poker. This week, the legendary pro tells us one of his glamorous road stories of getting mugged by Tuda Nawaba.
We were playing poker in Lubbock, Texas, and there was a bookmaker that was about 5'5", weighed 400 and something pounds, and he spoke with a lisp. And everybody knew him, but he was a nice fella, and but he lost his money all the time. So he was playing poker that night, and we were playing, and he lost all of his money, and got up angry and slammed out the door, and he went home. He got a ski mask and a shotgun. And he came back, busted through the door, and said, "Y'all put your money on the table." Said, "This is a stick up. I'm taking your money." And everybody looked. Obviously, it was Tudor, 5'5", 400 pounds. And they said, "Oh, come on, Tudor, put that gun down. Come on, play." He says, "This is not Tudor. This is a wobber." And everybody just laughed at him, and he finally put the gun down and went back home.
What an exciting final table we have here in Gary, Indiana at the Majestic Star Casino. It's time to step aside for a quick commercial break, but when we come back, more exciting
Doyle
final
Brunson
table action. You're watching the HPT.
Thanks for coming back to the HPT. Maria Ho, Fred Bevel. We're at the Majestic Star Casino. Let's get right back to the table.
Vernon, yeah, it's like trash talking. I hate this show. I hate the show. I understand what he's doing. I understand that he's trying to play, meta game and trying to play level, and that's all good. Okay, you should try to play one level above your opponents and set them up to make more mistakes. But when you show a hand, you're just giving needless information away that is, that your opponents are going to be able to use to correlate to tells that you don't know that you're giving off. It's and to behavior that you don't know that you're giving off. In order for you to show a hand, you're basically saying you are so confident in your own ability not to give off unwanted information, that you're so sure of that you're willing to risk that that they're picking up on stuff that you don't know you're giving off. And in my opinion, 15 years in this game, no one should be that confident. Everybody has tells that they don't know they're giving off. And when you start doing that, especially on televised tables like this, I mean, it's just asking for trouble. You're so much better off following the advice that that I say and a lot of other pros say, which is you should be trying to conceal your tells. Don't worry about reverse tells. Conceal your tells. It's like Joe Navarro trademark said, conceal, don't reveal. That is good advice. It's good advice. When you try to start playing this leveling game that Amari is playing, more times than not, you're going to just level yourself. So,
we have a new chip leader. Edward O'Shaughnessy has pulled into that spot.
I don't have much of an opinion on it, Pete. I haven't really.
Nick Schwarman, both over 3 million.
I haven't read it.
Just under 3 million. Lots of deep stack
it's on my reading list. It's just
separating first from third place here, and Amari
I don't know. Mindset coach. It sounds kind of hokey to me. But I'm sure it's really good. I'm sure it's really good. I definitely will. You know what, Pete? I'm going to go ahead and actually read it. I'll give it an actual the treatment. I'll give it the review on PokerBooks.com.
He's going to make it 125,000. Nick Foles.
Yeah, Vernon.
Foles, so it's up to Doc Love.
You go ahead and do what you want. If you want to skip my advice, you go ahead and skip it. I'm just telling you, it is bad to show hands. It's bad. It is a bad idea. You are going to end up leveling yourself. It's much better off, concealing. You bluff. Don't show it. You don't get value out of your big hand. Don't show it. It's much better not to show. But you know what? If you want to show, you go right ahead. It's your money. It's your game. Take it or leave it. I'm giving you advice. Take it or leave it.
Personally, I fold that hand.
Hey, Tressel, thanks so much for joining us. We're going to get that emoticon set up. Tressel hit us up with a pretty cool bony fish emoticon, so that's going to be one of the It's going to be one of the subscriber emoticons that we've got.
Expect a continuation bet from Amari after he
And good to see you, double
three-bet
666.
And it's also about, you know, with flops like these, when Amari doesn't hit, if you think you're gonna
Papist,
be able to
yes.
take the pot
It
away
is
from
good
him
advice to
without
try to
necessarily
standardize your
making it
actions.
hand as well. So there's a lot of different factors. I would not fault you for folding.
350,000 is the continuation bet, and no pair, no draw. Really,
350 into
for Ed
800.
here.
Wow. Yeah, it's going to make a
But
float
that is
move
not
here.
stopping him from staging chips, and he's going to make the call.
I think that's a float at best. I don't think Edward has many backdoor possibilities
Yeah, it's
here, so I think he's hoping
obviously a
that
float
he's
there,
just gonna get Amari
Maria.
to slow down here, and he'll be able to take it away from him on the turn.
Turn back just in time.
6 of diamonds falls on the turn.
Wow, this is going to be kind of interesting. If Amari doesn't slow down here, if he actually follows through with the second bullet, I think Ed raises. As it is, oh my gosh, I think that we've got a new sub here, ZZUH Tech. Gonna wait for the little animation here. I'm pretty sure it should be coming up. It should be coming up. Waiting for it. Getting the fist pump ready. Tech.
Is it not coming?
It's not coming. Okay, guys.
Okay.
We'll give a fist pump right there, man. Zach, UH Attack, thank you so much for subscribing to the stream. We're going to go ahead and hook you up with a DRM free copy of Poker Tilt for your iPad, your Nook, your Kindle. If you haven't read the book, you know, we're giving away DRM free copies to subscribers. You can also get your paperback copy on Amazon. Thank you so much for subscribing, Tech, and welcome to the crew. Really appreciate it.
For Amari, he's
I don't know why
I
don't know why it's not coming up. I'm sorry. Twitch alerts is kind of giving me trouble right now.
I don't like that check back at all by Edward. I think that board.
Thanks,
is the
Zach.
best kind
Thank
of
you so
board
much for
that
the
Edward
subscription,
could
man.
try to
It really
bluff
means a
at
lot to
on the
me.
turn. And now with the river pairing the board, I don't know if
Yeah.
Edward's gonna be able to.
I don't know what. Let's rewind here because I think that what we just saw is Edward checking the turn, which makes my head kind of explode because if his plan was to float, which I don't understand why else he would be making the call. You'd think that Amari checking to him now would would make him follow
Here,
through
so
with
I
that
think he's
float
hoping
plan.
That he's just gonna get Amari to slow down here, and he'll be able to take it away from him on the turn.
6 of diamonds falls on the turn. And unfortunately for Amari, he's out of position here post-flop, so he is going to slow down on the turn and check, and Ed checks back. Now that, I think, would be an opportunity for Ed to really pounce here.
I don't like that check back at all by Edward. I think that board is the best kind of board that Edward could try to bluff.
And this is going to get tricky because the way this hand probably is going to happen, it's probably going to play out, is Amari checks to him, induces Edward to bluff, and Amari gives the call with the ace-king and takes it down with no pair. I mean, I think that's probably what we're going to see. This is going to be a pretty big pot.
On the turn, and now with the river pairing the board, I don't know if Edward's going to be able to get Amari off this hand if he chooses to bet this river.
The 4 of diamonds fell on the river, and Amari checked. So now Ed can't let this go to showdown. He has to.
No, he's got to make the bet.
But
This is one of those desperation bets, and how much does he make it? Is he going to make it more than a third? 540,000?
Is it too late is the question. There is a missed spade draw from the flop, and that might just be enough for Amari to call him here on the river.
1.5 million in the pot, and Edward
Okay,
is going
570.
to bet 570,000.
Amari makes the call, and that's
A
it.
little more than a third size bet here, Maria.
There's 2 ways to take this bet size. If I were Amari, you know, on one hand, it kind of looks like he wants a call. It's only representative of about a third of the pot. But on the other hand, you know, it kind of makes it cheap for him to look him up with ace-king high here if he thinks Edward is capable of betting this river as a bluff.
Making the call with ace high on the river might be the hardest call in the game. Let's see if Amari has it in him.
No, Fred, making the call with a queen high on the river is the hardest call in the game. One thing that I don't like about it too is that it's it's kind of easy to put Ed on, some draws here. You can put Ed on over cards to the 10, and you can put Ed on a flush draw here. I'm not loving this fold, but here it is. Amari just decides that Ed doesn't have it in him. They're four-handed for all the marbles, and of course Ed doesn't have a bluff in him. This is just one of those cases of underestimating your opponent, and
unfortunately he does not. And Ed is going to
don't
steal
like it.
this one from him.
Don't like it, guys. And Ed decides to make the show. Don't do it, you guys. Just don't show. Stop showing.
I think Amari started a trend here with this table showing bluffs.
Aaron Massey is under the gun this hand.
Yeah, the last time when we had Aaron Massey with a big hand, he very quickly and sloppily threw chips in.
He looks down at his cards
See,
and decides what he's going to do.
See if it's sloppy.
Pocket
Nope,
10,
not a
definitely
sloppy
raise.
raise.
He's gonna
It's
make
a nice raise.
130,000. Amari quickly folds. So we're back.
Let's see. Are we at 30-60 or are we still at 25-50? We didn't see the limits raised, so it's kind of a weird amount.
Him just calling here. I think if he wants to play, he should probably 3-bet. If he was the big blind, this would be kind of a no-brainer defend, but
yeah, so we're at 30-60, and four-handed, we've got Aaron Massey making it 130K. He made it 2x before with the pocket kings. I don't know. I think I don't like adjusting your pre-flop raise amount. I think that once you get down to the level where 2x is right, you should probably stay at 2x. But it also could be that he's adjusting based on the ante to a small blind ratio too. So we don't really know.
He ends up calling from the small blind.
Nick folds his big blind, so heads up we go to the flop.
The flop is 5 jack deuce, couple of hearts. Ed hasn't really.
And to tell you the truth, 9 iron 12, I agree. It does make the table look a little amateurish. It's one of those. That's one of the things that I feel like we get a lot from watching the HPTs, is because these are the type of players that we expect to play a lot of at the World Series of Poker. These are the big fish in the little pond, because really when it comes down to it, Aaron Massey, he's really had just a hell of a year at the HPT, but you don't see the Ivies and the Helmuths and the Negrenu's, you don't see the all those European, danger players flying out to the Midwest to play a Heartland Poker Tour. I've played the Heartland Poker Tour, and I'm not saying that the competition is weak. But it doesn't rise to the level that you would see at the World Series, especially early on, day one. Day one at the Heartland Poker Tour, the competition was weak. But anytime you get down to a final table, they know what they're talking about. They know what they're doing. So you're going to see big fish in little ponds coming out of the World Series of Poker. We're going to see a lot of these types of players who have crushed in these smaller venues, now going against guys who who have been doing this, eating, living, breathing, sleeping poker for the last 15 years. So it's helpful watching these kind of. I actually feel like it's more helpful watching HPTs than it is watching even WSOP live streams, just because I feel like this is more likely the kind of player you're going to be facing in a day two type situation at the monster stacks. So.
Flop much, but a gut.
You do see the Kesslers. You do see the Kesslers. And Chainsaw, he's a great player. He's definitely not... no one would ever call Chainsaw an amateur. So, I'm not saying that HPT is a weak field. You actually have probably weaker fields in like the main event, WSOP early on. And the Colossus is bound to have a weaker field than any of these HPTs.
Shot, Aaron's still ahead.
I'm sorry, Poker Pete. I missed the question. With a hand like Amari's, if you don't believe him, should you ever raise to get him to fold small pair hands? With the Ace King, I don't think I'm ever raising there, because I feel like I don't feel like Ed is going to fold better, especially with how many bluffs Amari has shown. I just think that you never have quite the fold equity that you think that you have. I think the only way that I'm making the call there with Ace King is that I think it's if I think it's the best hand. If I don't think it's the best hand, I don't think I'm going to try to push a player off of some sort of pair hand. So, but that being said, it might have worked. If it turns out that Ed was value betting, a weak 10 there, it might have worked. I don't think that it does. I don't think it would work there. I mean, you just really have to take those situations as they come, Pete. And if you're going to make a check raise bluff on the river after not really showing a lot of aggression after your post flop c bet, you better have a pretty good reason in your head why it's going to work. Because it's pretty critical chips at this point. So
with his pair of tens,
Ed is out of position post flop, so he checks. And Aaron makes the expected continuation bet. Makes it 125,000.
I think Aaron could pretty
Wow.
safely feel like he does have the best hand here.
Yeah, Aaron feels like he's got the best hand. Ed
Calling.
could have easily check raised there.
The turn pairs the 5. Ed still has ace high. Aaron has 2 pair, 10s and 5s, but I would imagine that he's going to check back here with that turn.
Does he go for another street of value?
Well, he's gonna
Yeah, he
continue
does.
firing here. He makes it 350,000.
I like it.
Turn.
I think there's only a few
like it.
hands Edward has.
I feel like I
to
probably
call
would
the
have.
block with, and one
I
of them
probably
is a
would have
flush
bet
draw.
less, but I think that Aaron, is looking at. Aaron's looking at Ed, looking at Ed, kind of staring him down. I mean, if you were going to put a caption to this, it's almost like he's saying to him, "You better not bet." Anytime you've got a player who's looking at you as with this look that says, "You better not bet," then you better bet.
One of them's a jack and one of them's a 5, so I'm not really sure why Aaron bet this turn.
I'm more concerned with why Ed is just calling. He calls pre-flop and he's check called both the flop and the turn. I'm expecting him to make a move on the river here.
And the river pairs the jack, so now there's 2
Wow,
pairs on
so
the
this
board,
is
but
this is a
Aaron
great card actually for Aaron because now he is able to get calls from an ace high. It's going to be so much easier for Ed to make the ace high call here. So if Ed checks to induce another bluff and Aaron fires out a bet, I think that Ed's going to probably make the call. How much do you bet on the river? Maybe like 450. Maybe even more. Maybe you can try to get like 550, somewhere less than half the pot. It's probably somewhere around a third to less than half. It's probably what I'm going to try to bet if I'm Aaron.
has a
Let's see what
better 2
happens.
pair with the 10s in his hand, but that river might get Edward to call one more street if Aaron's willing to bet it.
Again, a check from Edward. I would
Make
think
the
he's
good
gonna
value
check
bet.
call
Make the thin
every
value
street
bet here, Aaron.
Poised to make a play.
Wow, even less. I think he made it 350, which is like, what is that, a quarter? Okay.
Hey, sooner or later, let's see if he check
That's
raises
about a
the
third.
river.
It's a good value bet there by Aaron.
Yeah,
I think
it's good.
he pretty much now knows that Edward has a hand like ace high or maybe a pair smaller than 10s in his hand.
Yeah, Pete, I think that was Caro.
So
It
I
had to be
think he's
scare.
just trying
It had to
go
be
for a
Caro.
little bit of value here, making it small enough just for Ed to be curious.
Ed is going to make the call thinking 2-pair ace kicker was going to be good on the showdown. I can't imagine why, Maria, since Aaron fired every street. And all of those chips that Edward just won by bluffing Amari are now in Aaron's stack. So interesting play here, four-handed. More poker from East Chicago when we get back. Welcome back to the HPT. This lovely lady is Maria Ho. My name is Fred Bevel. We are at the Majestic Star Casinos here in Gary, Indiana. Let's get right back to this final table.
Edward Oshana and Aaron Massey in the 1 and 2 spots here. Nick Shorman's dropped down a little bit to under 3 million. Amari Love has the shortest stack, but with 30 big blinds, he still has plenty of play.
Amari Love going in the wrong direction. Unfortunately, you can see he's down.
Going way in the wrong direction,
2 million
guys.
in chips since we last checked in. Blinds are continuing at 30 and 60,000 with a 5,000 chip ante. And it looks like Amari
Thanks,
is under
Pete.
the gun.
I'm glad that you're having a good time. I'm glad that hopefully that we're learning something together. Thanks again for all the people watching us, and thanks to the HPT for letting us letting us do the HPT viewing party right here on Twitch.tv.
Again, position is more of a hand I would like to see him 3-bet with four-handed instead of just flat. I think it just puts you in a tough spot if you don't really flop what you're looking for to continue without having the lead in the hand.
I don't know, Kate Bennett. I'm going to try to ask because the live streams on the WSOP are great.
9-king rainbow, so Edward has outflopped him. He's got the pair of kings.
I mean, certainly if anybody out there has some, some connections over there with, WSOP, I feel like, if you work for the WSOP and you want to give permission for us to do a live stream viewing of your stuff, I would love to. And I'm probably going to try to follow up.
Dynamic between players once, a player has shown a bluff to another player, sometimes gets you more action. But this time, Amari does pair his ace on the turn here, pulling him back into the lead.
And Amari's continuation bet is now followed up by another bet on the turn. He makes it 250,000.
Yeah. So this is going to hurt Ed. The ace actually, in his head, gets rid of any sort of kicker problems he might have had before it came out. So I don't really see him going anywhere.
And Edward, previous hand, check called Aaron all the way down to the river. I can't imagine why he wouldn't do this now, his second pair.
Yeah, and especially since they do have some history, I feel like maybe Ed might think, is Amari trying to bluff me?
It looks like we've got a new sub. The 757 boss, man. Thank you so much for subbing. Fist pump. I don't know why we're missing the Twitch alerts. I don't know why, but we're gonna be hooking you up with a copy of DRM free copy of Poker Tilt. Go ahead and check your mailbox. Fist pump it. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the crew. We're going to also be rolling out a lot of subscriber benefits for you. Thank you so much, 757 boss. It really means the world to me. I really feel like I feel like it's so easy just to kind of sit back and watch and take free content. It's which is great, but to actually pull out your wallet, pull out your credit card, and say, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and put up $5. I'm gonna buy this guy a beer because I'm getting something out of chilling out and watching this stream. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So can't tell you how much it means to me, buddy.
Can bluff him again.
And I like to see Amari be able to go for a decent size value bet here, but he decides to check, and I don't know if I like that so much. I think it's fairly safe to assume that Ed doesn't have a 9 unless he thought Ed was planning on raising him on the river. And I feel like Amari only missed out on value there because Ed's almost always going to check behind with a king there, but he would have paid off the bet.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty bad, pretty bad check
Still
on the river too.
Over 1 million in chips. He needed that for sure. And Edward, that's 2 hands back to back. He's lost big pots with. That's going to start affecting his chip count. Nick Schwarman under the gun this.
I didn't see the question, Kate Bennett. If you want to ask it again about RFID technology being used in the WSOP, I didn't see the question. I must have missed it.
Is not going to play. So blind versus blind this hand. Samari looks down at Queen 3.
I think both Aaron and Nick have done a really good job of picking their spots. It seems like Amari and Edward are the ones that play a little bit on the looser side and are getting a little more involved, especially with each other.
Amari lives from the small blind. Edward checks his option, so onto the flop we go.
The flop is ace 3, 7, 2 clubs.
Edward has paired the 7. He was ahead anyway, but now he's got a pair to go with his hand. Amari has bottom pair. He's hit the 3. Amari's the one doing the betting. That makes it 125.
And I'm sure Edward's going to call at least once here, especially in a blind versus blind situation. It's pretty easy to call once you hit any pair.
The turn is another ace, the ace of hearts.
That really helps both players here. Both players now are looking down at their pair. The fact that there's 2 aces makes it a lot less likely that the other player has an ace. So, if you're Amari and you're making a bet with Queen 3, what do you think Edward's calling with? We've seen Edward do all sorts of weird float moves with jack highs. We've seen him. He'd probably be calling with a flush draw. Calling with a king 7.
He now is going to check.
And what Edward's got to be thinking that his 7 with a king kicker here is good, so he's going to go for some value here.
185,000 is the price Amari's going to have to pay for a river card. And Amari must like that price. He's going to make the call.
It's interesting. I feel like we are seeing a lot of nervous blinking from Edward, right? And I mean, he was blinking a lot less before Amari made the call, and as soon as Amari makes the call, all of a sudden we just see kind of a flurry of blinking, where he starts doubting whether his hand is the best one.
And I think because this was an unraised pot.
Yeah, I mean, we got the hard swallow. I mean, I don't think that this is the face of confidence, honestly. I think that he's worried that he's going to be losing a lot of chips here.
It's hard for either player to put the other one on an
Captain
ace.
Tennille, thank you so much.
Calling this turn bet.
Fist pump, buddy. Thank you so much for the sub. We're going to be hooking you up with a copy of DRM-free version of Poker Tilt for your Kindle, your Nick, your iPad. And we are going to be, basically be rolling out so many good subscriber benefits for you, man. Captain Tennille, thank you. You basically, by hitting that sub button, you got yourself a 3-time bracelet winner who's in your corner. Any question you have about hands or poker or anything, hit me up. Welcome to the crew. Pound, pound, fist bump. Thank you so much, buddy. It really means a lot to me. All of you guys are, you guys are just so great. You guys are just so great. Thank you so much for supporting the stream.
For Amari.
And thanks again to the HPT for allowing us to use their footage for the viewing party. I think it's pretty cool. It's kind of a new format. No one's ever tried to kind of comment and kind of chill out and watch this kind of stuff before together, learning, trying to improve our games together. And Edward's coming out here with a value bet. The king definitely helps his hand. He's got position, and so when Amari makes another check, of course he's thinking that he's ahead. Now he's very confident. I would expect that we'd probably not see a lot of blink, not see a lot of high blink frequency from Edward when he's feeling confident. That's probably what it means. So let's go ahead and take a look. Yeah, thanks again so much, Captain Tennille. I got to tell you, and everybody else, thank you for joining us. If you're not a subscriber, we have this cut off just for subscriber chat, but you're more than welcome to sit back and relax, watch it with us. And if you, at the very least, you can hit that follow button. It doesn't cost anything, and also follow us on Twitter at DutchBoyd.
Flush draw.
So how much does he value bet here? I got to think that a value bet of somewhere around half pot is probably about right. 410 looks just right for me. Maybe a little bit less, 300, 320, 350. We'll see it. Thanks, Sony 553 and 9912 6666 for joining the stream.
I just don't think that Amari could really call here with a 3 unless he feels like
Let's see if we can see those that blink frequency from Ed too. I mean, I feel like that we might be seeing a correlation between nervousness and confidence. So if we don't see a super high blink frequency from Ed, that's something that we'll kind of keep an eye out for the next 15 minutes of this stream.
Has total air.
Or for the 15 minutes of the episode. It looks like we're quickly, spoiler alert, I don't think that this episode lasts that much longer, so.
335,000.
Yeah, not a lot of blinking there, Ed. You've got a hand that you figure to be best. This is confidence.
It's definitely screaming call me, and Amari does call.
He does call.
Kind of surprised Amari made that call, but he must have a little more.
It's hard to see, really. I mean, there was anytime you have this kind of nervous twitches, a lot of times it's easy to see correlation when there is none. If we were really trying to put Edward under the microscope, we'd go through, we'd actually cut just his hands and just the spots where he's at, put them right next to each other, and see what we can see.
History with Edward than what we've seen at this final table.
4 players remain, and it's anybody's game, and we're going to find out who our new HPT champion is going to be. So don't go too far. You're watching the HPT.
Southside Squash, we do love you, buddy. We do love you. I can relate. I can relate.
For the prize of over $150,000. Let's get back to the final table and watch this action.
757. Yes, we do. We do look for online tells, but they're basically going to be betting patterns and timing tells. I mean, there's lots of betting patterns. That doesn't really classify as a tell. You do see timing tells online. You will see people who check very, very quickly when they're going for a check raise bluff or a check raise value. Not a check raise bluff, a check raise value bet. You do see people kind of take a long time before they go out, go for their bluffs. But the problem with timing tells online is you don't really know what's going on. A lot of them are multi-tabling, and so that's why they're checking quickly. A lot of them are, went to go, to the bathroom or get a drink, and that's why they're, checking slow. So a lot of times, you can't. Online tells are nowhere near as reliable as their live counterparts. But you still look for them, and they still exist. More than timing tells, though, are the betting patterns, which don't really qualify as tells per se, but those are all over the place online, just as prevalent as they are in live tournament situations. So good question, 757 boss.
Aaron and Amari fold, so it looks like another blind versus blind situation between Edward and Nick. Edward's going to raise it up to 200,000 with off-suited King 10.
Nick calls with Queen 4 of clubs. I think in a blind versus blind situation, if you're a good post-flop player, there's probably a lot of hands that you should be calling with, especially in position.
Flop is deuce 6-6 with 2 clubs. That makes things a little interesting.
Yeah, pretty good flop for Nick.
High, and Nick has flopped a flush draw.
Edward C bets like he should.
Bet, though,
nothing wrong with this. What does he make it? 220?
Edward bets 270.
270, a little more than half pot.
And Nick is going to flat call.
And kind of hard to see here if there was any sort of not really seeing blink frequency there, so who knows?
Slow Edward down.
Your guys' guess is as good as mine. If we rewind it to where he put out that C bet of 270K, maybe we can see something.
Off-suited King 10.
Nick calls with Queen 4.
So we're at the 40-80K level. Edward, it looks like he made that pre-flop raise 2.5 times the big blind from the small blind, which I kind of like, actually. If you're going to play a pot out of position, I mean, usually you're going to want to make it 2x. Now he's making it 2.5x. Yeah, Pete, I would say a big chunk of my strategy in live games is based on tells. Definitely when you're trying to figure out whether you c-bet, which you pretty much auto do when you're online. Live, you're trying to decode their checks, and you're trying to use the kind of tells to figure out when you can get away with giving up the c-bet on the flop, and it's definitely more of a consideration when you're live, for sure. And I would say it's a pretty big part of my own game, no question about it.
Clubs. I think in a blind versus blind situation, if you're a good post-flop player, there's probably a lot of hands that you should be calling with, especially in position.
Flop it.
Okay, so let's see. He looks over, looking. I don't know, guys.
Deuce 6-6.
I don't see a lot of the.
Interesting.
Well, there was a little bit of a nervous little twitch there.
Nick has flopped a flush draw. Edward looks like he's going to put out a continuation bet, though, and it's a pretty safe flop for King High.
It is a safe flop for King High. You kind of feel like you're ahead, but now when you get called, the nice thing about having King 10 offsuit here is you're not really going to lose a lot of chips. You're either going to be ahead or you're going to get away from it. So a lot of times you won't see those kind of fight or flight instincts kick in when someone is on air that you would if they actually have a piece of it.
Nick is going to flat call.
We'll see.
And the turn is...
I mean, that was definitely, if you look at that little micro expression lip purse there, that's definitely a look of,
6-6 with 2 clubs. That makes things a little interesting.
Wish you didn't call.
Edward has King High, and Nick has flopped a flush draw. Edward looks like he's going to put out a continuation bet, though, and it's a pretty safe flop for King High.
The way he put out his chips was fine. He didn't, he didn't have any sort of, pre-release or post-release flair. Pulled his hand back. Really, it was a good release. It was a good bet. It's kind of weird that he would be betting more than half the pot. I feel like, the right C bet is probably less. So I guess if we're going to be like writing notes on Ed, we might be able to correlate post-flop C bet amounts with strength or weakness, and if it's more than half pot, we're going to think that maybe that is that's air,
Edward bets 270,000.
It's interesting too. He tries to kind of keep a stony face here and a stony composure after he puts it in, but then he can't help to look to see if he's actually going to get called.
Edward has king high, and Nick has flopped a flush draw. Edward looks like he's going to put out a continuation bet, though, and it's a pretty safe flop for king high.
Edward bets.
So we make liberal use of the pause button and kind of try to slow that.
And Nick is going to flat call.
Looks again, and there's the little wish you didn't call mouth lip purse there.
And the turn is the 8 of hearts, and that might slow.
Is it slow, or is that little micro expression there? Is that him basically letting us know that he is not happy with that turn, but he's not giving up the aggression here? It wouldn't surprise me at all if he fires out another bullet.
And Nick is going to flat call.
And the turn is the 8 of hearts, and
right there. That's like, I almost feel like he's going for it.
Slow Edward down.
No, he gives up.
He does check.
And actually completely gives up the hand. Now I think that if Nick fires out, it's done.
Nick is staging some chips here. I don't see him checking. He's going to semi-bluff his draw.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no reason why Nick shouldn't try to take down this pot right here without having to make his flush, but
wow, look at Ed.
He's going to believe him.
Look at Ed.
High, and he does call.
Oh, that was a quick call right there.
That was a quick call, and I don't really understand the call. I really don't, guys. I'm thinking, I mean, if Ed is calling because he thinks he's ahead, I kind of understand him thinking king high is ahead, but if he thinks he's ahead, check raise, man. I don't understand the call here. I don't like it.
Edward had it in his mind the whole way. He was calling Nick no matter what he bet. 1.78 million in this pot as we go to the river.
The river is the 10 of hearts, and now Edward
wow.
has 10s and
Look
6s.
at this. And he, we think that he quickly reaches for his chips, but we don't really know because of that, the magic of editing. We don't know how long this hand took. So when you see, here's some advice for you guys. When you see situations like this on these episodes, and you think, oh, well, he hit top pair on the river and he quickly reached for him, don't fool yourself into thinking that what you see on TV is actually what happened. We might have saw him think 50 seconds before reaching for these chips, and the producers just decided to leave that 50 seconds of just dead nothing of him just staring at the flop and considering his options on the cutting room floor. So what you can trust is the continuity of the shot itself, right? So here he is reaching for chips. We can see how he puts them out. We can look at his blink frequency. We can see if there's any post-release or pre-release flares that we can look at. We can look at his bet size amount here. With King 10, he's going to be value betting, so I would expect him to value bet less than half pot, and we're probably going to be looking at somewhere like maybe as high as like a as high as like a 580 or a 620,000. I think that all of those sound fine. I also think if you're Edward, I don't think that a check here is that bad, because you're actually kind of putting Nick on a bluff if you're calling with King 10 on the turn. At best, you're kind of putting Nick on a flush draw, and a check here is going to induce a lot of those hands to fire out a bluff. I just don't see Nick really getting too crazy here when he bets into him. So I don't know. Let's go ahead and just watch and see how the hand plays out. The way the hand probably plays out here is Ed makes a bet, Nick folds, but we might see Ed make a value bet, Nick shove his busted flush draw into Ed's face, and Ed makes a crying call with King with King 10 here and does a lot of damage to Nick.
So it would be a fairly easy call if he did check. But look.
Yeah, I don't know what his plan is, Pete. I think his plan, if he misses the river, is to check call. I think that he is actually thinking that his king high is good. So I think that if he misses the river, I think that he check calls and hopes that that his king high is as good as ace high. That's what I think that he's going to do. Yeah, 757 boss. Great question. The difference between a cash game and a tournament, huge difference. I could probably write like a whole chapter on a book on the difference. But as far as pre-flop aggression goes, cash games are basically going to play the same as a tournament would early on before the antes hit. As soon as the antes hit, you're going to see a huge VPIP increase in tournaments, and this is due to this is due to the antes, the introduction of the antes, and the fact that you're able to pick up pots, and have set yourself up for these heads-up matches where you've got the pre-flop aggression. Cash games, you're really looking at a much smaller raise percentage. You're not going to be doing a lot of 3-betting. You're going to be taking advantage of open limps and keeping the pot small and having a lot of multi-way pots, because in cash games your advantage is going to come from players calling too much. So you don't really do as much raising pre-flop in cash games as you would in tournaments. But that said, in either situation, I don't think it's ever okay to open limp. So take that for what you will. And I'll try to 757. I'll try to talk more about the difference between cash games and tournaments down the line, because it's one of those questions that comes up a lot.
Looks like he's gonna lead into Nick now.
Okay, so he makes a little over 500. What is that? 575. 650.
650,000.
And I think Nick's taking his time because he's thinking, if I raise him.
We're gonna go ahead and rewind that just a second, just to see how he put that in.
Check. But it looks like he's gonna lead into Nick now.
Smooth release and smooth reset. Blink frequency, can't really tell. Looks over. He actually looked over pretty much exactly the same way as he did when he made the C bet on the flop. So I think I don't know. I'm liking at least Ed's mechanics here.
Because he's thinking, if I raise him on this river, would he be able to withstand the heat? Edward did play his hand kind of funny. It's hard for Nick to believe that he has a 6 here.
Oh, wow. And we do get Nick slamming his busted flush draw right into Ed's face.
And Nick.
And it's interesting, too. So he actually announces 1.7.
Nick is going.
We don't know how long it took for him to make the raise, but I'm going to go ahead and say that this is probably about realistic to how long it took between Ed's bet and Nick's raise here. And pretty ballsy raise here, Nick. It's hard to put him on a 10. How can he have a 10?
To take this opportunity to raise the river here on a bluff.
A little over $1 million in chips.
And he did announce it, so let's go ahead and try if we can't listen. I'm going to go ahead and raise this up. Probably going to get a little bit blasted from the commentary, but we can hear Nick announce. I think he said 1.7, right? So we can hear it, and we'll try to hear if we can hear an inflection. So you might want to turn your speakers down a little bit. Hopefully we won't get blasted here too much.
Able to withstand the heat. Edward did play his hand kind of funny. It's hard for Nick to believe that he has a 6 here.
Raised to 1.7.
It sounded 1.7. It sounded kind of a little bit of a downward voice inflection at the end, but for the most part, it was pretty even. I don't like announcing bet sizes because you're giving off voice inflection tells, and it's so hard to control voice inflection tells, you guys. It's not even worth trying. I mean, your voice, when you are under stress, it's just trying to control your pitch and your inflection is so difficult that I wouldn't even suggest trying. I think that it's just so much better off putting your chips and counting the chips and then sliding them in than it is trying to announce your bet size.
Because he's thinking, if I raise him on this river, would he be able to withstand the heat? Edward did play his hand kind of funny. It's hard for Nick to believe that he has a 6 here.
1.7.
And Nick is going to take this opportunity to raise the river here on a bluff.
1.7. 1.7.
A little over $1 million in chips is the test from Nick. As he puts the hoodie over his head.
Are we sure that we heard the dealer? Are we sure that Pete? Because I thought that was a verbal announcement from Nick. Let's go ahead and rewind it just to hear it again.
For Nick to believe that he has a 6 here.
No, it was him. It was him. 1.7. And I'll tell you, he's you know, it's weird. What do we think here? He looks. I mean, he has that Sleepy Hollow that he had with the aces, so it's kind of hard to, you know, just like look at him and be able to peg him cold as a bluff here. And I definitely like the aggression. You know, when Edward fires out on that river, it sure is hard to put Ed on a 10. But I think that we know how this is going to end. I don't see Ed folding. I mean, he's going to have to think that Nick doesn't put him on as strong of a hand as he has. So
opportunity to raise the river here on a bluff.
A little over $1 million in chips is the test from Nick.
And we know what Navarro would have to say about this, right, Pete? Putting up the hoodie, hiding basically behind a security blanket. I mean, that is kind of classic Navarro right there. Again, until we see a player do that several times, we're not really going to want to give it too much credit. But this would make me much more likely to call if I'm in Edward's spot. The fact that we basically have Nick trying to play a little game of hide and seek. You know, what did it just get colder there at the Majestic Star? No, he's lifting up his hoodie because he wants to hide himself. Well, it's too late. If you don't have your hoodie up, if you don't have your sunglasses on before the hand starts, you can't just put in a bluff and then hide yourself. You know, you're just going to have to keep your stone face cold there. Here we go.
As he puts the hoodie over
his look at him. No, hiding. And of course, you know, maybe they've got some history that I don't know about. Maybe he's playing some sort of stupid game here that he'd done that before with the nuts, but I don't remember him doing this with the nuts. Do you guys? I remember what Navarro said about trying to hide away from the action, actually covering your eyes because you don't want to see. And here he's actually got both of those tells, actually hiding behind a security blanket and covering up his eyes. I think that this is just what the FBI great would say it was. Of course, it's a lot easier saying all this and analyzing this knowing that he has queen high, but let's just find out.
Edward had nothing until he paired his.
I mean, look at his mouth here. He's really trying to put on a very calm face, you know, and in a lot of ways, you're not going to see the fight or flight instincts in these kind of situations because. He's just trying to act as confident as he can. He knows that if Edward re-raises them all in, he's not going to lose anymore. So you don't see the kind of fight or flight instincts that you would expect to have if he actually was worried about the confrontation. Here, he's just trying to act as calm as he can.
10 on the river. Perhaps Nick might be a street too late on
Makes
this.
the call. Come on, make the call, Ed. Make the good call.
We've seen Ed call everybody, and he is
there
going
you
to
are.
make his call. And Nick is not
nice
going to
call.
like what he sees here.
I think if Ed had anything less than what he had, he would have probably folded. It's just
Maybe
a
Maria.
shame for Nick that the river card hit Ed.
Maria might be right here, but I don't think she is. I think I'm going to go ahead and give Ed credit for this hand because I don't think that he needs a 10 to call. I think if that 10 doesn't hit, let's say that 10 is another 6, for example, I think that he check calls with king high. That's what I think. So, and we'll never know. It would have been really interesting to see a different river card there, but pretty interesting hand. I don't think that I'm value betting that pair of 10s there, but he was able to value bet and actually get a really big bluff snapped off. So Nicely played, Ed. Nicely played, Ed. We're liking the way that he... I would actually say, I feel like at this final table, I feel like Ed's played, played about the best. I mean, Aaron has just happened to be able to get really, really big hands and somehow Jedi mind tricked that dude to call him with King Queen when he had the King. Somehow was able to wake up with aces against Kings. But as far as actually making like the good plays, I'm gonna have to say that Ed wins the scene. You know, the only play that we really saw where Aaron could have made the good play was when he folded two pair against Amari Love's bluff. So that being said, I mean, we're missing so much on the cutting room floor, so we'd really have to see the whole thing.
Just under 5.2 million in that pot. That's a monster. As blinds continue at 40 and 80,000 with a 10,000 chip ante, and you can see Nick Schwarman's chip stack is not so much anymore. He's going to go all in with King Jack offsuits.
With King Jack and only 7 big blinds, Nick has no choice but to move his stack in the middle.
Well, his all in is good enough to get Aaron Massey out of the way, so now it's up to Amari Love. He's going to fold. So we're back to Edward O'Shana, who has just been white hot the last blind level or so. He is going to make the call with King 10. So Nick,
okay, you can't fault Ed for making the call, of course.
King 10's a pretty standard calling hand there against Nick's stack size. Nick's not a player you want to double up, though. He is very dangerous, and he is ahead.
The flop is 10, deuce, 4.
Hate to see you. Hate to see anybody go out like that.
So Edward
well played, Nick. You know, I'm sure that you are killing the cash games wherever you're playing.
Turns a 7 of clubs,
keep on
not
checking in the dark and mind fucking the
river
fish. And
jack,
we'll see at the World
he'll be
Series.
eliminated in 4th place.
The one-time chip leader in danger of going out. He needs luck on the river, which does not come. And Maria, no limit Texas Hold'em. A mistimed bluff and your opponent hitting a 3-outer is all you need to be eliminated.
I agree, Pete. Never give up. Anytime you look down and see 5 big blinds, just remember Greg Merson, man. You know, that was an inspiring main event. Watching him get so low and just come on back.
When they're three-handed, they got all the room in the world. Amari's going to move in.
Okay, so that was... Again, when you're all in, I don't think you should announce it. You know, listen to how he's announcing it. You're going to hear different vocalizations from the same player based on what they've got. Here we actually get the benefit of being able to see that he's got 6 high when he announces all in, and we can hear how he says it. A lot of times people are going to announce all in as opposed to I'm all in. You know, and there's going to be a correlation between the clarification language of I'm all in as opposed to just all in. So try not to announce all in. Just put your stack in. You know. I can't tell you how often. Like when I look back at my own history. Okay, guys, and everyone asks if I remember that King Queen versus 3-3 hand against Moneymaker. It's asked all the time. It's even right there in the panels. When I look back at that hand and I think, what tipped off Moneymaker that his pocket threes were the best hand here? How does he make the call? I mean, I vocalized it, and it was so, like, when I look at it, my vocalization was, I was a tell box on that hand. We'll analyze that hand down the road if we can get permission to do it, but, you know, I did a very, very, like, low all in, and then, like, the mouth gape, you know, real, like, you know, sleepy, hollow, dreamy, like, movement with the hand, and then actual, like, when he's thinking about making the call, I actually retreat, which is something that Navarro talks about. Complete tell box, you know. This is one of the strongest sources of tells is actually looking at your own game, and once you actually are able to spot yourself doing things, then you can spot it in other players. So just, you know, keep that in mind when I talk about vocalization. I'm speaking from very, very hard experience where I feel like I have vocalized all in, you know, announcements, only to find that the way that I vocalized them somehow, you know, instinctually got into Moneymaker's ear to say, you know what, that is a bluff over cards, and my super, super weak hand is going to be the best. So don't vocalize your actions if you can ever help it. I actually really go out of my way between hands to make the correct change so that you can put out exactly the amounts that you want without having to vocalize.
To be eliminated, and
so let's see if we can't listen again how Amari is doing it. We can't really see the stacks. We're at 40K, 80K, Ante's 10K. Ed has a lot of chips here.
$3,000 is.
And it looks like Amari has 2 stacks of yellow and 3 stacks of blue, so we're putting him at about 1.3 million. About that tween stack, 15, 16 big blinds, which, if that's how many chips he has here, I don't like the shove. I feel like it's too many chips to make that shove with, especially with 6 high. I think if you're gonna play the hand, you still have enough chips where you can, raise and actually play. But let's see. And here we would really expect Aaron Massey to be raising on the button 3-handed. I mean, he really should be raising such a high percentage of his hands that I'm kind of surprised that this even happens. But on the other hand, if you look at the stack sizes, Aaron's plan must just be to, wait for Amari to bust to Ed and then get it in a heads-up spot. It's so easy for Ed to put pressure on Aaron, but I don't know. I'm still raising here so often that, I can't imagine what Aaron has where he's looking down at this 3-handed on the button and thinking, I think I'll wait for a better spot.
We continue.
Hey, V-Rob, thanks for saying so, man. Thanks for joining the stream. We got V-Rob as a mod here. Rob Perelman, check out his stuff. He does a lot of stuff with Live at the Bike. He was just at Foxwoods. Great to have you on the stream, Rob. And he also has poker stickers coming out. Pokerstickers.com. Really cool life-size stickers. All the rage. I saw Lynn Gilmartin. I saw her tweet the other day, V-Rob, where she had the pocket queens on her cell phone, which was pretty cool.
Play 3-handed here.
Feel like they all really like each other.
And we can almost see what he's got.
None of them.
Looks like he actually lifted his cards there, so we could almost see. The producers aren't giving us that information, but
luck on the river, which does not come.
Looked like a black 3 to me, right?
No limit Texas Hold'em. A mistimed bluff and your opponent hitting a 3-outer is all you need to be eliminated, and Nick's has to say goodbye in 4th place. So Nick's gonna go home with a little under $43,000 as we continue play 3-handed here.
Feel like they all really.
So it must have been one low card. He's not playing it unless it's the same low card, like a pocket pair or an ace, and it looked like it was a 3 to me, is what it looked like.
None of them want to spread out here.
A black 3. I don't know. My eyes aren't exactly what they used to be. So that looks like he's all in for maybe even a little less than I thought. At 40-80, I want him to be all in for less than 800,000 before he's making these kind of desperation shoves of 6-5. And I think that he's making a mistake here.
Amari's going to move in his chip stack, which is roughly about 17 big blinds.
Because really, his stack is more suited to make, if I'm counting his chips right, that tween stack, it's better to be making 3-bet all-in shoves here than just open shoves. It's just too many chips to risk. So we'll take a look.
Lines in with 6-5 offsuit.
I mean, obviously, since they're showing the hand to begin with, we can probably expect Ed to make the call here. So let's see, they were at 40-80 with an ante, right? So it looks like a 10K ante. So we're looking at 120, 160. So he shoved for 1.3 million more. So it's too much to shove here. Too much to shove, Amari. Poker Pete 555. I mean, it happens all the time. That's part of when you're folding a hand, really try to make sure that when you're pitching a in, you're not exposing it, and you definitely need to be paying attention to the dealers, because oh my gosh, there are some bad dealers that really tilt the cards, and In my opinion, when you're taking advantage of a weak dealer who's tilting the deck, I let him know, because I feel like that is not really a player fault. But I can see also an argument for just keeping your mouth shut and taking advantage of it too, since part of poker is paying attention to the dealer and making sure that they're not tilting their pitch. It happens all the time, Pete.
I don't think that's highly recommended, but...
Well, Amari hoping the random hand of Ed O'Shana is not...
Yeah, look at this, and now he actually, like, he's he looks... He's actually going to get looked up. I don't know that Ed actually even looked at his cards yet, but here we've got Amari basically just trying to feign confidence. You know, the times when we've seen him have huge hands, he basically looked like he was sleeping on the rail and not interested. Now it couldn't be more night and day between aces and 6-5 here. But let's take a look. And a little over. He's just like trying to stay cool about it. Okay, I call. And goodbye, Amari. Ace-9 offsuit is kind of interesting. This is not really the matchup Edward really wants. He would prefer Amari to have like an ace-6, but 62-38. I mean, you got to eventually win these types of situations. You got to eventually take the guy out. So let's see what happens.
I just think 17 big blinds is a little bit too much to move.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. This is why we love Maria on the HPT. I mean, her commentary is so fucking spot on. It's nice to say something and then play it and then hear Maria say exactly the same thing.
Would have liked to have just seen a standard raise and
he still has
play.
Definitely. Amari had enough to raise fold off his stack, or just even limp in and see if he could see a flop for cheap.
Well, Amari is behind, but he's got 2 live cards, hoping to double up and stay alive at this final table. Here is the flop.
The flop is deuce, ace, 3, 2 diamonds. Edward pairs his ace. Amari does have a little glimmer of hope of 4 would give him a straight.
Onto the turn we go. It's the 6. So
pretty good turn. It's if you notice, like Amari's hand keeps on getting worse and worse as far as equity, but it actually looks better now than it did on the flop, so it's kind of funny.
For the straight, a 6 for trips, or a 5 for 2 pair. 4, 5, or 6 is what Amari needs on the river.
And Ed gives the this is what I like, I actually like Ed here. I mean, you look at his face here. This is a guy who's taken a lot of beats in his career. look at his look. He's like, okay, here we go. Come on. It's almost like he's expecting it. This is a guy who's been beaten up over and over and over. What is that? Live lucky. Ed, you do not look like you've lived lucky. You look like you've taken beat after beat after beat. This is pain management right here. He's getting ready for it. He's actually setting it up in his head so that he can have, kind of this, this free roll, so that if he does get sucked out, he could be like, yeah, I knew it was coming. God, I love poker sometimes. I can't wait for the series.
6 is what Amari needs on the river.
And the river is the jack of clubs, and that is not going to do it for Amari Love. He's going to be eliminated in 3rd place, taking home over $61,000 and change.
Amari, Doc Love knows.
Doc Love asks what he had that hand with the King, Queen of Hearts, 2 pair, a hand that we didn't see, so who knows. I don't remember seeing a hand that where he had King, Queen of Hearts, so good on you, Doc, actually trying to improve your game as you're walking out. Played well, played like a champ. Looking forward to seeing you in the World Series. Keep on beating up on those fish.
When you put your cup down, put it down over there.
Stranger to the HPT, no stranger to an HPT.
And sorry for the
you had another nice
sorry for the
let's hear what he has to say about today's play with our floor recorder.
Keep on making the monster sounds with the mugs. Sorry for that, you guys.
Doc, who's finishing in 3rd place. That's the good news. A nice payday. However, you came in as the chip leader. I knew you wanted to win this.
Yeah, James, that's the good news.
Final table.
Pretty well, not perfect.
I like James. He's a cool guy in real life, but that's not what you want to say to somebody in an exit. How do you feel? Let's go ahead and, let's actually rewind this for just 1 second. Let's talk about post bust out interviews, okay? if anybody's watching this and you're ever in a situation where you're holding a mic, asking somebody questions after they get knocked out, don't ask them how they feel. Okay, don't ask them how they feel. I don't know that there's really good things to ask players when you're conducting a bust-out interview. I would love to hear your guys' thoughts on who, I would like a nomination of the best bust-out interview you've ever seen. But let's go ahead and see how James handles it.
James Larson.
Thanks a lot, guys. I am here with Doc, who's finishing in third place. That's the good news.
That's the good news. What's the bad news, James?
Payday, Bob.
And you look at Doc's news. Look at Doc Love. He's like, what's the good news here, James?
However, you came in as the chip leader.
Oh, that's the bad news, that he came in as a chip leader and is not going out the winner.
Know you wanted to win this. How do you think you played at this final table?
Okay, so he didn't actually ask how you feel. Good on you, James. How do you think you played at this final table? Is that a good question to ask you guys? Is that a good one? How do you feel like you played at this final table? It's kind of a fluff question, right? It basically gives Doc a chance to say, oh, I feel like I played as strong as I could. The cards didn't go my way. I definitely feel like Aaron and Ed are playing really, really strong. I'm really happy to be here. I'm hoping to make another final table here at the HPT. Good luck to both of them. They're really great players. That's basically what you're setting him up to say. Does he say it?
Pretty well. Not perfect. A little bit card dead, a little bit cooler. They got my aces cracked early. A very talented table, so you really needed to hit hands. And it really just didn't happen. Maybe one or two hands I could have played differently, but for the most part, happy how it worked out.
And for third place, you go home with just over $61,000. Not a bad payday.
Not bad for a weekend's work,
Congratulations. Give it up for Doc. It was great having him at our HPT.
Give it up for Doc Love.
Maria, we'll send it
Very
over.
nice show.
This is my
Looking forward to
favorite
seeing you at the
part of
final
poker coming up.
table of
That heads-up
a
play is
World
about to
Series
start.
this summer.
Thanks for coming back to the HPT.
I felt like you played well, guys, right? Amari Love, good job, good player. Stop showing your cards, but definitely I feel like he's used to playing a different caliber of player wherever he's playing, because I feel like the kind of non-standard moves he's making and the kind of the way that he's not standardizing the way he's making them, the vocal inflections, the showing the hands, that's going to get you eaten alive this summer in Vegas. But it seems to have served you well so far, so maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's go ahead and keep the show going. We've only got about 7 more minutes, so we'll see who do you guys think is going to win. I mean, I like Ed's chances here. He's definitely got the chip lead, and I actually feel like he's actually outplayed the rest of the other guys. I like his game the best between Aaron and Ed today. I feel like Ed's playing the better game.
Heads up for the championship and over $150,000. Let's get right to the final table.
Coming into heads up.
And then again, I don't think that we've seen Aaron have anything except pocket tens, the aces versus kings, and the kings versus king queen. Yet somehow he's here with a nice stack. So obviously he's making a lot of pre-flop raises, post-flop aggression moves that we're not seeing. This is the problem with the watching it on TV. Don't believe everything you see on TV, guys.
Play Edward Oshana has the chip lead with over 10 million. Aaron Massey has over 3.3 million, and that might seem like a big chip deficit, but Aaron has plenty to play with.
A big lead for Edward, but as you said, Maria, 42 big blinds.
Kay Bennett, I don't think that Maria Ho has a World Series of Poker bracelet yet. She did get second in the 5K a couple of years ago. I think she got second to Aaron. I think that was the one that Alan Berry won. So I mean, a very talented player. I think that she made more money in that second place than I made in any of my first places. So, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure what other successes she's had outside of the World Series of Poker. I just don't follow the other tours as much as I probably should.
Aaron's stack, and he's definitely got the skill
But having played with her a few times, I could definitely say that she knows what she's doing.
to grow it.
And I mean, even just listening to the commentary, I hope that you'll all agree that, I mean, I don't think that we've seen better commentary outside of, maybe Antonio's commentary on, you know, with you know, Chad and Norman Chad and Lana Karen. You know, Antonio gives a really solid commentary, but I don't think that the other tours are doing as good of a job as the commentary as we're seeing here with Maria doing on the HPT. Honestly.
Let's see what happens here as we begin heads-up play, as blinds are continuing at 40 and 80,000 with a 10,000 chip in.
Good question, Southside Squash.
60,000 here pre-flop. Aaron's going to make the call with 8-6 offsuit. So the first heads-up flop.
The flop is deuce 8 deuce. Aaron has paired his 8.
And it's kind of funny. They say the first heads-up flop. We don't really know if it's the first one or not. You know, we're just kind of taking their word for it. You also kind of have to wonder who's putting these shows together, right? Whenever you're watching this, keep in mind that it's not Fred and Maria deciding which hands are important to watch. You know, it's probably James. Actually, it's probably James Larson, because I think that he does a lot of the behind-the-scenes production of the show. So he's probably it's probably James cutting down the tournament into 18 to 20 interesting hands over 2 episodes, and cutting that down, actually putting in the fluff and the filler, and then sending it out to sending those hands out to Fred and Maria up in Fargo, North Dakota, just to run commentary over those hands. They probably pull out they probably do it in a 2 or 3 hour stretch, send it back, and then they fill it with the fluff pieces and the interviews and everything, and then ship it out to the TV stations. So it's interesting because Maria and Fred are basically commenting on what they have. I'm not convinced at all that this is the first heads up hand. I think that when Fred is saying, okay, so we're looking at the first heads up hand, what he's basically saying is, okay, so this is the first heads up hand that we have in front of us to commentate on. So let's take a look.
Edward has king high,
and let's make sure that Edward did do what we hope a champion would do in this spot, which is raise pre-flop on the button if he's going to play a hand. It looks like it's 40-80. He looks at king 9. He should be making it 160K.
He's definitely got the skill to grow it. Let's see what happens here as we begin heads-up play, as blinds are continuing at 40.
Raises to 160K. Nice raise amount, Edward.
Edward's going to raise it to 160.
We got Aaron Massey calling with pretty much any 2 cards. There's 85% of his range he should be making the call here, just because he's getting huge implied odds, and he doesn't. Your head's up, so you're forced to play a huge percentage of your hands. Otherwise, you're going to be just getting steamrolled. And I don't think that we're going to watch Aaron Massey get steamrolled. So
1,000 here pre-flop. Aaron's going to make the call with 8-6 offsuit. So the first heads-up flop.
Ping. The flop is deuce 8 deuce. Aaron has paired his 8.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and say that this is not the first heads-up hand. I think that we're probably being lied to. The television is lying to us. Because I think that probably what happens is, in the first hand is we've got a raise, call, check, see, bet, fold. And that happens about 7 or 8 times before we actually have some sort of weird confrontation.
Edward has king high.
And does Aaron go for a check raise here, or does he actually just smooth call, try to fade the 6-outer that he, it's pretty impossible for him not to be up against overcards here, or maybe just a 3-outer, and try to induce Edward to fire out another bluff on the turn. If I'm Aaron, I don't know. Both of them look pretty good. The only thing I'm not doing is folding. So
Aaron checks it over to Edward, who decides.
I'm probably just check calling. But we'll see. Let's see what happens.
That he wants to.
It's going to be kind of hard to check call and get Ed to keep on firing.
Bet this.
And did we just see a? Look at what we just. I think we just might have saw a little pre-release. Let's see what we see here.
Flop.
The flop is deuce 8 deuce. Aaron has
pre-release something.
8.
Let's take a look.
Edward has king high.
We'll go ahead and trust the production company that that's actually a very quick check. I think that probably was a pretty quick check.
Aaron checks it over to Edward, who
Looks like, what is that, 175 maybe?
decides that he wants to bet this.
So that's kind of an interesting one. So he actually kind of puts it out. It's almost like a take back flare. And it happened like as he was releasing it. It's almost like he wanted to take it back.
He makes it 175,000.
Let's see.
And I see
a check raise
coming from Mr. Massey.
I don't hate the check raise because heads up, it's one of those spots where you're going to have to put people off of the better hand. So on a dry board like 8-2-2, Aaron could be check raising with a huge range of hands. He doesn't have to hit at all. He could have Jack 6 here and just try to be taking it away. So a lot of the times, it looks like a bluff.
And he is going to make it 400.
So he makes it 420. So it's 175, which is roughly half pot. Massey check raises to 420, so that's basically 2.5x. Great bet sizing by Massey. Great bet sizing by Ed.
For 20,000. Just reading it.
And Pete, yeah, I agree. A call looks like you're slow playing a 2, or that you hit an 8. I completely agree with you, but I also feel like a call could look like ace high. Yeah.
Aaron's body language. The check raise was his plan from go.
I think in heads-up play, you definitely have to extract maximum value when you do hit a pair. And Edward's the kind of person that will pay you off with ace high, king high in these situations, I think. So
That's right.
I like the check raise by Aaron.
Edward is a very sticky player. He's hard to get to lay down hands, and he's proven that time and time again as the turn delivers the 9 of clubs. So now Edward pulls ahead.
Now Edward with the better hand, but Aaron is probably still going to fire again.
900,000.
Okay, so he just said 900,000, and he vocalized it. Let's go ahead and listen to that vocalization. This actually might come in handy down the line.
Check raise by Aaron.
Edward is a very sticky player.
900,000.
He's hard to get to lay down hands.
900,000.
He's proven that time and time again as the turn delivers the 9 of clubs. So now Edward pulls ahead.
When people are vocalizing, try to pay attention to not only how they say it, not only the voice inflection, but the kind of clarification language that they also put in. Like here, if you were to say 900, it could mean something different than if he's like when he says 900,000. If you say 900 here, it's obvious what you're saying. So, like just like when we were saying that there's a difference, you're saying I'm all in and all in. 900,000 versus 900. Now we get to hear a voice inflection here. Let's go ahead and hear it. Aaron Massey with the voice inflection.
Now Edward with the better hand, but Aaron is probably still going to fire again.
900,000.
He fires big, makes it 900,000.
That is a big
Just
fire.
a little with the better hand, but Aaron is probably still going to fire again.
900,000.
He fires big, makes it 900. Big makes it 900,000.
Just a little less than fire again.
900,000.
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 Fire
And
again.
this is what a guy looks like
900,000.
Fire again.
with 8-6 heads
he
up.
fires big, makes of clubs. So now Edward pulls ahead.
Fire again.
900,000.
He fires
900,000.
big, makes it 900,000.
If we were going to try to diagram, that voice inflection, right? What do we diagram it at? 900,000, 900,000. So I would say it's not on his lower range. It's kind of on his upper range, and it's kind of trailing upward, kind of keeping an even keel with a slight upward tick. We'll notice that he's not announcing his raise to the dealer, and as soon as he says it, now he's counting out chips and sliding them in. Aaron Massey, champion, don't vocalize your bets, buddy. If there's two pieces of advice that I can give you if you're, Aaron Massey watching the stream, vertical alignment rather than horizontal, and don't vocalize your actions.
1,000.
Just a little less than pot size bet for Aaron. I think he doesn't want Edward to see a river for cheap with overcards.
And I mean, what's the point of vocalizing here, right? If you're going to just count them out and put them out anyway. This one's gonna hurt, Aaron. This one's gonna hurt. I feel like a big reason that you're, I mean, you just, if you look at the bet sizing too, he's 900,000 into, what was it, 1.18. So it's almost a full pot size bet, and like, what does Aaron put Ed on? I don't know. I mean, I think Aaron puts Ed on overcards, or maybe even a smaller pocket pair. It's kind of hard to get much value out of anything except a 2, a better 8, or a 9. So I don't know what Aaron's, if Aaron's trying to value bet, I don't know what he thinks Edward's going to call with. And if Aaron's trying to bluff here, I don't know what he thinks Edward's going to fold. It's a really weird bet to me that I'm not loving. I would love to hear Aaron comment on this hand, because I'm very curious whether this is a bluff or a value bet. I got to think that he's value betting, and he's putting Ed on ace high, or like a king queen. He's putting him on like a jack 10 or a queen jack or a queen 10, or he's putting him on a smaller pocket pair. And I think he's value betting and either trying to get him to fold and not and give up whatever equity he's got, or he's trying to get a call with like a pocket 4s, pocket 3s, pocket 5s. I'm hoping that that's what we're seeing here by Aaron, because if this is a bluff and he's expecting Edward to call worse or to fold better, I don't think that Edward folds better here. Let's find it out. Let's see what happens.
Aaron know that the 9 has actually hit Edward's hand.
Yeah.
And Edward.
And we got Edward glaring at the dealer. I mean, I love watching Ed play. He's sitting here, eyes closed. Look at his face. He's like, I don't want to watch. This is not going to end well for me. It's like watching Eeyore at the poker table.
It's going to smooth call. So Maria, this could be a very short heads-up match, as this pot is just under 3 million.
Lots of blinking here. Lots of blinking. Fight or flight. Fight or flight. This is what we're seeing.
Chips.
I think if the river
and
comes
look at the
up
back and forth. Look at the back and forth shoulders. Like, oh yeah, buddy, you think that you can, you think that you can push me around, buddy? This is like what you'd expect to see two guys in a bar fight do. Aaron's pretty composed. I mean, this is the difference. Aaron isn't exhibiting any sort of fight or flight. This is why he's got a few of these, titles under his belt. But I'm thinking that we're gonna see. It's
going to be hard for Aaron to get away from this hand. Where was the ace of diamonds?
So now Aaron is kind of screwed, because now even if he was trying to get worse to call, which I think he was trying to get worse to call, now the ace is a huge scare card. He can't expect to get called by smaller pocket pairs now. But if he was getting called by ace high, now the guy caught up. So I would expect Aaron here to check, and I'm thinking that we're probably going to see a value bet by Ed. There's how much in the pot now? Almost 3 million in the pot. So I would guess that Ed probably fires out 900,000, and Aaron, maybe he gets away from the hand, or maybe he just talks himself into putting Ed on like a jack 10. We'll find out right now.
The action down unless.
Oh God, no. Well, I think that we are seeing the end of Aaron Massey here. Let's go ahead and listen.
Away from this hand.
Looks like he's got, he's kind of counting out his chips. It looks like he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, it looks like he doesn't really have that many chips. So maybe an all-in shove here isn't horrible because it looks like it's probably less than pot. And he kind of figures that, Edward is probably going to bet better, but he's not going to bet worse. So I don't hate the all-in shove if we're looking at like less than 1.5 million. Let's find out.
And River's the ace of diamonds, so that might slow the action down.
Yeah, look at that. All in. Yeah, look at that. It's a here we actually have, we actually have a downward. We actually have a downward a trend on the vocal inflection line. Look how just deflated he looks. He knows that, like, when he gets called, he's probably beat. I don't see Ed folding either. Especially since there's only 4 minutes left in the show. So
the ace of diamonds, so that might slow the action down.
Let's go ahead and rewind that a few times.
Like Aaron did, turning his hand into a bluff. I think if the river comes up baby card, it's going to be hard. River's the ace of diamonds, so that might slow the action down. River's the ace of diamonds, so that might slow the action down. River's the ace of diamonds, so that might slow the action down unless. River's the ace of diamonds, so that might slow the action down unless you go all in like Aaron did, turning his hand into a bluff. I think here.
So one thing that we'll notice is that the baseline of his vocal inflection was lower to start with, when he's basically doing a hopeless all-in shove here, and I don't hate it. Again, it's 1.83 million, so it's just a little over half pot. For all the reasons that I was saying, I don't hate it, but he's also not happy, and he's thinking that if he gets called, he's probably beat. But again, he's not giving it up when he checks. So we've got a lower start with the voice inflection trailing downwards, as opposed to when he had the 8 and check raised and then fired out on the turn. It was kind of a higher start trending upwards. So this is when he was confident, and this is when he was not so confident. We're going to see those kind of elevation tells usually when someone's happy. We're going to see those kind of lower trailing vocal inflection when someone is sad with their hand. And again, don't try to fake this stuff, guys. I'm just telling you, you're going to end up leveling yourself and giving up stuff that you don't think that you're going to give off. If someone's good enough to pick up vocal inflection tells, don't try to throw a reversal at them. You're much, much better off just keeping your mouth shut and don't vocalize your actions. Okay, let's watch Ed call this, and we'll close it up.
And, it's actually not a bad card to turn your hand into a bluff if you feel like Edward doesn't have an ace here. And you can also represent the trip deuces, obviously.
Well, the longer it takes for Edward to call, the better Aaron feels about his bluff. The fact that he didn't snap call Maria lets him know he doesn't have an ace.
I think there is a chance that Edward might fold this, although Aaron's range is pretty polarized here.
There's no chance he folds this.
And Maria, the call is made. One hand heads up, and Edward is able to close the door on this match.
Okay, and it's a weird ending hand, guys, because I don't think that's really a bluff so much. Okay, this is one of those situations where Aaron is looking at how the board ran out, and he's thinking, if I check here, Edward is going to value bet better hands. He's not going to bluff anymore, and he's going to check worse hands. So I'm going to lose all my chips basically if I'm beat. But when I'm ahead, Edward, might call with worse. So this is what kind of one of those situations where it's like, pick your poison. It's the lesser of two evils. It's like if you look at the two branches, you're ahead or you're behind. Well, when you're ahead, you get more chips by firing out that all-in bet. When you're behind, you lose the same amount as you would if you check called. So I don't think it's really a bluff. It's a weird bet. But it's kind of the reverse of a dark tunnel bet, where you make the bet here, just knowing that you're going to be losing a good chunk of the time, and it's just kind of hopeless. So, oh yeah. Look at that. We got the Poker Pete. We've got the little awkward high five me, man. Nope.
And Maria, the call is made. One hand heads up, and
yeah, Aaron. Aaron's just kind of sick about it. But you know what, Aaron? I think that you don't beat yourself up too much. Second is still pretty good. Maybe you go ahead and check. And look at this. Does the white hat get the high five snub? Nope. High five. Yeah, you get the high five. You get the high five. Nope, you do not get the high five. Oh. Put the hand down. we gotta rewind that just once here. That might be my favorite part of this whole show. The winner's face.
Polarized here.
So much has gone downhill for you, Edward.
And Maria,
I'll make the call.
Is made. One hand heads up, and Edward
yes,
is able
yes,
to
you get the high five. High five, high five. No. Oh, look at that, and you gotta love this. What a pro Edward is here. So he has this like look of like I'm really really happy here, but he doesn't want to keep the look because he knows that right here is a guy who's really feeling shitty. So very considerate. That's the happy face, and now I have to go. I have to kind of put it, get serious right here. Good for you. Nice job, Edward. Just fucking pro right there. Nice job, Edward. Nice job. We got Ralph Massey back there. I mean, always rough to see. You got Ralph making sure that he doesn't turn into an awkward hand too. That's what we like about those Massey brothers. They're not ones who are going to just sit there with their hand out, and then he makes it clear. Very well done. You beat the Massey brothers, Ed. Great play all around. Great play all around.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm now joined.
Okay, James. What do you ask? Well, you just came in second place. That's the bad news. How do you feel like you played at this final table?
Down here with Aaron, 448 players. You didn't get first, you got second. I know you're not happy, but what's going through your mind right now?
Okay. I mean, what is the right question to ask in a bust-out interview? I don't know. If anyone knows, I would love to hear. We're gonna have to have we're gonna have to start keeping track of the best bust-out questions that we find because so far, not loving it. James, you're doing the best in a bad situation.
I'm really disappointed, even coming into the heads-up match short. I thought I was going to win.
Yep.
Pretty disappointed. I really always shoot to win, but I'm happy with the cash, and let's move on to the next one.
Yep. You're obviously going to play another HPT event and get yourself back in this scenario to hopefully take one of these down.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be back. I love the HPT. You guys have made a lot of strides in the last year, so you'll be seeing my face a lot. And, I'm just going to be at another tournament, another place, in another city. Bigger things are to come. So I'm just going to take this, move on, and make the best of it moving forward.
Hey, before I let you go, come on. Over 90,000. You had a pretty good weekend. You got to be happy. But second isn't always fun, but you got to be happy.
Yeah, I'm sure those guys...
He's not happy. Second feels shitty. 90, and it's not 90,000. Aaron is in the same stable that I am. He's got makeup like every other pro. This is much, much less, than the life-changing amount that it appears to be on television. But second place is still pretty good if you're going to try to frame it as second out of 400 and something runners.
Back there will make me feel better a little bit, but
guys, let's give him a round of applause. He was a pleasure to have at our HPT final table. He's going home in second place with over 90,000 in cash. Freddie and Maria, we'll send it over to you.
Thank you very much, James Larson, and congratulations again to Aaron Massey. Look forward to seeing him at a cash game now that he's got a bankroll injection. Now, the night belongs to Edward O'Shana. This man...
I don't exactly know what that is. We look forward to seeing him at the cash game. Okay, Fred.
May not have been your first pick to win this final table, but this goes to show you, slow and steady always wins the race. He's standing by with James Larson right now to hear what it's like to be our newest HPT champion.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm now joined with our new champion. Give it up for Eddie O'Shana, everybody.
Eddie O'Shana. He played great.
All right, Eddie, I know it's been a long weekend, so I'll keep this short, but did you think you'd be standing here talking to me on national television with over 152,000 in front of you and the championship?
I like my chances coming in. I know that the field was pretty tough when I came final table. I knew everyone's gonna make it. He was probably my toughest opponent. I mean, I was trying to stay out of his way, but at the end, I knew to pick up some momentum, and I knew I had it after that. He was not getting in my way. I wasn't getting in his way, but at the end, it all went my way.
I'm sure you guys are going to
Listen to that. He wasn't getting in my way. I wasn't getting in his way, but in the end, implicit collusion right there, Ed. Stay away from the sharks. Attack the soft spots. There were a few soft spots at that table. We'd all have to agree on that. At least 2. And well
Great,
played.
I hope we see you at another HPT event.
You guys did a very great job. Jeremy is the best.
Speaking of, can you walk through a typical staking arrangement?
Yeah,
so Vitamin A, 213.
Casino in Gary,
I can. Let me go ahead and close this off, and then we'll.
Thank you very much, James Larson. And
I'll answer
congratulations
some
again to
questions.
Edward Oshana, our newest HPT champion. Now, Maria, I said it a moment ago, he may not have been the first pick on who was going to take down this final table, but he showed up everybody, didn't he?
He certainly did. I mean, on that last hand, Aaron Massey, you can't really blame the guy for trying to win the pot. It just was bad timing. Edward wasn't going to go anywhere. So Edward is our newest HPT champion, and congratulations to him.
Now, do you think you have what it takes to be in Edward Oshana's shoes? Or
We
any
do,
HPT
Fred.
champion
We
shoes?
do think we
Well,
have what it
come
takes.
Prove it. Log on to hptpoker.com and find an event near you. I promise you'll have a lot of fun. For Maria Ho and James Larson, I'm Fred Bevel. We'll see you right here next time on the HPT.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, James. Thank you, Heartland Poker Tour, for allowing us to use your footage graciously to improve our games and talk some poker here on Twitch. It's really pretty cool. I'm going to go ahead and keep the HPT logo going
I'm Fred Bevel. We'll see you right here next
while
time
we answer
on
some
the HPT.
questions. So let's go ahead and get that logo right there. There we go. Thank you, guys. Shit. 45, 29. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and keep that up. And then let me get this a little bit bigger, and we will answer some questions, do a little recap. Learned a lot. I feel like I learned a lot about myself. I learned a lot about you guys. Learned a lot about poker. What do you guys think? We have a question from Vitamin A, 213, I think. Right? It was Vitamin A asking, or was it Kate Bennett? Someone asked to walk through a typical staking arrangement. So typically, staking deals are going to fall into 2 types. You're going to have long-term makeup deals, and you're going to have markup deals. Markup deals are usually short-term, one-off staking arrangements where a player will sell pieces of himself at a markup. So let's say that I'm selling pieces in the 1K online event to people who are streaming on Twitch, and I'll say I'm going to sell all of it, 100%. At 1.1, well, generally what ends up happening is the player reserves a certain amount for himself. So let's say I'm selling 50% at 1.1. So that means that each percentage usually would cost you $10, right? 10%, if it's like face value. 10% if it's face value. If it's like no markup, would cost you $100 in a 1K event. If you're selling at 1.1, then each 1% would cost $11, right? And each 10% would cost $110. So generally, that's how markup deals work. And then, if you come in and you buy like 10% of Alan Kessler at a 1.2 markup at a $1,000 event, I mean, he offers them all the time at about that. You're basically paying $120 for 10% of his action. Now, the trouble with markup, right, is you don't really know what a player's ROI is. So in order for that to work out for the stakers long term, the player's ROI has to be more than the markup. If you can imagine how this, to put this simply, let's say that you're putting, if you're selling yourself at a 1.1 markup, but you're a losing player where you're losing 50% of the, your ROI is minus 50%, right? Well, if you're able to get people to buy you at a markup, at the end of the year, all of your investors, except it could be completely buried, and you were actually able to keep an in the money percentage of 10%, like like a monkey playing the drums should be able to keep 10% ITM. Just all things being equal, if you're if you're just average, that's what your ITM should be. So you are 10% ITM in the money. 10% of the time you actually are able to take a cash, even though you are overall just buried for the year. So when you cash, you give the stakers their 1.2. You give them the percentages that they were able to buy, and you're able to keep, a free roll of, I think 1.2 comes up to like 18% or something like that. So that's the problem with these one-off markup deals, is you can get into situations where the stakers are buried, investing in players who may or may not be positive ROI, but if they are positive ROI, they're less than their markup, and the player at the end of the year comes out smelling like a rose. I'm not saying that happens a lot, but it happens enough where longer term deals might make more sense, where you have a backer who's going to put you in a lot of events and you're going to accumulate makeup. In those kind of situations, the backer keeps on putting a buy-in up and a buy-in up and a buy-in up. You guys don't worry so much about your ROI and what's fair. You come up with a split, generally somewhere around 50-50, 40-60, or 60-40 on either end, where anytime the player is in the black, and this means that makeup is covered, and makeup is just this running total of buy-ins. So if you play a 10K and lose, 10K and lose, 10K and lose, 10K and win 30,000, you don't get to take anything. Instead, that 30K goes to, right back to the backer to cover those first, $30,000 in events that you whiffed, and your makeup is still, you're still 10K in the hole. So you don't actually ever split with the backer until you're above makeup, until you are in the black. Then you generally, split along the lines that you say that you're going to be splitting on, and it continues. Those have some issues too. There are some real problems with makeup. Specifically, a lot of times stakers just get completely buried. You get to situations where players are so deep in makeup that a first place isn't even going to get them out. You also have tax issues too, because makeup doesn't just go year to year, right? So it can get a little messy. Certainly, markup deals are much cleaner and easier on relationships, but they have the problem of having to kind of both parties actually kind of have to guess what a player's ROI is. So look, guys, thanks for following the stream. Make sure to go ahead and hit the follow if you haven't already. Thank you so much for the subscribers. We're going to be taking a day off tomorrow. We'll be back at on Wednesday, 6 p.m. to do kind of more of a normal stream, where we'll just play on the WSOP, chill out with you guys, and talk shop. But Poker Pete is a 10% markup, pretty standard. You really see. It depends on what event you're playing. Good players can command sometimes as much as 1.4, 1.5 if they're playing like the main event. I would say if there is a standard markup, 1.2 seems to be kind of standard. I don't know if there's a 1.2 that's. It's still so new. I'm working on a staking and sponsorship platform, and I think that. I'm hoping to solve a lot of this price discovery, the price discovery problems that come with trying to sell pieces and buying pieces of players. Staking.com, it's not out yet. It probably won't be out before this year's series, but next year's we'll see. It's a 9 iron 12. What's a good in the money percentage? I would say live you're probably looking at more like 15 to 20%. Much higher than 20% probably means that you're not taking as many chances as you probably should to be able to get yourself in a position to win it. Online, 17% sounds like a solid winning player for sure. So 13 to 17% that's a fine ITM. What's more important than ITM really in my percentage is closing percentage, slugging percentage, the actual chances of the time that you make a final table that you're actually able to win the final table. And that, in my opinion, is one of the most important stats in poker that really just is overlooked. Let's see. Any other questions before I go ahead and turn the stream off? I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Again, thank you guys so much, and thank you so much for our new subscribers. Really appreciate it. Make sure to hit the follow. For the new subscribers, we're going to go and make sure to remember we're going to be check your Twitch mailbox. You should have. It's probably going to be in the other box. You're going to be getting a link to the DRM free copy of Poker Tilt. If you feel like you learned a lot here, please make sure at least to follow. And if you feel like you want to support the stream, subscribe. If you're already subscribing, thank you guys. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. I hope that you're getting something out of this, and I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and keep this viewing party open, for our subscribers, maybe everybody. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But thanks so much, and thank you so much for the HPT for allowing us to use this footage. Hopefully, we'll be able to get some other footage down the line, and we won't have to, fall prey to just reviewing hands that the producers tell us are important. I would really like to do a whole live stream with whole cards. I'm going to talk to Derek over there at HPT, see if we can't get that for one of these viewing parties.
Also, you should see. Didn't somebody want to go through like hand histories of someone's tournament?
Yeah.
They wanted to do something like that. Somebody mentioned it way earlier on.
Do you know who it was?
I think it might have been 9 Iron.
Yeah. Also for our subscribers, anytime you guys have like hand histories that you want to go over.
We'll have a hand history day.
We'll have a hand history day one of these days down the line where we can go over hand histories. We can actually go over a tournament replay from, maybe one of our subscribers if you want to send it in and actually have the type of like in-depth coaching analysis that I would be selling someone for $300 an hour. You can get for $4.99 just for hitting that subscription button. And again, if you support the stream and you want to support live streaming poker on Twitch, this type of content, please at least hit the follow button. It doesn't cost nothing. It doesn't cost nothing. And you can, if you're already following and you don't want to actually, dig into the wallet and buy me a beer, I understand, but you can still follow us on Twitter at Dutch Boyd. And if you feel like you really got something out of it, join the subscribers. Welcome to the crew. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button, and we'll.
And also mention that the grind that you're going to do on Wednesday is not going to be a subscription-only chat.
Oh yeah. And also, if you're here and as a non-subscriber, keep in mind that we are going to be. Opening it back up to chat as normal for everybody come Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We're going to be streaming almost every day. We're taking a couple of days off. We're taking one day off tomorrow, but we're going to be back to Twitch streaming live on Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. I know you have a lot of options on how to spend your Monday. So that's it for me. I am shutting down the stream, and I think I'm going to go watch Better Call Saul. Hopefully we were able to get a chance of it and go eat. So thanks so much, guys. Thank you, subscribers. You guys are the absolute best. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be doing this, without you, Bastar, 9 Iron, Southside Squash, 666. Pete, thank you. Vitamin C, thank you for the questions, and Develop. Thank you guys so much for the questions. Really appreciate it. I'm Dutch Boyd, 3-time WSOP bracelet winner, signing off.